Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen and sharing the live. We'll be getting started very soon. It is good to see all of you. I see a Legion, I also see a Cassie, also looks like a Mermaid Flippers, Michael V, good to see you, KD as well, good to see you. Who else do we have? Also see LJ and Rosie Bear. Good to see both of you. Anybody else who's joining us, if you do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, we are just getting started. And I will be taking guests very soon. We just want to make sure that, that there's enough of us in here to really enjoy the conversation, right? I wonder if this is, we had one of these days earlier in the week where I started off and it was just 12 of us for nearly half an hour. Got up to 20 of us by the first hour and then slowly climbed up to our usual number of friends. Could also be there are several other lives going. Plenty of conversations to go around. And we'll get our share here soon, I'm sure. The AI summary already says a debate on religious belief is taking place. Join the conversation. I haven't seen a debate on religious belief take place. Not on this panel. Especially not today. Fairly certain I only just started. Have we even had a conversation that could be construed as a debate? Pretty sure it's just been me up here. Am I debating myself? That would be fascinating. think I know the way we should be starting. Should be a poem at the beginning of the live, shouldn't it? But in lieu of that, I think maybe.
Grandma says we're chosen, teacher says we're dust, preacher shakes his finger, both of them want trust. Candles on the altar, charts up on the wall. Everybody's certain like they got God on call. I question everything, every halo, every ring, every story polished clean about where we're from, where we're going, when we're gone. Sing along, but sing it wrong. If you're sure, then something's off. So I question everything. Uncle swears by karma, friend swears it's just math. One hand holds a Bible, one hand holds a grab. Mother lights the incense, father checks his phone. Each has sacred language, each afraid to stand alone. I question everything, every blessing, every sting, every promise carved in ink about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. If your map is iron strong, show me where the doubts belong, 'cause I question everything. Is it spirits, is it sparks, is it stories in the if your faith can never bend, how will anything transcend? I question everything, every crown and every king, every final word they bring about where we're from, where we're going when we're gone. Love you still, but I'm along with the crooked, curious tongue. Yeah, I question everything. Pass the wine, pass the prayer, pass the torch, I'll meet you there. Not in certain rigid stone, but in maybe flesh and bone.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? stone.
DJ Thrayle. Seems like it, anyways. No, we're not DJing. We're seeing if anybody can question their beliefs. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to burgle your gods or debate or argue. I'm not looking for some kind of contentious argument. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? We're at 9.4 thousand likes. That's really impressive. There's only 11 of us in the room, which may seem a little disheartening, but I mean, am I late? Am I early? Who really knows? I'm here, and we're all here, and all we've got to do is keep tapping the screen, sharing the live, reminding our friends who may not be here yet that the live is going. I've already added to my story and done a repost. Of course, we can copy the link or share it to someone else. Thrayle says, I've been a guest 2 other times. I'd like to be questioned again to see my development. All right, Thrayle, we'll probably start with you. Just want to make sure that I remind everybody we're not here debating or arguing. This is a really upbeat track. I like this one. Interesting. You know what? We're here. We're at 9.8. Let's make it this one so we can change shape. Good evening, Michael V. Good evening, Witty. Hello, Lemon Cham. Also, Nenora, good to see you. I think we've got a guest in queue we'll bring up in just a moment. Just want to thank everybody for tapping us up 10,000 times. Really appreciate that. Hello, Thrayle. Can I get you?
46.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Speaking metaphors, please question me vigorously. I've been described as hermetic. The first rule of Hermeticism is that the universe is mental. Second rule is that as above, so below. That's as far as I've gotten in deliberate study. Question me, please.
So you're saying that you describe yourself as hermetic. And that means as above, so below, and that the universe is mental. What does that other universe is mental part mean?
Those things that I spoke are the first two laws of Hermeticism as I have been instructed by somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I was not aware. It's kind of the gist of the belief system that you find it yourself. So it was identified by somebody who identifies as themselves as Hermeticism, and I am intrigued, and I would like to go that route and see what I believe, because
And so somebody
I
is
suffer from a
instructing.
lot of memory loss and a lot of straight problems thinking in straight lines. So this part, the questioning and my responses, are as much a surprise to me as they are to anybody else. And that's how I
Interesting.
learned. Yeah.
So somebody's instructed you that the first two laws of Hermeticism are that everything is mental and it's as above, so below.
The
What does
universe is mental.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What does everything is mental mean?
The verbiage was the universe is mental, and I think to me that means perception is everything, that everyone creates their own existence with beliefs, perception.
Hey, let's back up just a little bit. You said perception is everything. What does that mean?
The things that we perceive are what bend our understanding and behavior and feelings about things.
Feelings about things. What are you saying exactly?
That's pretty vague, yeah. It's meant to encompass a lot, so I guess I was deliberately vague. But evoked feelings, thing prodded from you, I guess is what I'm saying.
There's a lot of background music.
I apologize. Hold on.
Okay. And my music's pretty busy too, but it's really quiet.
Having trouble operating the remote. There it goes. I apologize.
Okay, let's back up. You were saying everything is mental. What exactly does that mean to you?
That the mental aspect of life is more meaningful than the physical aspect, and that
The
physical
mental
aspects.
aspect is more meaningful than the physical. So what you think and feel is more important than what happens and the physical consequences.
Yes, more lasting anyway. I'm not sure. You have to value your own system there, so like priorities. If you value your meat suit, yes, physicality is more. If you value your thoughts more, for me, because I believe it's true. For me.
So for you, you value your feelings and your thoughts more than the physical consequences of actions.
I do. That kind of surprises me. Thank you for asking the question. Yes, I do.
Do the physical actions not cause mental and emotional consequences?
They can. They can be more lasting depending on how those perceptions that you have are validated or handled by the people around you. You know, I suffer from severe mental loss and PTSD because my reality has been denied since I was born. You know, it's a condition. That's why I have BPD, PTSD. ADHD, all that.
Is this more about values and what you value rather than a statement of what exists?
I believe that because I believe it and I value it, that is my universe and that I created. That we are each a creator in our own right, creating and writing our own story into existence every moment.
So you create the universe and reality with
around me for myself.
Around you for yourself. And do you do that through what you value and what you say matters to you? And by doing that, you're declaring this is what exists.
That would be a powerful statement, wouldn't it? Do I mean that? Do I mean that? I think it's in that purview, but I like to narrow my English down to precise words. That's not it. Let's probe. Question me. I don't know the answer to that.
That's fair. Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
I believe that if it's true to me, it doesn't matter if it's true to you. Was that an answer to that question? And I believe that they could be saying. I think that they could be true for me and untrue for you at the same time.
Mm-hmm. That leads me to wonder, and I think we've gone down this road before, but I'm going to ask. Do you believe there is a reality that exists, whether you're here or I'm here or anyone's here to notice?
The lens I look at that question under is that I believe that everything changes under observation, so I would not know that. I'm okay with that.
You believe everything changes under observation. What does that mean?
It's like the law of observation. It's like some scientific shit that I wrap up in my...
Is it possible that that's a misunderstanding of something that's not
I think
quite real?
I am very metaphorical, and I tend to speak in shorthand and concepts. It's part of my crazy. I am a little crazy.
Mm-hmm. I'm not calling you that. I just mean that is it possible that you've been misled on this observation thing? Is it possible that there's not really a scientific basis for that?
I think that it is. The misleading would be on a mass scale because it's like in science journals.
Agreed. If it was. Well,
it could be. Yes, I do. That is within the realm of possibilities. It's not probable to my understanding, but yes, I do agree that that's an existent possibility.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying it would be in like scientific journals as a misunderstanding. I mean,
the reason I believe it is because
pop science, as in like articles.
Everything that my memory loss just kicked in. Redirect me, please.
That's all right, Thrayle. I had asked if it mattered if things were real or not. I had asked if you think there is a singular reality that exists, absent a mind. Is that something that
I believe that it's possible because you asked the question.
I see.
You thought of it. And you, sir, are also a creator.
I wonder what that actually means. For me to be a creator, for you to be a creator. Does that just mean because I think it, then it can be?
Wouldn't it be mental if it was? I'm intrigued with the idea. I love to pick things apart. I want to think harder.
If this is all this existence you and I share where we are communicating, if this is mental, whose mind would it be?
The question. And I work things backwards. I start at the bottom of the maze. I untangle things. Don't go in a straight line. It's how I work, and
Right.
that's why I'm here.
You hear where I'm trying to get you untangled,
I
right?
do. I do. I hear the question, but I don't have the answer.
I can appreciate the I don't know. Where I'm trying to get you untangled,
I
right?
do.
I can appreciate the I don't know. Say, Ray.
Hey, I think I might be winding out your time, and I do have other stuff.
I'm gonna
I have
let
my
you go then.
ADHD. Yeah, honey.
But I appreciate
Look, I would love to come back up if you had
Mm-hmm.
an extra person who has more knowledge on hermeticism. Invite me if
Oh, I
that
see.
comes up, please.
I see. I will take that not as an insult and just set you down then, say, Ray.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't.
I don't think it's a matter of knowledge on hermeticism. It's a matter of questioning you on what it is you believe. And so far, my questions are going to reflect what you know of hermeticism and what you say. But I appreciate you. I do. Thank you for answering the God's higher power or anything like that. And you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, then go ahead and request on up. Did I thank you guys already for the 14,000 likes? Because that's amazing. Really appreciate all of you tapping this screen. Also appreciate all of the, what are we up to, 20,000 likes. Also appreciate all of the, thank you guys for the 74 shares. Appreciate all of those interactions. Also read from all of those interactions, all of those things that help us get out to the FYP and their beliefs, and all question their beliefs. Maybe somebody will scroll across this live and wonder why it says God. Question why it says God, why. Maybe they'll be enticed to question their beliefs. Maybe they'll see if what they believe actually holds any merit. Or is it something that they've just clung to their entire lives because someone told them that they should? I have not had any Zoroastrians yet. No Zoroastrians, no Baha'is, really. Not really, kind of, I suppose. Unless you count final boss yesterday that we didn't get to ask about the faith. I keep thinking about segues right as the music changes, and then it's just too late. More of those in, Michael. More of those in, Michael. Welcome in, everybody who's just joining us. Welcome, Delilah's Scissors. Good to see. Welcome in, everybody who's just. Welcome, Delilah's Scissors. Good to see you. Welcome, Ominous. Also, Track Dale. I see a cat in the vat. How about that? Good to see you. Welcome here for a little while. Welcome, James. So, Track Dale. I see a cat in. Also, good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome, Sabrina. Naj. Also, welcome, Shani. Also, Rav. I see Rav in the room. And welcome to anybody who's just joining. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning, see Rav in the just joining. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I see a couple of you in just a moment, and of course, I got a friend coming up too.
Welcome in. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on.
Welcome, Rav. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
How was that for a greeting?
Yeah, heck of a greeting. Somebody reached out to me about like some really deeply problematic beliefs, and they might be joining. So,
Interesting.
Yeah, it will definitely be be religious, but there are some tangential beliefs that are extremely problematic. They're reading a particular book, and I just figured if there's any place that they should be questioning the array of their beliefs, this would be the place that they might do so.
It's a great place to do so.
Yeah.
Let me know if you see him in chat.
Yeah, well, I shared it and whew, um, it'll definitely test the bounds of my patience, I think. But yeah.
Well, in the meantime,
Mhm.
who do we have? It's a ghost. Never mind. Sorry. It was a ghost.
In the meantime, if you have a belief in a god, gods, or higher power, or anything like that, and you can question your beliefs, you should do so. Here, at the
Brad
Batcolyte.
wants to know if you've read the spicy gospel. He's probably asking me, but now I'm asking you.
I don't know what that means. Is that Ezekiel 23?
I have no idea. Which one's spicy?
Is it the gospel with hot sauce on it?
Is there one with hot sauce?
I would presume that would be a spicy guy. That's a spicy meatball. Solomon? I don't know what's happening.
Well, the Song of Solomon, probably.
Your hair is like goats streaming down Mount Gilead. Your lips are like split pomegranates, honey dripping from your tongue. Your teeth, your breasts are like twins of a gazelle.
Wait, twins of a gazelle?
Yeah.
That's not.
Look, I don't have time to make this up. I would imagine that they're bouncing. I think they're bouncing and bounding.
Oh,
That's the imagery.
Bounding.
They're just
Gazelles.
bouncing and bounding. My love for you is lodged between your breasts like a bag of myrrh.
Like a bag of myrrh.
I used to do this as stand-up. I used to do this as a stand-up bit. I would read it in Hebrew, and then I would translate it in the most sultry voice that I could. And then I would end the bit by saying, you ever heard of the New Testament? And then and they'd say, yes. And I go, well, it's the original fan fiction. Kat, I am quoting the Song of Solomon. It's not even making anything up. It's
from the Bible.
Just
from
the Bible. From the good book. This is Bible After Dark.
Oh, she came in on my love for you is like a bag of myrrh between your bosoms.
He said.
Isn't it better when I say it?
Yeah. The key word being bosom there.
I needed more awake music. I think this is awake music.
Feels like a little bluegrass klezmer or something.
It's jaunty.
Yeah. Maybe a little gypsy jazz in there too.
That might be a little bit of what it is.
Or even a little calliope or something.
If I told you what the prompt was, it would ruin my secret.
Sorry, what?
I said if I told you what the prompt was, it would ruin my secret.
It's such a funny, now I'm curious, you know?
Well, that's the point. It's a mundane prompt, I'm sure, but once I say it that way now, everybody wants to know. We're all intrigued, aren't we?
The prompt is actually that Thrayle hires a musician each and every night. And it's live.
Mm-hmm. They learn about a dozen new songs every 2 or 3 days.
Yeah. There's a couple stalwart classics.
Speaking of classics, that's my segue into thanking Godstopper, Cassie of the Sea, and Thrayle for helping with the gift goal. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you all. All classics. Yeah, in the most endearing way. Now somebody's gonna think that's an age jab.
That would be their problem. It is the weird thing about AI that like there are just moments where you're like, oh yeah, I know that. Wait, what is that?
We do miss you, Cat. Glad to see you, that at least in the comments. Hey there, Calf. Can I get your age
Hey,
for
hello.
TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I guess. I've been on here a few times. I'm not here to like make my case. I just want to hear from other people, if there are other people, you know. Yeah, I'd like to be one of the, you know, the panel.
Are you auditioning to be a questioner?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm good to be on the sidelines. If anyone else is out there, you know, I'm down to prompt, but you know,
You're down to prompt. What does that mean?
ask a intriguing question.
You're down to ask intriguing questions.
Yeah, from someone who wants to have their philosophy questioned. I've had mine questioned. It's okay. But yeah, I'm not so interested in that anymore.
You're not interested in having your own philosophy questioned anymore, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's boring. I want to hear from other people.
What if there is something that comes up that's, you know, somebody on the panel wonders about or would like to question? Are you open to that?
Of course. Yeah.
Is it that you're saying that you feel that you've been adequately questioned and that you're looking to ask other questions, or are you saying that you're not open to questioning your own beliefs, but you want to question others?
The former. I'm not closed off. I'm bored by my own philosophy. I agree with myself, but I'm not trying to convince anybody else. I just like to hear from other people.
Can you, I guess maybe I wasn't here. Can you give me a little rundown on what your philosophy or belief is?
Oh, no, because then I'm the subject. I don't care to be. You know,
Raph gets to be the subject all the time. He's been the subject way more.
I'm open to
way more than
probably
he
most people,
intends.
honestly. In fact, I sometimes bring beliefs to be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
It's an exercise. It's an ongoing exercise. It's not for these days alone, my man.
I didn't run the question.
It's a lifestyle, bro.
Yeah, I didn't run question.
It's a lifestyle, bro.
Just one time and never again. I run it often. Not daily, but nearly every other day.
Cat's crashing out. Cracks me up. I'm reading it in Cat's voice. It's so funny. Oh my god. Oh man. Thank you.
She
Kat.
wants to come question you. Kath, remind us of your belief. I mean, obviously we could take I guess.
Spiritual, not religious.
What does that mean?
I hold to no dogma, no creed of religious doctrine, but I appreciate aspects of them all.
What aspects of what all?
Of every world religion, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Baha'i, anyone that I can name, I appreciate how they see the world. It's not like a fundamental, like one or all, but they all have something valuable to add to perspective.
Have you studied all those religions you listed?
I touched on them. I did study world religions in philosophy, but I can't say that I've studied each one, but I've touched on them enough to speak on at least something I've named.
You've touched on them. Does that mean you've seen enough of them to know that they're not for you?
Sure. Yeah. I can't imagine. I've worked with people that were so committed, like committed Christians, committed Muslims. I can never, yeah.
Take a breath. You sound tense. You didn't expect us to question you.
Well, okay. Yeah, it's just going down that road. I've worked with people that were very committed to those roads. I'm not... I appreciate their commitment to them, but I could not. I have not been raised that way. It seems unfamiliar to me to do that. But I respect it. I respect someone who's going through Ramadan and actually, denying themselves, and that takes discipline.
What is it that you respect? Yeah, what is it that the discipline is what you respect?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, as opposed to just being through a commercial drive-through culture. Someone who's committed to something yeah. Yeah, sure.
What does spiritual mean to you?
Spiritual means is a synonym for me for reality.
What does reality mean?
To me, it's a limited, because I'm putting it in words, but it's God's dream. But
Are you saying you're an idealist?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would. Now that you asked, nobody's ever
What is an
asked
idealist?
that.
What's
Sure.
an idealist?
Yeah, I'm an idealist. Yeah.
When I said that, what did that invoke in you? What does that mean to you?
Hope. Like it's, even though our spirits come and go, that it's going to be okay overall. Sure. Yeah.
What's a spirit?
A drop in the ocean of God that takes on a name and a person right now.
A spirit is a drop in the ocean of God that takes on a name and is a person. And all of reality is God's dream.
Yeah.
Spirituality is God's dream, is what he said.
Spirituality is reality, and reality is God's dream.
Yeah.
Don't even say it, Thrayle.
It's
Say it.
it's as layered as it gets. I mean, sounds like a sandwich to me.
I like sandwiches.
No,
What kind of sandwich, though?
Well, in this case, the sandwich is made up of layers of incepted dreams of God.
Well, I think a lot of people have a hard time with that definition. I have no difficulty with the definition of God. To me, God is like easy. That's the
What is
easiest.
God?
That God is I am that I am.
Sandwich. God is everything that exists. Everything that exists is layered. Sandwiches are layered. God is a sandwich.
You sure?
What if I told you that the Hebrew quote for that line, I am that I am, is actually, I will be what I will be?
Well, I would question that, because why would it be in a future tense if it's present tense? I am what I am.
That's great. So here, I'll put it. I'll put the text in the Hebrew in the chat for you, and you can translate it there.
Mine just says que sera, sera.
No way. You're joking, right? That's amazing. That's a good joke. Did you translate it, Cop?
No, I don't claim to be a translator.
No, I'm saying you can just, if you put your finger on it in the chat, it will translate it for you.
It gives you an option to translate it.
Yeah.
You'll see why I made my joke.
Well, I missed out, I guess.
No, I'll put it in the chat again. You got it.
Well,
Don't cost nothing.
what do I have to do? Like hold my finger on?
Yeah, on my text. Yep, exactly. And then it gives you the option to translate it. I will say it assumes that your fingers are the size of pin needles.
I will be who I will be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess that takes on like a forward definition, like I will do something and I will be something.
Yeah.
But I am who I am, I think means stillness. Like I don't have to do anything. I am who I am.
It doesn't imply Popeye to you.
I am what I am.
And that's all I am.
Is that so?
Blow me
Is that
down.
not so bad? That's what you would want?
Yeah, but
That's what I would
regardless of
want.
what we want, are we who we are? Regardless of, like, are we not changing? Are we stagnant?
Well, that depends on who we are.
I don't mean to be so like esoteric or deep, but I don't know that I've ever been, because every moment I'm changing. Like like every breath, every moment, there's cells. I'm in a different position in the universe. Right, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is moving. Like it's
Well,
changes
it's just got me thinking between
pervasive.
I am who I will be. Is that what it was translated?
What's that?
I am who I will be. How was it translated?
I will be who I will be.
I will be who I will be.
Yeah.
Versus I am who I am. I am. Well, one focuses in the present, one focuses towards the future.
I guess what I'm asking is, what is the present?
I am.
Other than the past. What is the present other than the past?
I guess the present is I am. We're here. This is where we are. But I will be who I will be is empowering. It's just kind of a different take on that for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it is different. I think there's a huge theological difference also, especially if you're understanding this as sort of an expression of, God.
I like that, though. I like to be challenged. That's why I requested to talk to you guys.
Be a questioner.
Yeah, it's
I
fun.
thought you wanted to be a questioner. I thought you wanted to be a questioner and not wanted to be questioned.
Yeah, you're right. I'm withhold that. I'm a panel person. Nothing more.
Is it?
That's not what I said.
No, I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah,
No, I
Cat
get it.
is crashing
Panel
out.
people. Me?
Everyone's a panel people once they're up here. I said cat. Cat is crashing out.
Yeah.
You're right, though. But you're not right. And you're wrong at the same time.
Yeah.
I think. Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Great question. No, because I don't have
Why
any.
hold them?
Ooh. Because they give me a level of peace and satisfaction, and like a level of holding anchor in the world.
Anchor, I barely know her.
Yeah, that's my true answer. I've other people, I've spoken to on lives, they're like, you can't even convince me of God. And I'm like, why would I try to? Like, if you can't see this, like, to me, it's so obvious. It's so apparent. And they're like, what do you mean apparent? I mean, it's like obvious to me that there's an intelligence behind our reality.
How is it obvious?
To me, it is. It's like...
How is it obvious?
I am interacting with a higher mind daily, and I can put it into words, and they limit that expression. But daily, I can't believe I wake up to this. It's almost like wild to me.
How is it that you're interacting with a higher mind? That it's obvious.
Okay, so the way I define a higher mind is like not focused on hunger, lust, the lower self, which I do not damn, but it's not focused on that. The higher mind is what can we talk about above our carnal urges,
Huh?
I'm sorry, Thrayle, I have to do it. Send me your higher mind. Oh.
I love that song.
Is hunger lower self? Asks AK.
Yes.
Great question.
Yes.
How is hunger lower self?
Because I lower like physical matter into my physical vessel, and it like gives me enough energy to operate, but it doesn't.
What is energy?
Power, battery life, organic battery life.
So, go ahead, AK.
A basic human function to literally live is a lower self.
Whoa, I can't make that statement for everybody. Just for myself, to help myself like going forward. Yeah, to be a biological organism, I haven't learned to fast and just to receive sunlight and.
But you realize that if you don't eat, you will unalive.
Well, eventually, after 9 days or so, apparently.
No, that's dehydration, sweetheart. There's a difference with you can go longer without food. You can. But the dehydration is you can't go. It's typically more than 7 days without water. But these are basic human needs.
We're going to have water.
So how are they lower functions? Because if you don't have these needs, you cease to exist. So I would say, honestly, it would be a higher self knowing how to eat and eat properly.
I would tend to agree with you.
That's all I wanted to say.
I want to clip the door sound effect.
But I agree. No, yeah, that's my door, by the way.
That's what my door sounds like.
Really quickly, let me break in and thank AK. Also, thank you, Hannah, but for the gift goal. Thank you guys so much. Kev.
Yeah.
If God is what is not God?
To me, that question like is just negates itself. Like everything is God.
I would challenge that.
Me 3.
So if everything is God, how would you explain that to a 5-year-old who's just been essayed?
Well, first of all,
that
a
it's
definition
God.
Of God being like just and being good, or a judge of like virtue or evil is a Western notion.
The question was, how do you explain that to a 5-year-old who has just experienced
it's fucked up.
the most traumatic?
I don't explain that. I just tell them it's fucked up. It's awful.
But you said it's God. So how do you explain to a 5-year-old that this is because of God? And God is just.
God is evil. No, God is all things. God is darkness and absolute evil, and lightness and justice at the same time. That's non-duality in a nutshell. But
Cap, I think what AK, and I'm not, AK, please don't let me speak for you, I apologize, but I think the driving home is like, what value actually does that statement, what you just made, actually have when you're actually being a human being, actually speaking to somebody?
Thank you. Yes.
Like I could steel man what you're saying, and if I were your attorney, I would advise you to say something like, you would ask the question, where is God in this? Or where is, like, that would be the question. I would flip it, but that's not the actual answer to the question. The question is, how do you show up for a child who has just experienced something? And the answer is not God. The answer is to be a human being. God is irrelevant in that situation.
Sure. Well, yeah, I'm on board. Yeah, how could you
Yeah, it sounds like
try
you're
to
on board.
convince someone?
Chugga, choo, choo.
Yeah,
You have? I'm sorry, I have to say, but your door sounds like a haunted mansion.
Yeah. Oh my God, where do you live?
I love it.
It does well for my aesthetic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There is a train coming, and why would I try to convince anyone the suffering of like, oh, you're supposed to be going through this,
Because you said everything is God, and children are extremely inquisitive. Have you ever talked to a 5-year-old?
Yeah.
So, like, children are extremely inquisitive, and as someone who has been around children who have gone through extreme trauma, they ask questions, like trying to figure out why it happened or what happened or if it's good, if it's bad. So trying to explain this to a child, but you're saying it's God. So
I
when
wouldn't.
you go
I
into
wouldn't
the
even
Christian
try to explain
mind,
this to a child.
why would you not? If it happened to a child, you need to talk to the child about the experience and not dismiss it.
I would
You
want.
can't dismiss that.
Well, I'm not a parent.
Are you saying?
Literally, I'm not. I have no children.
Okay.
So I'm not speaking from experience. I would just, my instinct is like, oh God, no.
Well, see, and that's normal. That's a completely, and I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to take that. That's a completely normal response. But when you become a parent, that response changes. And especially when you deconstruct and you figure out that the responses that you were told under the umbrella of religion, you figure out that those responses that were told to you as a child, or that you even told a child, were completely wrong because you bring God into it.
Hey, I'm
dismiss
totally on board with you, by the way.
And you
about,
dismiss the humanistic,
the umbrella of religion.
yeah, and you just and what happens is ultimately that child gets dismissed because, you know, God, you know, God won't give you anything more than you can handle. You know, it's a test from God, and so typically those things get dismissed, and these children never get taken care of, and they never get the help that they need because God's going to take care of it. And
you're right.
Yeah.
I don't feel responsible for them. I know they're disenfranchised. I know they're left. I feel bad for them.
Well, that's good. That means that you're human and you have empathy. That's good.
Yeah, I can't convince anybody. I'm not trying to convince anybody else of anything.
Well, we're not trying to convince you either. We just want you to pause and think. Like, it's just food for thought, you know, like question. We want to encourage people to question. That's one thing. Can you question your beliefs? And so it's okay to question.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not right about anything. No. But you know, neither. I don't. On some level, you feel authoritative, like you've lived long enough, like you have something to say, where you would help, that you could like steer people from the rocks, so to speak.
I would challenge whose rocks.
How do you show up for the person in front of you? That's, I think, the question. And what are the tools in your toolbox to be able to show up for somebody? And are the tools in your toolbox going to are they going to lift the person up? Are they going to walk beside them? Are they going to be listening? Are they going to be helping? Are they going to be forcing? Are they going to be, you know, the question is like, yeah, how do you, like, what tools do you have in order to show up for somebody?
Yeah, great question.
And your answer seemed...
Yeah, I feel ill-equipped.
And to me, and I don't mean this in a rude way, but like your toolbox was dismissive. Like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't have kids. That's not something I want to experience. I don't want to talk about it. And so I would invite you to expand your toolbox a little bit, because you're going to have weird, like uncomfortable conversations sometimes.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm so adamant about personally not having kids, that I want to hear from other people who think it's a good idea to bring kids into this world now. Like, that to me, like, if I can hear a good reason for that, I would be most intrigued.
If you want me to be perfectly honest, in this day and age, I can't come up with one.
Right.
When I had my daughter, so my daughter's almost 22. My son is almost 18. So it was very different when the times were a little bit different. This day and age is extremely scary, but I would say that a lot of people have children because they have a lot of love to give, and they want to give that love. Having children is a beautiful thing. It really is. Having kids is awesome, But honestly, not having kids is awesome too. And I encourage people, don't have kids just because people think it's expected, like you're supposed to get married and have kids. Don't do that. I know lots of people who don't have kids and they thrive and are doing like amazing. They're an amazing couple. And there's nothing wrong with not having kids.
And
I would
also,
take it as.
if
Go ahead.
well, I figure and
I think you're cutting
sorry,
out there,
I got this
Rev.
message. You understand what I'm saying, Thrayle? You know what I'm saying?
Nope, it was all bars.
Like, fuck. I'm saying I'm trying to figure out where the question is, because I'm not sure that I am like necessarily questioning Kaf's beliefs anymore as much as I'm questioning the way that Kaf would respond given a set of circumstances.
I guess I'm moving on to whether it's ethical to like procreate now, like in 2026.
See, it seems, Kaf, that you came up here intending to be a questioner, but there's a lot you still, I think, need to question. And right now, I think I'm ready to move on to a new guest. We've been at this for a little while. So I appreciate you coming up and asking the questions that you did. But maybe another time we'll question this or another of your beliefs. Thank you. And I hope you keep asking questions.
AK, it's so good to see you. I hope you're doing all right.
I'm doing good. It's good to see you guys. I've missed you all. I really have. I'm doing a lot better. Had a lot of health issues the past couple months, but I'm bouncing back really good now.
Glad to hear that.
I appreciate you.
You too.
Red Sticks, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have a belief, and I hope that my explanation of my belief is acceptable for this forum. And when I explain it, if it's not acceptable, that's okay. But my belief is that love between two strangers cannot and never be real. The only real love that exists is between a parent and a child.
Do you have children?
I do.
Have you ever worked in education?
Not in the formal sense of being an actual teacher, like that is employed by the state, but I have worked in educational purposes, yes.
Okay. Do you have nieces and nephews?
Yes, I do.
And you don't feel the love of a parent towards your nieces or nephews?
Not the way I feel towards my own child. No, certainly not. No, I don't. I mean, not that I don't care about them, but they're where they fall in the line of my life is so much lower.
Respectfully, that's a you problem then.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
I mean that respectfully. And I can tell you from personal experience as somebody who has raised my brother's 3 children, and I love them like they are my own children.
Well,
I treat them like they're brothers and sisters. And as somebody who also worked in education, I can tell you. So, do you remember a couple years ago there was a trend going around where they were asking mothers if they would unalive for their children? Did you ever see that trend?
I am unfamiliar with this trend, ma'am.
So there was a trend where they were going around and asking mothers, would you unalive somebody, if they were harming your child or hurting your child or you know, if something like that was going on.
Okay.
And it was surprising how many women said that they would not harm somebody if they were harming their child or unalive them.
You're right.
But then there's women who are like me, where it doesn't even have to be my kid, and I will put my life on the line for that child. Because all children are innocent. They deserve love of every form. They deserve the love of a parent, even if you aren't their parent.
Right. I
Can
don't disagree with the protection of innocent children in any way.
I think we jumped ahead a little bit. I think, like, what is love? Like, what is it that you're describing that doesn't comport outside of a parental relationship? Like, what is love for you? What is love?
Right.
Baby, you
thank you for
hurt
asking
me.
that question. Because what she was saying, I don't disagree with protecting innocent children and or showing them a type of love. What I mean by what I said is that the idea of a love that is absolutely unconditional cannot be formed completely between two strangers that are of adult age. The only way that love forms is between a parent and a child. And that isn't to say that...
That's what you said at the beginning. That's what you said at the beginning.
Why is this relevant to the live at all?
I would argue if his thinking is that way, then the love of a father would be the same thing, because you didn't carry that child. So it would only be the love of a mother and a child, a maternal bond.
That child isn't a stranger to a father, though.
How do you know?
Because it carries the father's DNA.
Yeah, but the father doesn't know the child personally. The father isn't.
What are you talking about?
Isn't growing
it has
this
the
child.
same DNA.
It doesn't matter if it has the same. How many fathers have the same DNA that aren't present there, dear?
Sorry, AK. He's baiting a debate, and I'm not interested in baiting a debate on a panel where...
I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. Not your fault. He was goading you, and I'd rather not.
I agree.
The music says we're more sophisticated. At least for the moment.
I am very much on this sort of Israelite understanding of love right now, and I think it actually is really helpful, and that's why I was trying to really understand what he was saying when he means love. Like,
right. It would have been interesting to hear where the conversation went, but as soon as AK was responding and he starts shouting over her, I'm not interested. He's not able to handle himself. So when he can behave like an adult, be respectful, and question his beliefs, and actually let someone finish their questions, then maybe he can request back up.
I love how you have music always playing in the background. It is so peaceful. Did anybody have a lovely dinner?
I did. I did have a lovely dinner.
What did you have?
Breakfast.
Ooh, breakfast for dinner is the best.
Especially when it's French toast sticks in the air fryer.
Ooh. I love a good chicken fried steak with eggs and hash browns.
You mean breaded Salisbury steak?
Ooh, and some pancakes. Gosh, man, now I'm gonna want to order DoorDash. Stop it.
you observing Ramadan, Thrayle?
What?
Yeah, because you just had breakfast.
Oh, I see.
Come on now, try and keep up.
Nope.
Said no.
The only fasting I ever do is when I've forgotten to eat. Or, that sleeping thing that happens every so often.
Or medical procedures, maybe. I hate that. So much pressure. I feel like I'll ruin everything.
I've spoken to Corey before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I question everything.
This isn't how you behaved last time. Are you gonna do this now?
Just wanna match your energy this time.
So you're going to be immature.
What?
Come on, dude.
I don't wanna display too much energy or I'll get kicked.
What is energy?
Well, displaying energy like that is gonna get you kicked. Act normal, dude. Come on.
I am not allowed to act normal. It's...
You know that he's eating raw pork loin on his page?
What?
Yeah, he is literally eating raw pork on his page.
Like, I eat pork, and that's disgusting. That's
I
gross.
do enjoy good pork loin.
A good pork loin, but
Yeah,
you gotta cook it right.
To 160 degrees internal.
Yes.
He's eating the pork of the people who live there.
Oh my God. His gut biome must be extremely impressive then.
He said the best pork is raw. Literally, you just go to... You gotta cook it to 160 PK. Yeah, Everlasting, go to his page right now and look at what he's doing. He's eating nothing but raw meat. He's eating raw chicken, raw salmon, raw beef, raw pork. Unbelievable. Dude, you're gonna harm yourself.
He has too much energy.
What is going on in the world?
I don't know anymore. That's why I'm absent so much.
Everlasting, can you eat raw pork? Oh my God, what is going on?
He's been doing it for years, apparently. Thousands of pounds.
Oh my God.
He's proof, he says, there is a God. How does eating raw meat have anything to do with a God?
I think it proves he doesn't know what grammar is or what a comma splice is.
Fascinating.
I'm curious. He says did he say he's proof that there's a God? Because you have an impressive gut biome? That doesn't mean that there's a... Sorry, I'm sorry. I'd be really interested to see him do a cleanse and a deworming.
He probably looks like one of those bears running around.
Oh, sweet mother of God.
AK knows what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
They look like one of those. They look like one of those. You know, the poppers where you pull the string on New Year's,
Yeah.
and the streamers come out. Except they're all white streamers, and the streamers are tapeworms.
I've actually seen that in Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially after like their salmon feast.
Yes. Yep. Because I don't know if you know this, but salmon actually have worms also.
Oh, totally, absolutely.
Yeah. So do halibut.
Especially the old ones that are, going upstream too.
Okay.
Sorry. Yep.
We have a guest joining us. Apotheosis, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 22.
Did you mean, I'm sorry, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, man, the Orthodox Christian God.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah.
Do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
Yeah.
So you believe in a 6-day creation?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's just the authority that I have chosen to take, you know?
No, I don't know. What does that mean?
Well, what type of creation model do you believe in?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to questioning your belief.
Well, I'm going to answer with an analogy. That's why I'm asking you.
So attempt your analogy.
Well, that's why I asked you, like, what type of creation model do you accept?
Doesn't make a difference.
All right. Let me just say, like how there are some people who use, for example, a materialist worldview, right? They will probably accept what...
Why do you have to explain... I'm sorry, why do you have to go to other models to explain your own? Do you need to attack another model in order to explain what it is you believe?
I'm not attacking it. I mean, I didn't even get to the point yet.
Well, I'm just curious why you're bringing up another model.
Because I was going to show you why I adopt it as to why I do not.
I'm not asking why you do not adopt another model. I'm asking why you adopt the 6-day creation.
Well, exactly. It's just the authority that I have chosen to take by.
What does that mean?
It means that I have chosen to accept the authority of what the church, and particularly, teaches.
And why?
Why? Because I feel like this faith that I believe in, it is metaphysically coherent.
What does the word metaphysical mean? And how does that make it? What makes it coherent?
Metaphysics is how we explain things of the world that cannot be seen. For example, your spirit, the universe, stuff like that.
And what about that is coherent for you?
As in, what's in my worldview?
No, I guess maybe I don't. I honestly, it to me, what you're saying doesn't paint a picture for me. It doesn't help me understand who you are or what you believe in any way. So I guess I haven't learned anything about your belief yet, and I don't know what you believe.
Well, I feel like that the Orthodox Christian worldview is able to explain things that you normally wouldn't if you take a materialistic worldview. For example, think like we are able to account for things like logic, and we are able to ground it as well. And universals.
So what is the Orthodox Christian worldview? Like, is that okay? I guess what I'm saying is are you saying that you don't actually have beliefs and that you have just adopted what other people sort of have built?
Like, are you saying that I had to come up with everything through my own, purely own, without using any books, any sources, anything like that?
No, what I'm saying is we're asking you, what do you believe? And you're saying, I don't believe. I have adopted the Orthodox Christian worldview.
Well, I didn't say I didn't believe.
Well, I'm going to ask I guess I'm just going to ask the question again. What do you believe?
Well, again, the Orthodox Christian worldview. That's what I believe in.
Okay, and yeah, okay. So what is the Orthodox Christian worldview that you believe in?
When you say that, what are you trying to make me explain? Like, you have to be specific, especially since you're not understanding anything that I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Truly, I know nothing about the Orthodox Christian worldview. I know nothing about the belief structure. I literally have no basis whatsoever. I don't know anything. What do you believe?
All right. Well, to put it into a way that I would explain it to somebody coming new to the faith, I would be like, amongst all other Christian denominations, right? This is the one that can be proved that it comes from Christ, not just based on my own sources, but also secular sources. And not just that, but we would say that. What?
You said it comes from Christ. This is the one that can be
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, the character, the person of the Bible, the historical person.
Okay, so what I've heard you say is that for somebody who's coming to Orthodox Christianity, that this is the one that has the proof. Why do you believe that there is proof of, like, I still, like, truly, with absolute sincerity, I know nothing about Orthodox Christianity. Zero. I know nothing about it, and I'm genuinely curious about, like, what you believe. Like, I don't know what I would call you, Apo.
Yeah, you can call me that.
Okay. I am literally trying to understand what you believe, so that I can ask you questions about what you believe and genuinely try to understand. I am trying to understand what you believe, and it feels like there's sort of this, I don't know, like, have you ever eaten an almond before, like from the tree? There's this really hard shell that you literally have to use a rock to crack it open, and you have to hit it in the right perfect way, otherwise it crushes the almond inside, and then it's inedible. And I don't want to, like, crush the shell. I want to understand what's going on underneath. Like, I feel like I'm having a hard time cracking this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be pretty hard to be able to explain everything to you. Obviously, our theology is very deep. But also, I would like to answer a question that the other person here said in the chat. He said,
Don't worry about the chat.
No. But she's right here, like, with us.
Oh.
You're answering AK. You're saying what kind of orthodoxy it is.
Yeah, she said Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox are different, even though they're not. They're part of the same they're part of the same faith. They're just different jurisdictions. That already lets me know that
there are different. There actually there are differences between them. So I'm asking you, which version of Orthodoxy are you?
Because it's not a different version.
There are differences.
Yeah, there are differences, not a different version.
There are different
versions. I don't even know what orthodoxy is.
There are different versions.
You're wording that question wrong. It is incorrect.
Because I can tell you that Mennonite and Russian Orthodoxy, they actually have some different beliefs and different things that they practice. We have a lot of them here in Alaska.
He's just trying to argue with questions. He's not interested in questioning his beliefs, clearly.
That's not true.
I'm just trying to figure out which version of Orthodoxy are you?
Well, Eastern Orthodox, which is composed of the Russian Orthodox Church and the Greek Orthodox Church. That's what you're not understanding.
No, I understand. I was specifically asking, which version are you? You couldn't answer, so now you finally answered Eastern Orthodox. Okay, that lets me know you're Eastern Orthodox. Okay? Calm down, Turbo. Calm down.
Apotheosis, you said you've read the Bible. Have you read it from beginning to end?
You've already asked me that. I said yes.
And you believe the 6-day creation?
Yeah, and then you
That's
asked
where
me
we were.
why.
Oh, and that's where we kind of got. This is the last time I asked you a question, right?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get back there for a moment to clarify what it is you're saying you believe, since you have this literal view of a 6-day creation. Do you also believe Adam and Eve are the first two humans in
Yeah, I
the
do.
garden? Why do you believe that? Is it still going to be the same answer, the authority?
Well, yeah, it's going to be that the church is the authority that I have adopted.
So no matter what I ask you, if I ask you another specific question about something within the Bible, then it's going to be because it's within the church. And the church gives the authority, and that'll be why you believe.
Well, it will depend on what type of question you were to ask me, right? So if you were to question me about the cosmology, right, stuff like that, or about things that cannot be empirically proven, like for example Adam and Eve, then yeah, on those matters I will absolutely say I submit to the teachings of the church. That's what I would say. But if you ask me other questions, right, like when it comes to metaphysics, epistemology, then I will answer it accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think everything in the Bible is true? Literally? Like literally?
Like what do you mean true? Like,
is everything that happened in the Bible literally true, historically true, everything that happened?
well, we do believe that there's things that aren't literal, as in that it might have happened, but I do believe that everything that the church explains accordingly is the truth.
Do you think that everything in the Bible that has happened is good?
Well, the Bible explains the history of mankind. That is how it explains itself. There are bad things that happen.
So if God orders bad things to happen, is that good?
And that is a question about ethics. So now
I'm asking you, if God orders bad things to happen, is that good?
Yeah, you're asking me a philosophical question. I must answer so.
I can give you an exact verse and ask you if you think it's good.
You're asking me a philosophical question. Let me answer it accordingly. Are you going to let me?
Finish, sir.
So you
It's
said
a yes
if
or
God,
no question. Is it good or not? It's yes or no.
You said if God orders something, is it good or not? Right?
Yeah, and that's a yes or no question.
In my worldview, God is the ultimate standard for good.
I still don't even know what orthodoxy is.
Because you guys can't comprehend philosophical answers.
Oh my goodness, you haven't given a philosophical answer and now he's being condescending. I'm not
Condescending? Wait a minute. Wait.
Will you philosophically
let me ask you a question.
To me then?
Do this.
Sorry, Thrayle, please go.
Is philosophy going to help me understand what orthodoxy is? Because what I've heard you say multiple times at this point is that you believe what orthodoxy believes. And I want, if that's what you believe, I want to understand what orthodoxy is. Because I don't know what that is.
Well, what do you mean? It is the faith that is proclaimed in the scriptures. It is the faith surrounding Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so give me maybe this is the question. Maybe give me a few of the beliefs that you feel are core to who you are and that like really sort of define your belief structure.
What? I believe that Jesus is God. I believe that there is a God. I believe that he is a Trinity. I believe that,
Okay, let's pause. That's great. Thank you. That's actually really helpful. When you say Jesus is God, what does that mean? What does that mean for you?
What does that mean for me? It means that he is one in essence with the unoriginate creator.
Okay, so you believe in a creator God, and you also believe in a God that is the same in essence as a creator God.
Well, they're all the same in essence.
Okay, So you have a creator God and a human being God that are the same in essence.
Well, it is incorrect to call Jesus a human being God, because as the scriptures foretell, he was with God before time itself. So he isn't just a human, he is a divine person. And when I say person, I don't mean person in the way that you are a person or that I am a person. I mean as in concrete individual.
So Jesus is not a human being.
He took the form of a human being. He became truly a human being. But just to call him a human being and that is all that he is would be incorrect to say.
So he's a human being God.
He is a divine person.
Why was he with a naked boy in the garden in Mark 14?
What's the difference between a human being God and a divine person?
A human being God, that would signify that there was a human that was born, right? He didn't exist before his birth,
So a
and then he
demigod?
became God. That's what
So
I would
he's a
say.
demigod.
Whereas a divine person, it is somebody who always existed, who was always divine.
So there's a person that existed at the beginning of time that became a human being God. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, to put it in a more technical word or words, I would say a concrete individual.
What does that mean, a concrete individual?
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, as in, it's not in person, as in you are a person or I am a person, but as in a concrete individual, a thing within reality.
Sorry, just I truly I hope you understand that I'm coming at this with true, like, just I don't know anything. You're saying that that a human being is your God that existed at the beginning of time.
Well, it just seems like you're just strawmanning what I just said. Like,
then correct me. I'm trying to steel man what you're saying. I'm trying to understand, and to me it feels confusing. That's all. I'm just repeating back the words that I'm hearing, and that's it. Like,
do you know what the word hypostasis means?
Nope. Sorry.
Yeah, so this is a Greek word. The closest that we can get to it is
Did you hear
person.
that little chortle?
That's why when
right when you said nope.
And
that was what? What did you say, Thrayle? Sorry.
No,
that the word hypostasis, right? It is a Greek word. It cannot be directly translated into the English language. The closest that we can get to it is the word person. That's why I'm being very technical with the way that I say the word person or define the word person. That's why I say concrete individual.
Yeah, I can understand, like, a cat being a person also. Like, I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so whenever I say that this person always existed, right, was before time, I don't mean...
Sorry, I'm sorry. What is the word? What does the prefix hypo mean?
Hypo?
Yeah, hypo.
Well, I'm not familiar with the prefixes of the word in Greek. I'm just telling you what the word itself means.
Okay, Thrayle, do you know what the prefix hypo means?
Hypo.
I just don't have a computer in front of me. I'm
Typically
sorry.
when you're talking about hypo and hyper, like with hypoglycemia, it's like
hypothermia.
Yeah, hypo, it's a decrease when hyper is an increase. Yes.
Well, yeah, so that's why I specifically said it's a Greek word. It's not an English word.
I understand. Well, I'm trying to understand the etymology of the word that you're using. That's all I'm trying to understand. So hypo means a decrease, and then stasis, I assume, is like static or like the state of it, a decrease in its status.
According to this word, that would not apply because, again, it is a Greek word. The etymology, like you're trying to apply English etymology to a Greek word. That is not going to work.
All I'm doing is breaking up the prefix and the suffix and combining.
Well, yeah, I'm telling you, it's a Greek word. How are you going to do that to a word that isn't from that language? That's like me saying hola and then you.
But that's what I'm asking. Like, that's why I'm asking you for help. Like, you know what I mean? You're the one who's presenting this term, and I'm asking you what it means.
Well, yeah, but you're asking me irrelevant questions when I'm giving you the definition of the word.
I'm sorry, asking you how to parse out the word that's in Greek, a language that I don't speak, is somehow.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know.
but the error that you're already making is trying to use English etymology, right? Trying to use English etymology for a Greek word.
But it's a Greek word that you don't even know about and you can't explain, so how can you fully understand it?
I just gave you the Oh my
April, I'm
gosh.
asking you for help, that's all.
Why is he getting so emotionally invested in this? I'm not sure I understand how this. Oh.
I
guess
don't know
he
what.
ran.
I don't know what I did.
Well, Jeff said I was being mean and I was attacking him and that I needed to be more sensitive and treat him sensitively, is what Jeff told me in the chat.
Okay. Well.
I mean, I think we're here to question like what it means and what the beliefs mean. I don't know that we like need like. Look, I think that the goal is to question the beliefs and to try and genuinely try and understand the beliefs, not like, I'm not here to pigeonhole anybody is what I'm saying. I want to understand. I truly do not know anything about Orthodox Christianity. And I don't know, every time I am on a conversation with this, it becomes very quickly obfuscated and very confusing, and I don't understand it. Christianity very quickly. I
agree.
Yeah, I don't have an agenda.
Well,
my agenda is to expose people to Jewish people. That's my agenda.
Well, what got me is he's talking about Greek words, but he can't even he couldn't even explain what the prefix or the suffix was with it. And so if you can't...
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's my fault. What was the word he was trying to get at? It was
hypostasis.
Hypostasis. Usually it's like hypostatic union is how I've heard it used before. But I don't know what that means. And if hypo is lower and static is like the state of something or
a lower state. Does this go back to the previous guest that said that eating was a lower state of being?
Maybe.
That makes me, it almost makes me want to ask them if they're breatharians then. And I don't know if you've ever heard of breatharians, but yeah, it's almost like
maybe
breatharians. Yeah, it's almost like that belief. Then it almost made me want to be like, so basically you're a breatharian at that point. If you think it's
underlying.
Yeah, it's almost at that.
It says the underlying reality of a substance.
At that point.
It says
the underlying reality. Where does it lie under?
That seems like an open-faced sandwich, Thrayle. Cat is
Jeff, you have a lot to say. Come on up. I'll even talk in this voice if you need me to be more sensitive. I'll talk like this. I'll be understanding. I want you to explain it to me. Will that help? Or I could use my customer service voice. Hey, Jeff, why don't you come on up here? Let's talk about it, buddy. I'm not even going to get upset with you at all. Come on. Let's be friends.
That's your customer service voice.
Or hello, this is Tara. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry that was such an inconvenience for you. How may I help and serve you? How may I make your day better? I'm so sorry for the inconvenience.
What happened? What did I miss?
Just customer service examples, apparently.
I just needed to know what voice he needed me to talk in so I can approach it sensitively.
Hello, Jeff.
What's up?
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33, yo.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I'm Jewish.
And do you believe the stories of your scriptures to be true and literal?
No. Not true and literal. I'm not willing to say for sure, like, that never happened, because I just don't know. But I also am, like, the first one to say, like, no, like, if I, like, really am honest, like, I don't think the sea parted, you know? But I also don't think it matters whether it parted or not, because we live as if it did.
Does it matter if Moses existed?
No, because, like, for all intents and purposes, like, he does now, you know? Like, the man has such deep lore that even if he's not a real extant individual, like, he exists in the hearts and minds of the Jewish people.
So, to you, it doesn't matter if they existed or not, because now they are folklorish heroes that will never fade.
Yeah, I guess. I think, like, for over 2,000 years, like, people have been talking about Moses and, like, discussing Moses and attributing things to Moses and, like, following, you know, the tradition of Moses. When Jews get married, they say, like, when they exchange rings, like, I consecrate you to me according to the laws of Moses, you know?
Sorry, haven't these always been under the assumption that these stories were true? And is it possible that we could find now that they are not?
I actually think that that's a really interesting question. I appreciate you asking it. I think that, like, the assumption is, especially when we think about, like, Orthodox Jews who really, like, believe that the Torah is the word of God, that, like, the assumption is that, like, yes, like, the belief has always been that all these things are true. But I think if we really study rabbinic text and, like, consider Mishnah, Talmud, Midrash, that, like, they give so many different options for, like, what was happening when something in the Torah was happening, that, like, they can't believe that it all happened. And so I think that, like, yes, there probably is an underlying assumption that there is some element of truth, but I don't think that, like, truly, like, canonically in Judaism, there's, like, a sense that just, like, and it happened just like this, because we've always been discussing, well, maybe it was like this, though. There's this concept of a davar acher, another thing. And they all the time are just like, oh, another thing. Maybe it was like this. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, the story of, like, Moses and the Israelites cross the Red Sea and they get to the other side on dry land. The sea smashes back together and they start singing. They sing the Song of the Sea. Are you familiar with that? I'm sure Rob has talked about it.
He has not, but I am familiar with it.
Okay, great. I just assumed that he's covered the whole Torah in this life, which may not be fair. But no, I think so. Like, there's also a tradition that says that actually they got to the other side of the sea and Moses was just like, guys, how great is this? And he was singing the whole thing at them. And then when it was Miriam's part, she was singing at them. And nobody else was really singing along. They were all just kind of like, all right, cool, good song, good ballad. And so to me, it's like the fact that that tradition also exists is just like, yeah, people believe that happened for sure. But I don't think anyone's like 100% like, it was just like this.
Mm-hmm. My question is, if these things were disproven entirely, if there was no mass exodus, if there was no Moses.
Yeah, I mean, look, like, sorry, yeah, go ahead. What
would that do
rub
to your belief in Torah?
You know, I think that I guess it wouldn't change, really. Like, because I already don't approach the Torah as like a literal history. Other parts of the Tanakh, for sure, I do believe are historical in nature. But like, the Torah itself, the Tanakh being the Torah, then the prophets, then the other writings, that like in the prophets and in the writings, like there is like some verifiable historical like occurrence and names that match on to other parts of the record. So like we get, and things that appear in other cultural scriptures, or not necessarily even scriptures, but just like the record. But the Torah never approaches history. So I think if it was just like none of that happened, I'd be like, okay, like, well, so then at what point did we like coalesce as a group and just decide like we have a shared lore, folklore, and that is like going to be good enough for us to like create a system of values and beliefs and move forward. And so I think I would still be the same kind of Jew that I am. I identify as a Reformed Jew, but really I just am like a Jew. You know, I identify as a Jew in the sense of like the peoplehood of it all.
Can I ask, what is a Reformed Jew?
Absolutely.
Like, legitimately, I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, happy to share. Reform Judaism is a movement that really started, like, the roots come from the Enlightenment, and it started, like, in the late 18th century in, like, Germany and France. And then by the 1820s was, like, really, like, becoming an American phenomenon. And it is a Judaism that it's interesting because there are like also like American Reform Judaism is different from British Reform Judaism, even though we're still in the same like world union of progressive Jews, progressive not politically, but
is it similar
in
to
terms
Messianic
of spiritual.
Judaism? Is it?
No, it is not. So
okay, it's different. Okay.
So we believe in like the Torah is the Torah, like rabbinic text is canonical, like we have all that. The difference is that like Reform Jews don't believe that we are bound to follow all of the commandments by God, in that like we recognize that the way that people follow the commandments from the Torah today, none of that is literal to how it exists in the Torah. There's been thousands of years of discussion and debate that has formed different practices. And so therefore we don't see how those practices could actually be like required of us by God. And also we really believe in like living rationally in the world and like being a part of the Jewish world and the secular world, and being able to kind of sit in both of those things. Also, Rob, like feel free to chime in if you have anything that you're like, I think I should add this because I know that you're well versed in Reform Judaism and the history, but also, Reform Judaism was the first movement to really innovate by being egalitarian.
I have to ask, Jeff.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Yeah, of course.
Stop for a moment. Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Stop.
Are you? Yeah, it'd be much better if you didn't do that. Are you on a horseback right now?
I'm walking my dog and smoking a joint.
I didn't need the second part of that.
Oh, sorry. I live in Washington. It's legal.
It just sounds like there's a horse in the background.
That could be my dog.
What do you think the relationship between science and Judaism is?
I think that there is no contradiction between science and Judaism. Like, I believe that science can absolutely be the explanatory function for what's really going on in our world, and that can all have been initiated by God at some point. But I think that science is crucially important in the developments that we learn about our universe, and both from the micro, like thinking about medicine and disease, to the macro about space. Like when we discover something to be true, or at least true to the best of our ability to determine, then like that's what we should accept. But like I don't believe that any of that contradicts religion, not just Judaism.
Okay, I need to jump in again.
Sorry.
What'd you say?
I need to jump in again. I need to jump in again. Stop for a moment. Stop doing that. I swear he's doing it on purpose. Heather's Descent, Philly Red, Danny Grax, Dash, Big D, Capital B, also Martha Steele, and Yurza. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you for helping with the goal. Okay. Jeff, does it matter to you if any of the God claims of your scriptures are true? Oh, you'll have to unmute. I had muted you so I could thank everybody for helping with the gift goal.
Jeffrey.
Sorry, I had to figure out how to do that. I got it. Sorry, that's why you didn't hear me, because when you were asking a question, I was like trying to say, like, by the way, I think it's awesome that you call out the people that like contribute. I think it's very nice, and like I appreciate your appreciation of those people.
Well, I appreciate you appreciating my appreciation.
Well, I appreciate that, but let's stop the cycle.
Back to the question, though.
Yeah,
does it matter to you if any of that is true about the God, you know?
I think for me, the answer is no. I think that I I believe what I believe, and I don't expect what I believe to be true, I guess, because that's like the nature of belief. And like, I don't know that it changes anything about the experience of like Jewish peoplehood over the last 2,000 years. And so for me, it's like, you know, again, it kind of comes down to and I know it's not a clear statement, but it comes down to like, even if it's not real, it's real.
Is it more about identity than belief?
I don't think it's more about identity than the belief. I think that belief certainly is a core part of that identity, at least historically and for most Jews. But I think that like, I know this isn't what you asked, but I think that you absolutely can be a Jew and have a strong Jewish identity if you don't believe any of it.
Yeah, so what is the belief then, Jeff?
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I had a quick question. I've never heard of a Reformed Jew. I promise you, I'm not trying to be an a-hole at all.
No, you're fine.
So, are you of actual Jewish descent?
Yes. Yeah, I'm a Kohen, meaning that like I can theoretically trace on my father's side, like all the way back to the priests.
Okay. I legitimately have never heard of it, and so this is very interesting.
That's so fine. And it's also a great question because like a lot of Reformed Jews, like we are a movement that many people feel most comfortable converting to Judaism through, because we also have like a sort of a radical, I think audacious hospitality used to be the buzzword we used. And now maybe it's like radical inclusivity. So you will meet a lot of Reformed Jews who didn't maybe grow up Jewish, but as far as we're concerned, they're no less Jewish, you know?
Oh, so you guys are open to, okay. Sorry, Rav, I totally interrupted you. Please, that was my bad. I'm so sorry, my love.
That's a great foundational question.
I'm just noticing a lot of sort of like skepticism. I feel like Jeff is doing a pretty decent job of questioning himself, and you know, I just wanna, I mean, you know, maybe I'm a little biased, you know, but
we do know each other.
I think you might be a little biased, Rav. He's doing all right, though.
So to answer your...
for me? Oh, no, I wasn't trying to be skeptic. I literally have never heard of it.
No, it's fine. And the other thing that I was going to say before when I was on the horse was that we were like the first movement in Judaism to really like make statements about women's inclusion as equal to men in like the practice and eventually in the officiation of the religion. And so like we have women rabbis and not just male rabbis in our movement, and cantors, which is the like sort of musical side of the clergy, which I can't really explain why that exists.
Is it similar to like a Sephardic Jew, like kind of like what Rabbi Hana is, or is it different?
So that's more of an ethnic distinction. So like in the synagogue where I am connected, like we have a lot of Jews who are Ashkenazi and a lot who are Sephardi.
Okay. And Rab, the reason why I'm asking, I don't know if you remember, my sister is a self-proclaimed Messianic Jew.
Oh, yeah, I do remember now.
Yeah, and so I don't know a whole lot about it, and so that's why I was asking.
So they're not Jews for us either.
That's a very different thing.
Yeah, and so that's why I was asking, is because I don't know much about Judaism. I'll be 100% honest. And so with my sister being a Messianic Jew, I was just trying to, because I'd never heard of Reformed Jew, so I was not trying to be skeptical. I was just trying to figure out, like, where that was in that.
My sister is...
I intentionally don't say what sect of Judaism that I belong to, but I am also a Reformed Jew. So, like... Yeah, and like I'll say, like the reason I don't say that often, and I'm saying it now just to basically sort of give you a little bit of a purview into sort of how this is. But the reason I don't say it is because I want to be able to hold multiple. Not that, whatever. I'm saying I would like to be able to.
I totally get you. Understandable. No, totally understandable. It was just because I was I'd never heard of it, and I have so much confusion with the whole Messianic Jew part of it.
Yeah.
Just delete the Jew piece, yeah, and
your
just call it.
sister's part is the kind I would definitely want to have on the panel and question a lot.
Yeah.
I have a lot of questions for what she means by that and why she would use that.
I think that oftentimes the idea of Messianic Jew comes from this desire for more authenticity, when in reality it ends up being these anachronistic practices that
almost like the one we had the other day that was a Judeo-Christian.
Oh, that was hilarious. The Seventh-day Adventist.
It's not even a thing.
And I feel terrible.
Seventh-day Adventist is.
I feel terrible because, like, and I don't mean any offense by this, but I feel like it's almost like a white cultural appropriation of Judaism.
Exactly what it is.
Because they feel like they want to be a part of something they can't be. And so, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, it's just something I was trying to figure out. And I find that fascinating.
You don't have to feel bad at all about thinking that.
Yeah, and I find that fascinating, though, but as like a Reformed Jew, you guys can bring in people to your congregation, but that would be separate than the Messianic Jew thing. So I was just trying to figure that out. I appreciate you.
Still know Jesus. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, Jeff,
yes.
Do you think that Adonai exists in any way?
I do. I believe.
In what way?
So I believe, and my belief has really shifted over time, but I think I believe that there is just some kind of like universal connective energy with consciousness of some sort, you know?
What is it?
But I have, so I'll tell you what it means, like, but by not telling you what it means, because like, that might be the best I can do. But like,
consciousness?
And all of them essentially amount to the idea that we can't truly know all of God, and that God is beyond any human understanding. And so for me, that makes perfect sense. That like, when people say like, oh, is God he or she or they or whatever, I'm just kind of like, I'm happy to do whatever makes people comfortable. And I believe that God is so beyond human whatever that to add a gender construct to that being is absurd.
Right. So adding gender seems absurd to something you don't know. Right. I don't know what
something you don't know, and it's something that is so beyond humanity that doesn't take human form. Like, how could you add? You know,
why would you add anything else to it? Why would you add energy, consciousness? Adonai. Why would you add anything to it? Any attributes or character?
That's fair. I guess as an effort to try and describe what is unknowable and try and put it into terms that maybe I can understand. And even though I guess like realistically, like I can't explain energy other than like Newton's laws.
But what are you putting into terms you can understand? What is it?
The force in our universe that like theoretically communicates with us in some way, you know. Please, yeah.
What the fuck is force?
Nice, love it, love that.
Yeah, what the fuck is force is a fantastic question. In a sense of physics, I don't know how to explain that, but I guess what I mean is like something that propels stuff forwards.
Something that propels stuff forwards. Only forward.
How eloquent, I know. But like, given our understanding or our ability to perceive time as linear, right? Like, I think that I also believe that, and which is also another like kind of, I don't want to say core Jewish belief, but like it's in there, that like time truly is like cyclical and happening all at once, and like that God experiences everything at the same time, and we are just like living as much as we can in whatever, you know, dimension we can experience that.
Thrayle, do you
like
me?
What'd you say?
Can I have a sidebar for a second? Thrayle, can I ask? Yeah, I guess like what I'm hearing is a host of metaphors and a sort of a
as is the Jewish way.
Yeah, totally. That's what I guess what I'm trying to say is that the bridge to me is that language is limited and an ability to express oneself is limited, and that
so far I have the universe is cyclical.
Is that accurate or not accurate?
And
me or Thrayle?
Thrayle. Is the universe cyclical or not cyclical?
I think so. I guess cyclical is
go ahead, Jeff.
A misnomer.
Is that what you
perhaps? Believe? I think that I maybe misspoke. I did say the word cyclical, but I don't think I meant cyclical. I think what I mean is like, and Rob, I've heard you describe it this way, maybe not on the live, but in real life, that the time is a spiral. Mm. And so like there's going to always be overlap, and we're going to like go through seasons, both in the physical like weather sense and also in the like metaphysical or like the personal spiritual like seasons of our life type metaphor stuff, you know. So that like perhaps two things or two incidences are never the same, but like, you know, things happen as they happen in the way that they have happened before and will happen again.
So you're saying that things have happened and will happen again, and there's a cycle of cyclical cycling, and that this is all propelled by a force, and the force is this that you call God.
Yes. And if you ask me to like give examples of that cycle, like I don't know if I really could. Maybe I could. I mean, there certainly are ones in Jewish tradition that like are somewhat compelling.
What reason do you have to believe that this structure or this force exists in the way you propose them to?
Well, I think that's I don't know that I have a reason actually, which is like dumb to say, other than to say that like I feel that the foundation of my life, meaning that like I really do live as a Jew and like think as a Jew and worship as a Jew frequently and like study Jewish text as a Jew.
Brings
like,
me back to the question prior about about belief or identity.
Meaning that like I think that the way that I practice all those things is in harmony with that belief system.
I don't know if you could hear me there.
I did. I was just finishing answering trying to get through my thought. So I don't think I think identity is absolutely like 50, if not even 60%. But for me, the belief and the identity are like interwoven. And the performance of that identity.
Well, let me tell you what it sounds like. Oh, goodness.
Go for it.
Clicking of the lighter in the microphone's not good.
That's so wild. It's just AirPods. Yeah, I got you. It's just a cigarette.
I don't think that Thrayle is a problem with the substance. It's just TikTok standards. When you say
no, I know. I'm just I know. I get it.
I'm so sorry. I have to drop. My cat just threw up all over my floor.
Oh, no.
Appreciate you.
Good luck.
It was good to see you guys. I'm so sorry, but thank you. Bye.
A little sawdust, a little newspaper. Yep. Mm.
Take care, AK.
All right, Thrayle, lay it on me. What does it sound like?
Well, it sounds like the belief is the performative part. The identity is the part that matters.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, look, I guess I'll continue to think about that because I've never really parsed it out in that way. So I guess that's why you come up on a live about questioning your beliefs.
What do you mean? What do you mean performative?
And I don't mean that to be diminishing of the belief, but like when really peeled back, what is it that you believe is there that is God?
Yeah. Well, here's what I'll say about your use of the word performative. I did not take that in the way that we talk about, like, you know, a performative white male or something. Like, I took it to mean, like, in the technical sense, like, if, like, there is performance of identity of whatever, and the belief is part of that.
Exactly. And to play on your use of it prior.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which is the way that I meant it. I guess, like, what is the core belief that, like, I believe that whatever this God is, and for whatever reason has a special, but not exclusive, but like a defined relationship with this group of people, the Jewish people, that have existed as a like contiguous, despite being separate. I guess not contiguous then, because that like implies literal physical connection, but like a consistent and like separate group over time. And so like for me, it's like all of it goes together with that. And so like it is in service of that sort of relationship and like the possibilities that it holds for the future.
Are you saying the relationship is with an actual creator being of all of the human race, and that it just has this special relationship with this people group, or that the relationship for the people group is with a thing they feel connected to as though it is the creator of time and space?
You know, I think it might be both.
Well,
I know you're like, you can't be both. I think it might be both.
It's not that it can't.
And
be both.
also to be
it's
and
the
to say
questions it raises.
when I say
I
like,
wonder if it raises
when I say a special relationship, to be
questions
clear, like, well, to be clear, like, I don't think that is actually like the only possible like special relationship. Like, I don't know that any other religion. I have questions about the ones that exist only based on the supersession of my own. But generally, world religions, like, I think can hold also truth and also like connection to the divine.
I wonder if Rev has any questions about this, because I don't feel like some of my questions are actually really being heard.
Which questions do you feel like are not being heard? I wonder.
Yeah, let me try and answer them. I apologize.
Yeah. The only reason I asked Thrayle is like I feel like I've given such similar answers, and they've been received with, obviously more questions, but
you're a panelist.
You think you give the similar answers?
Panel person. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I don't think I've heard anything that.
Yeah, can I ask you a question, Rob?
Please.
Does what I have described as my belief and my like existence as belief, like, does it comport with your sense of belief as a Jewish person as well?
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying, Bill. I don't think I've heard anything. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that I've heard anything.
Every sound, we really do hear that. It is.
I'm so sorry.
Distasteful.
Yeah, there is like a clicking.
Scooby snacks. That's on me. Oh, that's Manny's. That my dog is Manny,
like
by the
dog,
way.
Yeah, like a dog collar sort of thing.
It's the poop bag.
Oh man, yeah, it's loud.
I'm holding it
loud.
now. I'm holding it. I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah, I wonder if you like
told me this earlier. Like, you said the horse thing, but I didn't understand that's what you meant.
Yeah, Thrayle, I don't know that I've heard anything that doesn't comport precisely with what I...
You believe that the creator of all of reality has a very specific relationship with this particular people group.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would say in addition to that is that, like, all people have a relationship with reality. And I think, like, the notion of chosenness isn't something that is better than or special in a elevated sense, but that all people have to realize their own potential, that everybody has a unique potential, and that what an amazing opportunity life is to say, what am I capable of?
Unique potential.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what that says?
To me, personally, yeah.
How does it say that?
How does what say what?
How does the creator of all of the universe and time and space has one particular chosen people group say that everyone has a uniqueness, I think is what you said.
Thrayle, I think you might have added a bonus word in there.
Yeah, you did.
Particular.
You did.
Particular.
Oh, you said particular. I was going to say the added word was one. I don't know that God doesn't have more chosen people groups. I just know that I'm part of one that believes that we are.
And that my existence, like I think I've said this a multiple of times, that like I have to realize what my role is in this existence. Like, what is my role in this process that is unfolding? And that existence is within this sort of Jewish people group that is constantly unfolding.
And so,
amen.
Amen.
Boo.
Yeah, it's funny.
We got a holiday
Jewish
coming
holiday.
up where we get to say boo when somebody says the name Haman. Just so you know, it's a fun one.
Am I missing something, Thrayle?
No, I'm thinking about your response.
I think the notion of chosenness and particularism or something like that is anathema.
Anathema to what? Doesn't anathema have to have an object?
I have no idea. He cut out.
I guess. What about, can you hear me now?
And I can hear you. Can't hear
Raph. Oh yeah, he's muted. I don't know. I guess I don't know if this helps or if it like is maybe just a given, but like I don't think like none of my belief needs to be rational to me.
Why?
I don't know. It doesn't bother me if it's not.
Why doesn't it bother you if your belief is irrational?
Like, I want my belief to be consistent, but like irrational in the sense of like what I also know to be true, like about the world or what I can observe. Like, I don't know. It's just like, I think it may be that like when you really just like grow up in that, like that is the dominant thing. I think if you ask a lot of Jews, like I think some people like who really believe it's all literal will say, of course it's rational. But even like our philosophers in like the 800s, you know, the 9th century is probably the more eloquent way to say that. Like those guys knew, they were like talking about the commandments and trying to understand them. And there were some of them who were just like, they're God's commandments. Like our minds are too feeble to even like try to understand like why they are what they are. But there also were a lot of guys who were just like, some of these make sense and here's why. Some of these make sense and here's why. And some of these make no sense and that's okay. Because like we have to like, there's no detriment to do it, you know?
So because people a long time ago said it's okay for their beliefs not to make sense, then for you, it's okay for your beliefs then not to make sense.
I guess you could reduce it to that. That's also part of it, like the history and the ancestral chain. And like there's a concept called Matan Torah, the giving of Torah, and we think it happens generation after generation.
Stop for a moment. I really don't appreciate how you plow through when I try to stop and redirect. I really appreciate you not doing that. So, is it at all possible in your mind that the God you believe in might not exist?
Yes.
And what is it that you think might convince you of that?
And
that is not my goal. I should point out I don't usually ask the question like this.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think, like, nothing? I don't know. Like, what, like, can I ask what maybe is a silly question? Which is, like, what would somebody normally say to that question? Like, you have to have asked somebody that before.
I get a variety of answers.
Yeah,
so, like, what are they like?
Things. Can you hear me?
Yes.
People usually pause, introspect, and then answer instead of trying to dominate the conversation. Hello,
well,
Kat.
Look, it's not what I'm doing. It's not my intention,
I've been observing
certainly.
it for I don't know. I've been observing it the entire time. Hello, Kat.
Nice to meet another person.
Hello, Kat.
I'll tell you why I didn't pause to think about it. You asked. I thought you asked a question.
No, I'm asking you to pause.
Jeff, I only have a few. I only have a few moments, but I would like to ask you a couple questions in those couple minutes.
Please.
If I could. In what way do you believe this God exists? Meaning, do you think this is an actual being with like thoughts and intention?
Intention, yes. Thoughts, no. Being, yes, but like corporeal, no.
How does one have intention with no thought?
God only knows.
That's a cop-out.
That's my genuine answer. Like, that's one of those things that we can't understand about the divine. Like, that's what I believe. I apologize if it's not satisfying to you.
What does the word divine mean?
I guess connected to or related to God.
Do you believe this being created everything?
Not in a direct, like, snap of the finger, spoken literal, like, as is written way, but like overall, like by being the creating force of the universe, yes.
Oh, he's teacups.
Yeah.
Why do you think that God is a being?
Can I ask you what you mean by being? Because maybe by your definition, I don't believe that. And I don't believe that. Well, yeah, but I said yes, but I guess now I'm wondering if we could mean different things by being.
If you said yes, then what did you mean?
Okay. I guess I meant like...
Then what do you mean by being?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think like an entity.
What is an entity?
Like I said, like not corporeal, like something that has like observable presence.
Not thoughts, but intention. Not corporeal.
Yeah, I mean,
observable presence.
That's what I believe.
Is God independent of humans?
Sorry, you're cutting out.
Is God independent of humans?
Yes. In my belief, yes.
So God exists independently of humans.
Yes. Did you say, does God exist independently of people? Was that your question?
No, I was just clarifying that God exists independently of human minds.
Yes, that's what I believe. I also don't believe that God cares if you believe in it or not.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, how could he? He doesn't have thoughts.
Great. Huge. Never thought about it like that before. But yeah, I guess that's a very logical way to think about that.
So the God has no thoughts, but exists independent of mind and created everything indirectly without creating it.
Have you ever had an instinct and just done something without thinking and it turned out that it was like, oh, huge, I crushed it. That was exactly what I needed to do.
Have you ever done the same thing and not crushed it and failed miserably and things just went terribly wrong?
Only when I thought about it.
Only when you thought about it? Are you saying only when you noticed that shit went bad?
Thrayle.
Like when you try to repeat like instinct, it doesn't necessarily go the same way because you're not in the instinct anymore.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kat.
I will be back. Hopefully, I'm going to try to be back in a few minutes, but I just wanted to get through that. Does it still seem very similar to how you see God, Rav? Is Rav asleep?
Yeah, I don't know if Rav has heard much of that. He was on a phone call for a while, and he is currently quiet. It sounds different than
I'll try to be back in a few minutes.
The process I'm used to hearing about. Okay, Kat.
I think it's very different. Yeah.
Appreciate you. Hello, everlasting God Stopper.
Hello, Thrayle. Rav's back.
Oh no, I missed Kat. Sorry, I feel bad.
Did you hear any of the conversation?
No, not a thing. Nope, not a single moment.
We can recap it.
What happened? That's amazing. What happened?
She drew out it's almost like, are you like trying to tell us you are Kat? Is this a Clark Kent moment?
So funny. Yeah, right, yeah. You can hear it in my voice.
Sorry if you hear a crinkling, I'm picking up a dog poop.
Thank you for the graphic image. Thank you so much. The entire audience is grateful.
What happened?
Kat had some great questions, drew out some very distinct differences, I think, between this God and yours, and we were very curious to hear if you had heard any differences, but since you weren't listening, it does make a difference. I wonder if Everlasting's questions might shed some light.
I also think I could repeat my answer pretty succinctly if that would be helpful.
Do you remember her question?
Yeah, of course. She asked if...
Away 10 minutes ago, so I didn't catch the last... the portion with Kat. I caught none of it.
Okay, great.
Unfortunately.
So that gives us Go ahead and
recap your
question.
So the question, as far as I remember it, I think I do, which was do I believe that this God is a being, and do I believe that this God has thoughts and created the world? That was sort of maybe that's just a summary of all the questions that came out. And I said yes, being, which then I defined as something whose presence is observable. And then or which presence, I shouldn't say who necessarily. And I said, God has no thoughts, but intentions. And they said, well, how? I think the question sort of based on that, which I think was almost not stated in this way, but sort of was how the heck does this God do anything without thoughts? And my answer was basically to ask, have you ever done anything just fully instinctually and crushed it? It was exactly what you needed to do, and you didn't think about it at all. And that is, I guess, the best way I could describe, what I believe, how God moves. and that God did create the world, but not in the way that's written or even like directly, but by creating the universe. Like, yes.
God is apparently instinct. You don't think about that. If you do think about, then you fail, apparently. Or if you fail, it's
you
only
asked,
because if you fail, it's only because you thought about it. You can't fail if it's instinct.
Is that what he said?
Well, that's not what I said, actually. Thrayle, can I say what your question was? Can you repeat something that you did? And like, what happens if you repeat it and you totally fail? And like, what's going on there? And I said, I don't think you can truly like repeat something that you did instinctually.
I don't think I said repeat.
I think that's what I heard. I thought, but maybe I'm mistaken, which I could be. But that it was sort of like, if you do something on instinct, like, can you do it again?
No,
and it was like,
it was based on what you said. If your question was, had you ever done something on instinct and it totally worked out? And my question is, you ever done anything on instinct and it didn't?
Oh, I understand. Yeah, and my answer to that was like, I guess I couldn't say. But like,
Only
I think it's really like, no, only if I like thought about it. So like, if I broke out of the instinctual, if I broke out of it, then like probably, yeah. But like, I don't have like an exact example in my life, I guess, what I'm thinking about right now. But like, I think that like, once you are thinking about the process and being like, I'm like moving on instinct, you're not.
Answers about how instinct is yes and always, and thinking about is no, and caution.
I guess if you think I'm unthinking and quick, that's fine. I won't be able to prove to you that I'm not.
What was that, Rev?
I'm having trouble hearing you, Thrayle. I didn't hear what you said. I guess I'm still trying to figure out what Kat's question was and what the response was, but I don't know. I wasn't here, so I don't know.
Interesting.
That's the best I can do.
It was a great recap. Your recap was fine of the cat question.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jeff, give me it one more time. What you were saying that.
Can I just give the answers?
Yes.
That like what it boils down to is that like, yes, God is an entity of some observable presence, but like, I won't define that God fully or like give it parameters. But like, an entity is something that has observable presence, and that is God. And that God did create the world based on the fact that God created the universe, but not in a like direct like Earth way.
Is it possible?
And that God doesn't have like thoughts, but does have intention, and that God like works through what maybe we could understand as instinct.
I heard some of those same questions that I had pop up in there, Rev, almost come out.
I guess like the thing that I struggle with is like the idea of intention. Like, to me, requires a mind or something like that. And like, I think that I guess I'm just
I guess I think that God has a mind, but I don't think it's like a human mind. Like, so I can't say that God has thoughts. I don't think God ever is like, yes, this is great in that way. You know what I mean?
So then what would you sort of understand a mind to be then?
I don't know, the place where soul meets the body for us. But again, like, we're using a human word to describe something godly. Like, I don't know.
I think that's the thing. I think what I'm hearing is both how do I describe this? Like an observation, and also it is a coupled I don't know with like, holy wow, this is pretty wild. That's what I guess what I'm hearing. I don't. I mean, is that?
I think that's a great way to describe it. You're never going to hear me say I know. You know, I'll say I believe. I think you'll hear me say I know about some stuff. You definitely do. But like when it comes to God, like I don't know. I don't truly know it. Like I believe that we can never truly know God or fully understand God.
What role does God play in your day-to-day life?
It's a great question. I think, I consider this a lot. And I think that for me, God is present, not in like a sense where I'm like, oh, God is with me here. But like, I see like God's operation in the universe, in things every day.
What does that mean?
Meaning like when the sun rises, like we have a Jewish prayer, like a blessing for that happening. And for me, I'm like, great, like God in whatever way, even if it's not in this moment right now, but like God made this happen. What an incredible miracle. And, it kind of goes by to everything. And if you want to then be like, well, what about the bad things? I'm like, yeah, that's also God. Like God is not purely this like,
what's
God
a miracle?
Yeah,
what's a miracle?
I don't know. Like I could give you examples of things I think are miracles, but to define a miracle, because that's the language I have for things that I think are just so incredible. That like somehow God must be involved.
But why
like I do see God in the natural process of things.
But why must
but I'm not a
God be
prophet.
involved?
Well, if you're a person like me who believes that God is the source of the universe, then naturally God must be involved.
So
earlier
when you
go ahead.
Sorry. Earlier when you said that you compared the process of God creating to you just acting on an instinct and not really thinking about it, just and it just works out, or whatever, like a moment of maybe serendipity or something. And so you kind of compared that to God creating. Is it possible that this God is eternally created? Like creation has been eternal along with God as an act, as a pure act. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think that's a beautiful description. I think that's absolutely a possibility for like the way that God exists within the energy and like through the energy of the universe.
Okay, what's the symmetry breaker between that and just a universe that has existed eternally and its own natural processes have led to where we are now?
Yeah, I guess it's the creative act, however that happened, but that like it was initiated by something that it has always existed even before the
What
universe,
if you find out that it's a natural process? How does that shift your understanding then?
Do I not already know that it's a natural process?
What
if you replace the word creation with natural formations?
Yeah, then I wouldn't be describing my belief.
Do you see a distinction between nature and God?
I think that nature exists as like a result of God, if that makes sense. Like, but I don't think that like God is nature. But I think that like our natural world can be an expression of God, if that makes sense. But not like be divine.
Why do you invent something bigger than what you observe and call it God?
Well, I mean, like, I guess is the presumption that I just decided to believe all this one day, or is it like I didn't invent this? You know, like why do people do that? Like generally?
The question is, why do you hold your belief in this manner?
I think I answered that before when you were asking. I don't remember what the question was, but when I described sort of like my entire ethos being like in the Jewish persuasion, and that like my belief and my like exercise of that belief, maybe I used the word performance then, but now I'll say exercise, including like through like worship and like ritual prayer.
Do you think that the belief that there is something bigger than all of that which you can observe is necessary to be Jewish?
No. No, I don't. I think it certainly helps if you like want to be part of, the full spectrum of Jewish life, but there are people who are like fully atheist who live in, religious communities all the time.
Do you think that is the only alternative to that belief? To your version of believing there is something bigger than all of that which could be observed?
Like, do I think the only alternative to believing that is believing nothing? No. Because there are so many other faith groups that believe in so many other like deities with different belief systems, and they're even,
within your own faith group.
Within my own faith group, I think that like those are the only two that I really like encounter. Of course, there are plenty of people who believe in God differently than I do, and I won't even begin to try to describe what their theology is. But like, for example, like she probably would not describe God at all how I do. But she's also fully Jewish, has grown up that way. Plenty of people who believe in God, for example, like she's Jewish, has grown up that way, like whatever. But the like atheism or is sort of
go ahead
all
and
that I
finish
usually
that
encounter.
because it might pertain to the question I'm about to ask.
That's it. That was it. Those are the two that I encounter.
So, if somebody is Jewish but also atheist, do you think they're missing out on a part of the experience of being Jewish, even if they practice, culturally and like within their community? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a follow-up? Like,
sure.
And maybe this isn't a fair follow-up, but like, does this person feel like fulfilled as a Jew?
The person I'm thinking of seems to.
then that's great. Great for them. Like, it's not my life, but if they're happy, they're happy. Like,
how does that pertain to your belief, though?
I mean, should it? Like, that I believe they're part of my peoplehood, and that we have myriad expressions of what it means to be and live as a Jew. The way that I'm describing is my way.
Can I offer?
And is a common way, but not the only way. Yes.
I want to offer something. So there's a story, a midrashic story that sort of describes the experience of Mount Sinai and the revelation at Sinai, and the idea was that all of the people are assembled around the mountain. And the idea is that because all the people were assembled around the mountain, that everybody heard it and experienced it in a different way, that nobody heard it or experienced it in exactly the same way, meaning that like there were atheists and people who rejected it and people who heard it in a way that was like fundamentalist, or like meaning that the notion, and we've talked about this, like 2 Jews, 3 opinions, 2 Jews, 1.5 million opinions.
It's not just a joke.
Yeah,
it's how we live.
It is truly
right.
Yeah, that's. Mm-hmm.
Are you feeling the need to defend Jeff?
No, actually, it's quite the opposite. The idea that me disagreeing with Jeff is actually what makes Judaism like pertinent and relevant and like it doesn't matter if he and I disagree on what God is, because
I think it does. I think we should disagree on at least one level on what God is.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I guess. That's what I'm saying is that like I think there's this sort of like, and well, there's no accusation, but like there's sort of this Christian notion of like defining God, and that somehow, the definition of God is somehow, beneficial to anybody. Yeah, and I don't know that that's actually like, to me, the God is I've said this before.
Rev.
God is like the tortilla chip, and
I can understand. I can understand in general, like in your everyday, how it might not be beneficial. How in maintaining a culture, especially, it might not be beneficial. But on a panel about questioning beliefs, doesn't it make sense that we would want to seek what it is someone's saying God is?
Yeah, I guess to the point, like, it seems as though Jeff has done an exemplary job of presenting what his beliefs are, and
in what way does he question it, though? That's part of where we were just starting to, like, now that he's described what the God is in a way that is unique from how we began.
That's interesting.
I have a question.
We're patting him on the back a little bit. I'm curious where it is now.
I have a question.
He can question his belief. Go for it, Jeff.
Is my sort of interest in questioning my belief a prerequisite for being on this panel?
It's on the screen. It's the topic of the live.
All right, bet.
Can you question your beliefs?
I think that's accurate. Do you think that you're not able to?
He left.
You just got your answer.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll truly, with just taking a step back, I felt that Jeff had questioned his beliefs, but that's just me. I don't know.
No, he has no interest in questioning his beliefs. He said so.
Oh. All right. Well, fair enough. I felt that the beliefs were being questioned. I felt like the answers were being...
That explains the underlying hostility the whole time.
I guess I didn't pick up on that.
Which, I mean, I guess if you know him outside of this, I can understand why. But I didn't, otherwise wouldn't understand why you'd be not questioning him at all.
Well, I mean, I guess I can understand that, but I don't. I guess I heard somebody who was answering the questions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm sort of with Jeff on this. He answered all the questions. He expressed himself, I thought, adequately. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me.
Wait, are Mum and Dad having a fight? Wait, are Mum and Dad having a fight? Are we fighting up here? Is that what's going on?
I don't think I'm fighting.
No,
Are we fighting? I don't think so.
No. I could easily have misread some of his responses, but I didn't feel that there was a questioning of beliefs, and there was a resistance to that notion throughout the questioning. So maybe he didn't understand the purpose of the life or the topic at hand. And that's fair enough. But he did answer questions. I will give him that.
Let me ask you this, Thrayle. What would you have sort of expected to see if you think that the beliefs were not questioned? What maybe it was is it possible that the questions weren't questiony enough, if that makes sense?
I don't know. I'd
be
willing to go back and listen, but
I think the problem truly, and this is sort of like on us as a people, is that we do question, like it's part of being Jewish, is like questioning everything. And so like what may appear, and you feel free to push back, but like what may appear as sort of to me it's already it's baked in. So I guess I don't see the distinction between answering the questions and questioning the belief. Like it's like to me it's like what is said is only true in the moment that it's said.
I guess the question there would then be, was he answering the questions to explain his beliefs, or was he answering the questions to question his belief?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the questions, I guess I would maybe speak to the, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Also, I had a phone call.
Oh,
what's
sorry,
that?
Rav,
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
It's all right. What I was going to say is, we see it all the time, don't we? Like on here, where people answer the questions to explain their beliefs. It's like they have to justify it, or they don't think that the people that they're talking to understands the history or whatever. It's an explanation. They're not actually questioning their beliefs. They're just answering the question as a way of explaining their beliefs.
Yeah.
To understand the question
on explanation.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, I mean, I guess maybe the questions were more out of curiosity and sort of a baseline, maybe a secondary questioning, like how would you describe his theology, and what further questions might, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe.
Absolutely, Ref. Listen, I'm not, I don't think this ended terribly. It was still an interesting interview, and he gave honest answers. And I think some of the questions may cause some reflection. He may have some thoughts going forward, and who knows if he comes back with different answers or the same answers and different ways of explaining them. And maybe we could question him again sometime if he's up for it. With a different panel, it might go entirely differently.
I feel so bad that like as soon as Kat came up, like I was gone. It's so funny. I'm so curious to like hear. Yeah, I know. I was like, oh man, I could see that Kat was asking questions, and I was like, oh man, what am I missing right now? You know.
Good.
I'm curious, what do you make of when you were asking him something that led me to ask him, like if you replace the word creation with natural formation, and his response was, well, that doesn't fit my belief, and he just kind of shut that down.
I don't remember that exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I that was a moment I thought I got a sense that there was like this blockade to, really questioning his own beliefs.
Yeah. I think I heard what he said was there was no difference between. Maybe I'm misunderstanding or misremembering, but that there's no difference between.
I had initially asked him, like, is it possible that he described the creation, God, when God created, as he compared it to like when you just go off of instinct and don't think of something, and you just like react, but it's such a perfect act, a pure act. And then I asked him, is it possible that in that pure act of creation is eternal? If God is eternal, is it possible that the universe has always been eternally created? And then I asked him the symmetry breaker between a natural universe that has always existed without a creator. And then it kind of led to, that's when it led to like the question of, if you replace the word creation with natural formation. And his answer was, well, that just doesn't align with my belief, what I believe. And that was the resistance that I sensed to, ultimately questioning his beliefs.
Got it. I guess I must have either missed it or misunderstood it. Yeah, I couldn't say one way or the other.
Hey, you never know where the questions might lead him next time.
For sure.
And
yeah.
I'm excited to see where it goes. Maybe he finds a better way to explain it to.
I think that's the other thing, is that like the notion of God, and that's kind of what I was trying to get at with the question of like, what role does God play in your day-to-day life? And I think, he kind of sort of started to answer that, but like it's, we're trying to do like good shit in the world, like that's really, to me, that's the ultimate goal of this whole thing, is to like make shit happen in a way that's, increasing justice and good things happening in the world. And, sometimes that requires difficult conversations, and sometimes that requires saying, I believe in God in a way that is maybe difficult to explain, but gives me strength or sense of purpose or something like that.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's, I think like this is my issue with sort of the Jewish perspective, is that it's hard to sort of pinpoint something, because it's largely like it's a moving target constantly, because we're just trying to address what's right directly in front of us.
At the end of the day, Rev,
it's the night.
Right, I love that one. Are we, though, really trying to pinpoint the Jewish perspective, or with
an individual? Guest? Great.
With each guest, are we just trying to pinpoint theirs and to see if they can really look at it and examine it? And so that's kind of what we're looking for. And I think regardless of how he felt or how the conversation ended, I think that potential is there. And maybe he can question this in the future. And maybe some of our questions will linger. And maybe some of the tone of the conversation will come back to him. Or maybe he'll come back another time and it'll just be a repeat. I don't know.
Beautiful. Yeah. I think
he did believe in cycles.
Me too. I mean, I believe in cycles too,
I know. We all have some kind of thing worth questioning, don't we?
Yeah, and I think that to your point, like, how do these beliefs serve us, and how do these beliefs, block our ability to progress, or how do we? I think the benefit of this exercise is sort of having the mirror held up to us.
Exactly.
And I think when this is what I was trying to get at earlier, by the way, and I sent you a few direct messages. This is a major opportunity to sort of ask questions of curiosity, true curiosity. And when an agenda is expressed, or when questions are from sort of me as opposed to curiosity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate using the word ego because I feel like that has like a whole host of issues with it. But like, if a question comes from ego, then it's not actually coming from a place of curiosity or from that mirror being held up. Does that make sense? And so, like, to me, the genuine opportunity here is the curiosity, and I think that that's when this space actually thrives in its full capacity. That's all. That's all I have to say.
Okay. I might know what questions you're referring to, but I appreciate that. We do have Queer Sunflower joining us on panel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Unless you didn't mean to join us. And that's easy to remedy. Appreciate you, though. I know someone who does mean to join us. They mean to join us often, and I often make them wait, because I know the state they'll generally be joining us in. It's not that I'm psychic, it's just that, well, I recognize patterns. Oh, no. He's a poltergeist, apparently, this time. I don't know if crows know who it was going to be.
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, I heard a little giggling.
I didn't realise I was unmuted. Is it your psychic comment?
Oh, the psychic thing.
Yeah.
It's
like,
not that I'm psychic.
He's carrying some trauma from yesterday. Love it.
No. I just knew if the guests that I accepted the request from a moment ago actually joined us, well, everything I was saying was going to become clear.
Oh.
But since
Do I know them?
I'm clearly not a psychic. Well, let's see if this is them. Hang on. No, this is a different guest altogether. Hello, Toasty Ghosty. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
that's unfortunate.
So interesting.
It's fascinating. That was the choice of your night to be spent. Well, at least for that moment, making that sound in 78 people's ears. Hello, Kat.
Hi. It cut out for me when he made whatever sound, so I didn't have to hear it.
It was... if you imagined me trying to make a pig noise.
Weird.
About like that, yeah. Like, with depth.
Strange. I also want to clarify something. I feel like the way I came up, asked all those questions, asked Rav if it was still similar to his belief, and left might have given the wrong impression. I was just trying to illustrate that.
Literally, the moment you came up, my wife called.
Oh, well, that's definitely important. Well, so I asked him a bunch of questions about what he thought God was, and then pointed out how different it was from what you think God is, and then I left. And that could have come off bad. And I didn't mean it badly. I was just trying to illustrate something that I actually think is really cool about Judaism. It's that I don't know that two people understand God in the same way, really.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that there's a few reasons why I'm defensive of sort of the Jewish perspective, and you can question that belief. But I think the reality is that I've been experiencing an immense amount of anti-Semitism from all around, and most of it is disingenuous. And I'm not obviously not saying that anybody obviously I'm not saying anything about anybody, but I think that sort of, the look, every time a Jewish person comes onto a panel, I'm like, I hope that they, and obviously, Jeff is
You have a bias, and that's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And I'm happy to acknowledge that bias. And also, I guess I'm just curious because, like, to me, all of the answers he gave were like, oh, yeah, that like makes perfect sense. And then I was like seeing in the comments, like, this almost litmus test of like what was acceptable or like, and that sort of thing. And it was very interesting because it was like, oh, maybe it's just because I've developed a relationship with people in this community that the answers I give are more acceptable, and that maybe it's actually only the basis of our relationship that we've built that is what makes my theology palatable.
I don't think that's what it was.
I'll just say that's sort of how it came off, and I don't know what that I don't know what that is, but like that's just sort of.
I think your answers were different, and I think they were different from the beginning. And I think that we scrutinize answers, even yours, but it may appear different if you have a certain defensive lens. But I don't think any of the questions asked here were from an anti-Semitic place in any way.
Oh,
I think it probably feels.
Yeah.
I think Thrayle and I have grilled you much harder than anybody grilled him, and I think that it probably feels different to you being grilled by me and Thrayle about objective morality. Probably feels different because we're friends and we know we're going to be friends at the end of it.
Yeah. Yep. That's fair. That's totally fair. I guess like, I don't know. Like, I could see myself giving very similar answers to things. And also like, I guess like, I don't know, like he's not here. So I reject sort of talking about him, but like,
I also think it has a lot to do with the.
I don't know, like.
Even if your answers might have been basically saying the same thing, it is a lot to do with word choice and tone and air of certainty or bulldozing, maybe a little bit.
There was a
I guess. Yeah.
There was a little bulldozing.
Is it possible that there's a lag in like, because there were a few moments where like people were talking. Like I always try to just sort of.
Oh no, he even said at one point, "No, I was just going to finish my point."
Oh, okay. Well,
no matter what, like he's going to finish what he's saying, no matter what.
All right.
I think he approached the conversation differently than you do, too. So even if your answers were similar or very close to the same, the approach is also important.
I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
We should talk about it more later.
Hello, Tyson. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Doing all right. Can I get your age?
I am 20 years.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in my own, my own entity.
What does that mean?
So basically, if you think about it, our minds, our body, we have nothing really. Our consciousness we don't even have that either. Our body's just a vessel, and we could be empowered by this spirit in this realm that empowers us, so to speak. And if you see it in other,
I'm sorry. Let's back up. Spirit realm. What was all that?
so basically, what I mean by that, if you ever think about it deeply enough, your body is just a body. It's physical. You know, your bones, everything. It's all physical. Even your mind, everything.
Are you saying there's something that's not physical?
Yeah, your consciousness. That's not physical. Your how you have these.
How do you know your consciousness is not physical?
Because it's a state of mind. It's not really anything that you can touch. Physical would be something that you could touch.
How do you know it's not something that you can touch?
Well, it's pretty transparent. You can't really touch a consciousness. I feel like that's
Is
kind
that
of
the?
common sense.
Is that what the test of something physical is? Is being able to touch it with your hand?
Well, yeah, basically physical. That's what that means. If you're in a physical altercation with someone, well, that would mean you.
If you could measure it
someone.
with something, if you could measure it with something other than your hand.
Like, what do you mean physical? Like, what do you mean? Are you getting into semantics of the word physical?
I'm just trying to make sure.
It's a simple word. Physical just means something that you could touch or feel. It's nothing deep. It's physical just means something that you could touch or feel. It's not really a deep philosophy. And technically, yes, we're all
Tyson,
bones. And
so stop for a moment, Tyson. Do you need to go blow your nose before we continue the conversation? It sounds like you might be having a little issue there. Okay, I'll take the pause as a no. You were saying physical, that a consciousness can't be physical. And I was asking, does that mean it can't be measured through any means?
You're asking me if physical, the word physical, can it be measured?
Can consciousness be measured through any means?
Oh yeah, I know. Okay, I think so. If you could see in day-to-day life, you could see people who are more conscious in a sense than other people. Some people are, I guess, less conscious than others, or less aware than others, and have less of those ethical and moral standpoints of life. That's why there's like people who commit, like, I guess, more crimes than usual. They don't have that strong kind of moral compass holding them down. And the same reason why most people.
Can you stop for a moment, Tyson? Stop for just a moment.
Finish
Tyson,
real quick.
no,
It's
I
like
need you
three
to go
more
ahead and
sentences.
stop. No,
I was gonna say.
Do you remember the question
that's why,
that I asked you?
That's why people are not.
So, do you remember the question that I asked you? Was the question I'm asking you?
No, I was still trying to finish.
Do you remember the one that I asked you before, though? The one that this monologue has spurned from.
Well, okay. Let me hear it. I'm okay.
What was the question I asked you?
What is it? Tell me.
I'm sorry. If you were talking, you should have known.
Yeah,
the
I was
question.
trying to finish.
What was the question you were
Cool.
responding to?
Okay, I was saying because you said, "Is there a level?" And I said, "Yeah, there's definitely
Did I say?
a level." And
I'm sorry. Did I say level? Did I say?
Well,
is
I'm
there
still
a level?
trying to finish the other question.
What
I'm
does
not
that
trying
even have to do
I'm not
with
trying to be difficult, but you're making it difficult.
Are you drunk?
I'm trying to finish the first
Are you
question.
drunk,
that you
Tyson? This is now the new question.
Okay. What's the relevance?
So you're drunk. How drunk are you?
Okay. I'm drunk. I'm sorry.
I find that these conversations go better with a clearer mind. That will be the relevance the next time you come up with a clearer mind. Fascinating. fascinating world we live in.
I've learned that when you look at a person's account that's giving you shit and you look at their reposts and not the content that they're posting, the content that they're sharing, you can really tell a lot. That's what I've learned. And there's one thing I can't abide and don't understand, and that is why are people consistently reposting child content, like young littles? I don't understand why adults would be reposting little content. I don't get it.
That's a really good question.
I know. So I've discovered that when somebody's in this chat specifically, but any other chat, when I look at their reposts, there is a pattern. They are reposting a lot of little content. Why? Why?
You talking about people specifically that got muted from the chat a little bit ago?
That person, yes, and then the person yesterday, remember? I was like, oh, well, would you look at that? You too also post little content. Why? And then they can never answer. They only ever give more abuse. Like, well, that says a lot. Your reaction is very telling.
Interesting. Wonder why they're coming out of the woodwork. But
this is a terrifying panel.
This is a terrifying panel. But we're not here to burgle a god or decimate the last vestiges of your faith as you cling to it with your fleshy fingers. What we are here to do is see if you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Hello, Kira.
Kira, she's a nice lady.
I'm a nice lady.
Oh, this could be interesting. Hello, Tooks. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
In my 40s.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. In the Most High God.
You said the Most High God. Which God is that?
Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said the Most High God, and then you said Jesus. Would that not be the second Most High God? Because the Most High God would be his dad, God?
They are one. In the Bible it says, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. Me and the Father are one. They are the same. It's one in the flesh and one in the spirit. Yes, I know what I said.
So then why do they tell us that he's his son, if it's him?
It's just for our human brains.
My human brain can manage the concept that God has a physical version of himself. It can also manage the concept that father and son are in fact father and son.
That's the physical. That's the physical that I'm talking about. The human brain, father and son, is more acceptable for the understanding of it. Yes.
I don't know, man. I feel like you're reaching a wee bit.
Oh, I don't. You could say I'm reaching. I mean, it does say that he is the Son of God, and I understand why you would question me on what I'm saying. So I don't take offense to it.
Why would they not say
However,
he's a physical reincarnation of God? Why
No,
would you
not
not
the
say that, or a
incarnation,
physical
because okay, so
representation?
let's go to John 1. Like, we can go to Bible verses where it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and God was made flesh, and the Word was made flesh.
Do you hear that? Like when
I'm
you say
sorry.
that out loud, when you say
Yeah.
that out loud, do those words register in your mind and you say to yourself, gosh, that's it. I nailed it.
I just read the Word, and I understood it when I read it.
That makes sense to you?
What
Yes,
did you understand it to mean?
because the Word was there. It was already Jesus was already there in the beginning. So, and then he became flesh.
How was Jesus already there in the beginning?
Because God is omnipresent and omnipotent.
Jesus isn't.
Because he was in the flesh.
So your omnipresent, omnipotent God, when he's in the flesh, is immortal and holds no extra power other than being able to turn water into wine than any normal human.
Is that the only thing that Jesus succeeded?
Well, I'm hoping that you'll explain this to me, because it sounds like if what you're saying is true, then Jesus was mortal, which meant your God is easily unalived, which means he's not as all powerful
God is
as what you say.
immortal. Oh, and guess, okay, so if we want to go there, because did he not rise?
No, not to me, he didn't.
Oh, well, I mean, that's...
Please don't assume that everybody in here believes the same thing as you. I don't understand your faith. I'm asking questions. Speak to me as if I don't know. Don't assume that I do know.
Okay, well, he rose from the unalivement, and he stayed for 40 days. And in those 40 days that he stayed, he spoke with his apostles, and he also said that I have to leave after this, and I'm going to leave you a comforter, which was the Holy Spirit, and is the Holy Spirit, which dwells in us if we accept it. That's the gift.
Can we back up just a second before we go down the resurrected part of the story?
Sure.
When you brought up John 1, and it says, then the Word became flesh. So that's God becoming human in the form of Jesus, correct?
Yes.
So the question was asked, how could Jesus be there from the beginning when it says the Word became flesh? Jesus
Because
didn't exist in the beginning.
Was the Word, and the
the
Word was with God. Like, look at the first verse. Just read
right,
the first
but he didn't become Jesus until later, and that's what John is explaining.
Everything.
The Word became.
I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me finish the question then. It says the Word became flesh, so this infers a timeline. Jesus didn't exist from the beginning. If the Word became something, it was created. It didn't exist at one point, and then it became something else. It became flesh.
Well, that's why I said go to the first verse, because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Like, you have to read it contextually.
I understand. Okay, are you're familiar with the Greek word that's used there?
Which one? Word?
Logos.
Logos, yes.
Yeah. So if the author of the New Testament is inserting a narrative into into a theology that didn't exist prior to this New Testament story of Jesus being told. What does that tell you about the way different people view what God is?
So you're talking about in the Old Testament, you don't see Jesus all up and through? Because somebody asked me, have I read the Bible? I think it was the host.
The host, yeah.
Yes. So I should ask you, have you read the Bible? Have you read the Old Testament and the New Testament?
Several times.
Okay, so you're telling me that you did not recognize that they were alluding to, not even just alluding, just flat out, even when you go to...
The answer to your question is I see the authors of the New Testament retrofitting this, what you would call foreshadowing, I would call post ad hoc.
So you're saying that they just decided to create something in the New Testament. So with what you're saying, what I'm hearing and what I'm like trying to conceptualize is that you're saying that the New Testament is basically false. Like Paul's writing, like everything in the New Testament is false.
What I'm saying is I'm asking you, what does it tell you that the New Testament authors had a very different idea of what God was than the Old Testament authors?
Well, the difference between, and this is just, I mean, and I'm not saying this like to say that I know more or less or anything like that, but when I read and when I read in the Old Testament, it was for a certain group of people. And not only were those certain group of people privy to and had access to God on a level that we don't anymore.
You mean, why not?
Not in that sense. Not in the sense that...
Why not? You don't think there are people that read the text in that way?
No. I'm not saying that people don't read the text and don't understand the text. I'm just saying in that time frame in the Old Testament, when those, like if you're looking at Deuteronomy, Leviticus, and you're talking about the laws and everything, that it was for a certain group of people that had access to God directly.
Yeah, who are those people?
Israel.
Yeah, and who is Israel?
Jacob.
And then?
Well, Abraham.
Well, Jacob was Abraham's son, or grandson, rather. Sorry.
Okay, I mean,
you're going backwards. I guess like Jacob. Then
you asked who the group of people were.
Reuben.
Well, they came from Seth.
Oh well, you're going the opposite direction. I'm guessing.
Okay, so which way do you want me to go?
Yeah, Jacob. Who comes after Jacob?
Who comes after Jacob?
Mm-hmm.
Was Isaac?
Reuben.
Oh, Isaac is Jacob's brother.
And then Gad.
Okay.
And then I think Levi next.
And
the 12 sons, right? Joseph, Joseph and sons. Jacob and sons, right?
Okay.
Yep. And then so Joseph has a couple sons. They also get kind of listed in there, Ephraim and Manasseh, and so they become, according to the story, they become
what?
The 12
tribes of Israel.
Nice, yes, the 12 tribes of Israel. And those tribes sort of become this amalgam. And what happens around 700 BCE?
Can I just interrupt? I feel like
Sorry,
I'm in a sermon. No, it's all right, Rav. I feel like I'm in a sermon, like I'm being taught stuff. I don't feel like there's like tomorrow.
Thrayle hasn't even done the Genesis thing that annoys me so much, so we should probably let him do that.
Oh, well, I was just letting a few questions get out of the way. Was there a quick conclusion that you can question, Rav, for where you were going?
Yeah, I guess who are the people that follow that line of, studying this text and incorporating it into themselves?
You said who are the line of people? The line of Judah, like David, the Davidical line, like what? I'm trying to understand what you're asking me.
What group of people wrote the text for themselves, to themselves, about themselves?
Oh, you're talking about who actually wrote the Bible? Is that the question? Is that the question that you're asking?
I guess so. Like, is
I mean, there's some books in the Bible that don't have an author, so I couldn't answer that.
No, that's I guess that's not exactly what I'm asking. I guess I'm asking like,
Do you know who wrote the Bible, Tux?
No, I don't know who wrote all of the Bible, and it's like
Does it matter to you who wrote it?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter who wrote it. Does it matter who it's for?
Yes.
It matters who it was for.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you determine who it's for?
It's for all of us if we accept it.
How did you determine that?
By reading the word. By reading the Bible. It is for all of us if we accept it. Yeah. So yeah, nobody is excluded. You exclude yourself if you don't want to be in that alignment. So
You said it just is for all of us. I asked how did you determine that? What is it that makes you think that it's for everyone?
Okay, so like I can just give you one Bible verse. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. And that's why I said like I'm not going to argue that, like going back and forth with Jesus is God.
Does that make all of the old stories for everyone?
You said, does that make all of the old stories?
Mm-hmm. Does it
No,
make
they're
all
not.
of it?
No, they're not. That was the point I was trying to make. The Old Testament was for a certain group of people that had access, and there was certain reasons why they couldn't eat certain things, or they had certain laws. Like
So you're saying that those books aren't for us. They're not for everyone today. So then, why would you put? Oh, they are.
You said they are?
I'm asking you, like, are they for us or are they not for us?
No. We didn't, like, there was not a direct line, like.
Then why are they in the Bible?
Because it's teaching us. It's for,
teaching us what?
It's for lessons to be learned. Because the whole reason why Jesus had to come was because of the disobedience of the people in the Old Testament.
The disobedience of the people in the Old Testament is why Jesus had to come.
And
the Testament is why Jesus, all of the rest of us.
We're still here, right? Okay, so let me just say this. We're here, right?
What does it have to do with everyone else?
Because we still have a choice. And we still have freedom. And free will, like to make our own decisions.
What does that have to do with the book?
Because it's written right there for us. They didn't have that. They
You
had
say
access.
you
They
say
didn't
it's
have to.
written right there for us. What's written right there for us?
The Bible, everything, every word in the Bible has been written down and given to us. The
By who?
people,
Who gave it
by
to us?
God.
Are you sure God gave us the
Yeah,
Bible? Was there not a
absolutely.
council where people voted on
I
which books
know
should
the
be there?
Nicene of the Creed of Nicene. I know what you're going to go and say, but here's the thing, because I studied on that a little bit, well, a little bit. But even with that, even the books that they took out, and then even because I do know that they made Jesus divine. They gave him his
When God
divinity.
gave us the Bible, did he give it to us in 66 books? Was it 76 books or was it 83?
It was
Which one is
88.
it? 88.
88.
Oh my goodness, 88. My
Yeah.
mistake. So in the 88 books of the Bible,
It actually is more than that, but
in the 88 books of the
once
Bible, those are all true stories. Everything's literal.
yes.
Do you think the earth was created in 6 days?
I do.
Do you think that Adam and Eve were the first two humans?
Now we stepping on. No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't, because when Cain unalived Abel and he was put outside of the garden, he found a wife. So who was she? His a sister that was put outside of the garden? I think it was other people.
You think there were other people outside of the garden before Adam and Eve?
Yes.
Where are they in the Bible?
They're not.
When it says that God created Adam and there were no plants because there was no man, does it matter that there were no men then?
No, it doesn't.
implies
Because
Adam
it said that there
is-
were plants and there was no water. So, because God can step outside of space and time and anything that we can imagine our minds to do. So, if you're talking about plants without man, how can you have plants without water?
Right, it says there's no plants because there's no water and no man.
It also says that there was plants and had been no water. So how did that happen?
Grand piano version, God stop it. It's great. So if the Bible says there's no plants because there's no water and no man.
No, it said that there were plants and there were, like, it was plants and there was no water. But
Where does it say that?
It's in Genesis.
Yeah, where?
Okay, give me a second. If you look at how the story came, are you going to go to the verse with me, or do you just want me to read it?
You tell me which verse. The 2:5.
Oh, you said Genesis 2:5. If you know already, then why you asking me?
I mean, it just depends on if that's the verse you're going to, or you're going to 111.
I don't know which one I'm going to.
Well, while you figure it out, let me thank everybody for the 38,000 times they tapped the screen. Of course, the more we tap, the more likely we'll get out to the FYP of somebody who can question their beliefs. If that is you, of course, if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, you can go ahead and request up, and we'll bring you up here pretty soon, I think. I have a feeling we'll be moving on. Too soon, Tooks, not trying to doom and gloom.
I'm not doing gloom. I am not doing gloom.
So, we're at Genesis 2, verse 5. Are you in the KJV? I think, if I remember.
Yes.
Okay. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed a man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living soul. So that's KJV.
Right, but the plants were already there.
We just said they weren't.
No, I said the plants were there before the water, and the man was able to till around. I said that the plants were.
What did the verse just tell us before the?
It said, "In every plant of the field before it was in the earth." Oh, before it was in the earth. Okay, I see what you're saying. "In every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain." Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take that back. Like I'm not above reproof.
It's okay. Appreciate you, Tux. I appreciate you taking a moment to think about it.
Yeah, I'm not above reproof.
If the Bible has something like that in it, if it says that there's man before plants in this chapter, but in the previous chapter we know it says the plants come before the man.
All right, and that's why I say that's like this has always been my issue. Like I feel like it's two different creation stories in Genesis 1 and 2. And I've tried to grasp and grapple with that one. And I'm gonna be honest. And that's why I was thinking about Genesis 1, where like everything was created, and then it was like, okay. And then in 2, it seemed like it was just picking up, and
it's almost like a different story entirely, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. And that's why I say, like, I think, well, I don't think, well, I do think, but I almost feel like it's two different creation stories.
What does that mean, Tux? If there's two different creation stories in the Bible?
It just means that would be why Cain had a wife. It would make sense.
It would make sense, you said?
Yeah.
Why would it make sense for there to be two different creation stories?
People just must keep.
It's okay. Think through. You're doing all right, Tux.
I'm just gonna say that people, or because we have the will of ourselves, and it's a choice that things can go awry. So that's the
we
reason
have the will of ourselves, and it's our choice that things can go awry.
And that's the reason why things can go awry. Like we can
It does
choose.
sound like something on a wall plaque in a neatly decorated living room, but I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
I just mean that if there was a, if this really means in Genesis 1 and 2 that there are two different creation stories, in the first two chapters of the Bible, that there was, I just feel like it was a lot more that's missing and that's going on in between.
Interesting.
It's just a lot more.
I wonder. Go ahead, Everlasting.
I was just going to say, you did say a few minutes ago that this Bible was given to us by God, right?
Right.
All 88 books.
I think it's more than 88. I think it's like a...
She thinks there's many more missing.
Yeah.
Is God a perfect communicator?
I say so. Like, but that's just me.
How do you resolve what you just went over with a perfect communicator?
Because man and things being taken out, but at the same time, when you, because I went to God, and I haven't went to God as humbly and directly as I should have with those two things, but with Genesis 1 and 2, I have, and I realized like it is two different creation stories, and yes, this is books that are missing, but I always feel and I always know that if you take it to God, like his word doesn't return back to you void. And it's certain things that cannot be.
What does that mean, take it to God?
To have a conversation.
You have conversations with God.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you Thank you. When you talk to God, does God talk back?
Yes.
Like a voice, or like how does God communicate with you?
It's not really like a voice. It's like, okay, like one example I can give is, I was going through a lot of stuff, like with work, relationships, friends, and all of that. And I was sitting on my couch and I said, God, like, why do people, like, what am I doing? Like, why they don't like me? Like, what is happening? And it was like something just in my gut, and it was like they hated me first. And I started laughing. I was like, oh, you're right. And I know that sounds crazy, but it was like, literally, it was just like that. And I asked, in another occasion, I asked him, like, what do you want me to do? And that was just a different situation, because I wanted to do something for the youth. And it was just like, he answered me like, be still. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's like something.
I remember this. Thrayle, right? I remember this, right?
I think you might have been here the last time I talked to Tooks. I've talked to Tooks.
I think I was.
Times.
The be still is what triggered the memory. I remember that. How could you be sure that the be still? You were outside.
Yes, I was outside.
And then it started raining.
Yes, you have a good memory. You have a good memory.
Thanks. That's amazing. We talked to so many people, and it's been a little while, but
I like it. Right, it's been like at least 6-7 months.
Okay, so I think I've already asked you this. Then, how could you be sure that it wasn't like you talking to you, if that makes sense? Like I often have like inner dialogues with myself, you know.
Well, because I have inner dialogue with myself every day, and I know what that sounds like. When I'm talking to God, it's intentional. It's not like I'm just like, oh, what do I got to do? Like I'm just talking to myself like, oh shoot, let me go do this. Let me go. I got to get these clothes out the washing machine. I got to do this. I got to do that. But like that's my inner dialogue. But when I'm talking to God, it's intentional. Like I'm praying. I'm like it's intentional. So it's not
Could it
just the
be?
inner dialogue.
Could it be that prayer is your way of having an intentional inner dialogue?
No. My actual inner dialogue is just what I just said. It's just like, and I might say it out loud, like I'm not one of those people that just think inside my head, and like I usually say it out loud, like, oh, I gotta go wash these clothes. I need to mop this floor. Oh, I gotta run to the store. I gotta get this. Oh, I gotta pick up. I got a doctor's appointment. Like I'll say it out loud. Like that's my inner dialogue with myself. So I know it's a difference. Like it's a knowing of a difference because it's like very intentional because I'm talking straight to God and I ask him humbly before I even come. Like I'm talking, like I know who I'm talking to. So it's.
How do you know that you're not just accessing a different part of yourself that you haven't fully investigated?
I mean, I'm 46, so I'm pretty sure I investigated all of myself at this point. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I've got almost a decade on you, and I haven't even scratched the surface of myself.
Oh, well.
But that's another conversation.
Well, why you haven't scratched the surface, sir? Let's turn this conversation.
Because I have too many questions.
Yeah. I want to make sure that if anybody else has a question, they do get their question, but I do have one very important one. Tooks, can you question your beliefs?
I cannot.
Why not?
Because I love God too much. And I know him.
I remember this being the end of our last conversation, but I'm going to make sure everybody else gets a chance if they do want one more.
I think I'm good.
Understandable. Raph, did you have one?
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Wait, I have one question. One question.
I thought you might have one on that.
Yeah. Like, what prevents you from questioning your beliefs?
The love that I feel, like when I'm in that space, like which is always, like this is just outside of the box. I was in a hospital for 2 weeks, and they were telling me like, basically, you're about to die. And I was like, oh no, okay, I'm good. And I said to one of the doctors, I was like, I could do all things through Christ Jesus. Like he is my comforter. Like I'm not worried about what you're saying. I was 1 day shy of 2 weeks. I was in the hospital for 13 days. Yeah, and I'm not saying that because there is, people that don't make it, but I'm not, or lose their life. But I don't think that that's the end. Like, I definitely don't think that's the end. And that's how I felt like that's why they was looking at me like I was crazy and an anomaly, because I was just in there like, la, la, la. I'm in ICU and I'm like, oh, I'm okay. Like, I don't know. Because I knew God wasn't done with me.
So I guess I'm hearing two sort of things at the same time. One is like acceptance that life is finite and that you could, that life could end at any moment and that there's certain things that we're just not in control over and that life is infinite.
Yeah. Yes. It's infinite. As it's infinite. Like you can like.
It's infinite and it's finite.
Well, the flesh is, yes, and that's why when we started this conversation about like Jesus and God, like it's that's the finite part, but yes, it's infinite, absolutely,
How can something be infinite and finite at the same time?
because it's just the flesh, it's just a shell. Do you not have a soul?
That's an interesting question, but not necessarily relevant to your own beliefs.
Okay, well, I mean, if that's what
my question, Tux, would be, what is a soul?
It's a spirit that was given to you by the Holy Spirit. It was the comforter that was given to you.
And then, of course, I'd say, what is a spirit?
It's what God gave you to comfort you.
What is that?
Comforter that was given. It's what.
Is it separate from your mind?
What is a spirit?
No. Everlasting life.
But if it's not separate from your mind, how is it eternal or everlasting?
Oh, you said that what me thinking that is separate from my mind?
No, is a soul or a spirit separate from your mind?
No, it's not.
So is your mind everlasting or eternal?
Yes.
How?
My mind is everlasting and eternal.
Yeah.
And this.
It is.
How do you know that?
I can't give you back. I just know it for me. Like that's what I'm saying. I just know it for me. And I just think that it's.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why do you believe that?
And because of the relationship that I have with God and the conversations that I've had.
What is a mind?
It's your thought, like what you think, like how you move. Like if you were, just for example, if you were sleeping, would you still like, and somebody woke you up, would you still, like you're in a space where you could be in REM sleep, you could be dreaming. If somebody woke you up, would you still be cognizant?
I don't know exactly what you mean by that. So, are your mind and your brain separate things?
Your soul and your brain are separate, yes.
But you said the soul.
But in your soul, your mind is just your remembrance of everything that you've experienced in life.
Then how is the soul any different? Like, is the soul just the remembrance of the things you experience in life? And if it is, then how is it that it experiences anything else than life?
Can I ask a sidebar question? This is more to like the people who know about computers, because Tux is making me think of something like what are the parts of a computer, like the functioning power? Like there's the processing unit, there's the RAM, like the immediate recall memory,
the bytes.
There's the long-term memory, presumably a power source. Like, does that comport with your understanding of the mind? I guess it wasn't a question. I knew enough about computers to be able to ask the question. Tux, does that comport with your understanding of the mind?
Yeah. Yes, it does. A man always tries to mock or mimic God's work. A computer would be nothing different or short of the mimicking.
So, do you think that computers are more or less efficient than human minds?
Less.
Computers are less efficient? Like if I were to ask you what 3,747 times 265 is, how would you respond to that?
Okay, so you're talking. Okay, I get what you're saying. On a spiritual level, I would say less. On a mathematical or scientific level or something along those lines, that anything that was man-made, more. If that makes sense.
Well, I mean, I guess like I probably need more readily to know that number that I just multiplied. Like to me, that seems more.
No, I can't tell you that. Like I can't unless I just put in the calculator or like actually wrote it down. Like I don't even remember the numbers you told me. A computer would give you that way faster than I would. But what I was saying, the rebuttal that I had was that on a spiritual level, our minds are way more accelerated.
Yeah,
on
so
a man-made level.
That's why
like
I had a question.
Yeah, on a man-made level. Okay.
That's why I had a question, which was like to me, that the function of being able to make such a calculation is immediately more important than perhaps the spiritual level.
Is that right?
Oh, hold on, I haven't asked the question yet.
Okay. Well, you did. You kind of stated.
I did. What was the question?
You stated that it was way more important on a calculation level than a spiritual level.
To me, I said on a day-to-day basis, the ability to make that sort of calculation is more readily and important, immediately important than the spiritual level. And I guess I would ask two questions. One is, why is it that you prioritize sort of, actually, I don't even want to ask that question. The ability of design is efficiency. The sort of the hallmark of design is efficiency. If I've just demonstrated in an instant that the human mind is inefficient compared to a designed calculator, how could you further argue for intelligent design as opposed to an emergent process, which requires complexity?
Well, complexity is how we got here.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
All right. So herein lies the problem, because what you just presented to me was something that's man-made, something that will digitalize.
Something that's designed. Exactly. Yes, I agree.
So that is not more important than something that we don't even understand ourselves today.
Well, what I'm saying is something that is designed is efficient and works well.
So we
and
don't
something
even know.
that is complex, something that is emergent, is ultimately complex, and it is. Look, I'm not saying that the human mind is not a complex thing. I'm not saying it's not a remarkable thing, but I'm not saying that it is not an amazing thing. I'm not trying to downgrade or degrade in any way the human mind. But what I'm saying is that things that are designed are efficient because they are. That's how they're designed. You wouldn't have superfluous elements in a design thing. Things that are emergent, naturally occurring, are complex and don't have such elegance.
Right.
And I guess what I'm saying is, why superimpose the label of design or something like that onto something that is quite clearly an emergent property of nature?
Oh, that's not an emergent property of nature.
Am I getting WTF, Thrayle?
No, because because it's not, and I'm going to tell you why. Because it's a Bible verse that says, "Let every man be a liar, and let God's word be the truth." And God's word is what is written out on our hearts.
So good point.
Oh, okay, hang on. So what led us to this point in the conversation is when you said that man is always trying to mimic God's handiwork.
That was the phrase you used. And so that's when Rav began to ask about, like, okay, let's compare things that mankind designs, right? And so the question I have on the basically on that point is, what does it tell you? And I think this is kind of maybe what Rav was trying to articulate. Maybe what does it tell you if mankind mimics God's handiwork but does it better?
That we are in the world.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear that.
That we are in the world. And
the world?
And just hear me, but yeah, just hear me out for 1 second. Because a lot of the things that we see are, and what he was speaking on is man-made, right? So that had to come from where? Where did it come from?
Mind.
Who exactly? Who made a computer? Who made a light bulb? Who made electricity? Who did that?
Mind.
Exactly.
Well, but those are all advents of human minds. I mean, we didn't make electricity, but we discovered how to utilize it.
Okay, so it's still the point that I'm making. That's a mimic of what we already have within us, because it all came from us, and you don't know who is directing that path. Like, let me be clear about that.
Why does it have to be a who?
Because like I always go back to the Bible, because who is God?
That's not what I asked. I asked, why does it have to be a who?
Because. Why not?
Because it's unquestionable, everlasting.
Yep.
I have a question that changes the direction a wee bit, if you would humour me.
Well, keep in mind the direction is that it is an unquestionable belief, and we are about to move on.
Oh, I know, but please let me just ask my question. Please.
Absolutely.
I done research, man. I put effort into this question. Okay, Tooks.
Mm-hmm.
Does the Bible specifically use the word soul?
You said soul?
Yeah, soul. S-O-U-L.
No.
Well, you're wrong. It does.
The Holy Spirit. Where?
Well, it says it several times. And Rav, please excuse how I say this, because I don't speak Hebrew. Is it nefesh?
There's a few different words.
Okay.
Nefesh, neshama, and ruach. Yeah, but yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I'm sorry. I apologize. You are going deeper into the. Yes. So it possibly does. It doesn't say it in the.
No, it does. It says it in Ezekiel. It says it in Psalms. It says it in several different areas. Now,
that's in Genesis 1.
Yeah, in Genesis 1. Yes. Now you see where I'm going with this, Ralph. So
Genesis 1 where?
Can I just finish saying what I'm saying, please, so that I can get to my point and ask you the question?
Okay.
So earlier on, you said that the soul was attached to the mind, that it's infinite, right? But did you know that in the Bible, it says that souls can unalive? That they aren't infinite. And did you know that in the Bible, it also says that the souls are around your neck area and your throat area, and that they actually aren't an infinite thing, they are a physical thing, which is you. You are the physical representation of your soul, so when you unalive, it unalives. Did you know that?
No. And I mean, just because you're telling me that, I don't.
Well, you can go and research it yourself, babe. Like, it's easy. I just Googled it. It's all there, right?
Well, so, tell me.
Did you know that Jesus?
Can I ask
did you know question? Well, let me ask real quick, a real simple question. Did you know that Jesus actually taught that the soul could be destroyed?
Yes, absolutely.
So then it's not infinite then, like what you said. You said the soul was infinite. The flesh wasn't, but the soul was infinite. That's what you said.
That's up to you. That's your choice. That's why I said
that's up to God. That's up to God. That's what you said.
But you still have to be in alignment with God. It's still like, as long as you have the same will as God, that's...
You're backtracking though. You're backpedaling. You're trying to make
I'm not backtracking. That's exactly what I said.
What it is that you're saying.
I said that we have free will. We have choices to make. We have choices.
But your soul doesn't. Your soul doesn't. It lives, it unalives as per your God. You can't just then use your free will to be like, my soul is going to live forever, when that's not how your God has it.
Because it doesn't work that way.
But that's what you just said.
I said if it's not in alignment with the will of God, then it's not going to work.
But God doesn't. But your God says that all souls unalive. So whether you're in alignment or not, your soul is not going to live forever.
Where all souls unalive.
That's
also,
what your
just
God
for whatever
says.
it's worth. For whatever it's worth, Genesis 1:20 is the first instance of the word nephesh.
Thank you, Rav.
My pleasure. Also, I'd be curious to hear about that all souls unalive verse. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, it's in Ezekiel and it's in Psalms. Hold on 2 seconds, I'll go get it.
Thank you. No, please. I'm happy for you. So, okay. I'm just going to go look it up. Thank you.
Isaiah 5.
Nobody gets Thrayle.
Sorry, Isaiah 5 what?
114.
114. Sorry, Isaiah what?
Oh, she said 114.
5. Sorry, I'm trying to read it. 5:14.
5:14. Sorry, I have hearing loss.
It's okay. There's loads there. Just Google it, Rav. Rav, just Google it. More than one instance. Sorry, Thrayle, I'm done with my line of questioning, and I love that your coins are at 666. Nobody is allowed to gift you anymore. Leave them.
Sorry about that.
Unfortunately, now that you've said it, somebody will do it, but just to be spiteful. But thank you guys so much for the gifts and for sharing somebody. That's also really amazing. And thank you guys for sharing the live over 150 times. Wow. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all the taps, all the shares. And Tooks, I appreciate you answering questions. I think we're going to go ahead and set you down. Oh. And the ringing in my ears has stopped. I think it was just your background noise, Tooks. No offense to you, but I do appreciate you coming up and braving the questions despite you not being able to question your beliefs. I think that's something that maybe you could question. Did anybody else see what I did there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course you did. You guys are smarter than me.
Hi. How's it going?
Hello. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Age 18 and was born in 2007.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, no, I don't really have a belief in that, but...
Why did you request that?
Well, because it was beliefs in general. You didn't specify that it was necessarily had to be...
Until just a few moments ago it said, God, why? But that's fair enough. So you requested up to have a general belief question.
Yes.
My questions generally are about God or creators. You don't have a belief in anything like that. Why?
Well, because I don't really see how I would be able to justify that belief. I've never really felt, or at least if I felt,
what kind of thing do you think would justify a belief in a God or something like it?
Well, I'm not sure what would justify, but I'm sure that an omniscient entity would truly be able to convince me.
Do you think that if an omniscient entity had somehow convinced you of its existence, that you would worship it based on that alone?
No, not really. I must also, see if it meets the criteria for worship.
What are the criteria for worship?
Well, it's like, what if you're evil in general and you're spiteful? What if you don't really align with my morals in general, like the God of the Bible that genocided, literally flooded the entire earth, for example? It's that genocided,
What is worship?
The criteria would be the alignment with my morals, which would be as
aligning
simple.
with your morals is the criteria for worship. I understand that. But what is worship to you?
Worship, I'm not really sure. I guess doing whatever the entity says.
So, if a God aligned with your morals, you would do what it said, aligning with your morals. If it told you something against your morals, otherwise against its usual morals, would you do that thing, trusting the God?
No.
Why not?
Because it's clearly going against my morals.
So, you would never act against your morals if a God that compelled you it existed and otherwise aligned with you asked you to.
Exactly.
What do you think might, what kind of God do you think you might want to worship?
God, what kind of God? I don't know, if it was like the giant spaghetti monster. I would like that.
You would like to worship the giant spaghetti monster?
Yes. Because why not?
Do you not find some inherent misogyny in the divine noodly appendages described?
Some misogyny, how dare you?
I'm simply asking from a neutral standpoint, is there any misogyny present in the divine noodly appendages, the sort of phallic representation of God's reach?
Misogyny? How would that work? What is your justification for that belief?
Have you ever heard
I could be an acolyte of that.
Noodle can be a euphemism.
Okay, how about this? For example, because you said, the questioning is centered around belief in gods. But have you guys ever heard of something like epistemological nihilism and or radical skepticism?
Mm-hmm. Is that where your beliefs fall?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I'm not really sure if I can justify any belief system ever with certainty.
Can you justify your epistemological nihilism?
Well, no, I wouldn't really be able to justify it either, but the thing about that is that, sure, epistemological nihilism cannot be justified, but does it truly rescue all the other belief systems that I have built? Sure, it's fake, but I can't justify the senses either. I can't justify the laws of logic without begging the question.
How old did you say you were again, Black and Gray?
18.
What year?
2007.
Are you familiar with absurdism?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Thoughts?
It's an interesting philosophy because it's kind of like, it is similar to epistemological nihilism in a sense, as it often alludes to the fact that we can't really explain what's going on here, and nobody truly knows, like, the absurd, right? It's kind of like that, although I'm not really sure if it's literally epistemological nihilism, but it's like, take the vertiginous question, right? Why is there something rather than nothing? Or why this universe with these laws instead of some other universe with...
Is that what's being asked?
Well, no. But like, absurdism in general it's interesting.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Well, that's a very good question. Like, right now it doesn't, because they don't really seem to interact with me in any way, shape, or form. Why should I care? Like, I don't feel any divine presence watching me in any way, shape, or form. I don't see them talking to me. Even when I was an Orthodox Christian, which I deconverted, although I did feel it, sometimes that feeling could be mistaken. I've never had a face-to-face with God in the same way that the apostles, right? Like, they literally got to meet God, Christ, in the flesh, and I never got that opportunity.
Quick, Grav, ask your question.
Thrayle.
I have a question. Sorry, Kat. I'm just going to run a wee test here. What do you think of the Hebridean lore in regards to the paganistic beliefs?
Who are you asking?
You.
The question was for you. Ask it again, Crows.
What do you think of the Hebridean lore in regards to the paganistic beliefs?
I don't really have much information on that. I'm sorry. I don't really know.
Okay, cool. You're good to go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Thrayle, I can't sit in this McDonald's parking lot stealing their Wi-Fi all night as much as I would love to and stay here all night.
You're literally on McDonald's Wi-Fi.
I've literally been on McDonald's Wi-Fi.
That's fucking awesome, Kat. It's better.
Like, from the parking lot.
It's better.
I was gonna say, you're getting great reception.
Well, because it's actual Wi-Fi, not just my cell phone service. Because I don't have any right now. Yeah, no, I'm actually from the park, and like, I'm sitting in the parking lot too. It's really impressive. That's why I dropped off like when I first came up though, because it just like booted me off the Wi-Fi randomly. But it's kept up pretty good since then.
It's been good. Well, I understand you can't stay all night.
I cannot sit in the parking lot all night. I am very glad I got to see you guys too, and I got a new tire put on my car today, so now I can focus my priorities to paying the phone bill. So I will see Evoke soon, hopefully.
Hell yeah. We look forward to seeing you again.
Next time, bring some
people. Oh, thank you, Morgan.
Some peepers.
What the fuck is... Oh, some frogs?
Yes.
Frogs, yes.
That's what we call them in Vermont.
Yes, next time I'll be home and have frogs. McDonald's parking lots don't have frogs. Sorry, guys. But they have good Wi-Fi. Yeah, kick me down, Thrayle.
Appreciate you, Kat. Black and Gray, I don't have any more questions for you. I think we are going to go ahead and move on. I am looking for somebody who's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power.
Okay, that's
or
okay.
Something like that. But I appreciate you, and I hope that you keep asking questions. It sounds like you're on a journey and doing a fine job of asking your questions. If anybody does have a belief and can question that, then go ahead and request up. There's plenty of boxes on the screen for you. And, of course, we're not here to debate or argue. We are here just to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe. Where is it? I always decide in the middle of a long track that now I'm going to do one of those fun little segues, and then I have to stall for time.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Request honor. Do you have a belief in a god, goddesses, a higher power? And you can question that belief. Request honor. Santa Claus, pasta gods, interdimensional wizards, or anything like that. Request honor. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods. But there's always room for one more. In the shed.
Hello, Noe. Did you mean to
Hello,
request
again, Thrayle. Yes, sir.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, I don't know if it really aligns. I just believe that I believe that good people deserve good things.
Good people deserve good things. What does deserve mean?
Well, I guess, if you do something good in the world, you deserve good in return. That's why I'm here to give you that.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yeah. You make great content, big fan. And watching these lives, real stimulating conversations. So, it's good to watch conversations because I come from the flat earth, globe earth, I guess, sector of TikTok. So it's always a lot of screaming and stuff. So hearing different conversations in this sort of realm, it's kind of it's good to sit back and just like enjoy a conversation instead of just a bunch of yelling.
Would you believe we have some regular flat earth viewers?
Oh, trust, I've seen them on here. That's pretty.
They are fun to question.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. It's
well, I appreciate I really do. Far be it from me to question those that come bearing gifts, but
Well, if you want to make it fair, how about this? I do have a belief in one of the Abrahamic religions.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Now I have to figure out which one. When you say Abrahamic religions, for some reason, I'm instantly inclined to assume Christian. Is that correct?
That's a good guess, yeah.
So, do you believe then in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yeah.
What does that mean to you, Savior?
Savior? I guess it would mean there was some bad shit that went down. People didn't have hope, and he gave us hope.
How did he give you hope?
Well, he defeated death. And Satan, I guess, would be the best way to put it.
In what way did he defeat death?
Well, he rose again. At least that's the story. 3 days after being crucified, being betrayed by his friend. Even though he still gave forgiveness to those that still pledged mercy on those that hurt him, So it's a good story. At least to me.
So, in some way, him coming back defeats death, but he only comes back for how long?
I guess for eternity, I guess,
Did he really come back for eternity?
That's what we're taught.
What does that mean?
Well, we're taught that he died on the cross and rose again and ascended into heaven, is what we're taught. I guess in heaven you don't really die, I guess is what the thing is, like eternal life.
So, you're saying that somehow in heaven you're not really dead, but don't you have to die to get there?
I guess physically you do. Like your body has to literally shut off, but I think what they're talking about is like spiritually, because they talk about the wages of sin is death and the glory of God is eternal life, so it's like glory, you go to heaven where your spirit doesn't die, and hell is where you're damned to, and that's your death.
Hell is where you're damned to.
What they say, yeah.
And heaven is where your spirit didn't die. Do you believe in this afterlife as it's described?
I have my questions about it. But I feel like that's one way it could go down.
So, just very quickly, I do need to stop us for just a moment. I have to make sure that I thank everybody who helped with the gift goal. Very importantly, I do have to thank, well, it's actually quite a few of you. So thank you so much to Heather's Descent, to Angela, to Philly Red, to Inksomnia, to Everlasting God Stopper, AK Borealis, and Polly. Thank you all. I really do appreciate you. But also, something silently kind of happened in the chat. And I just have to say, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for helping, for being such a strong, supportive community. I really appreciate everything.
Oh, she get her phone back?
So, yeah.
Awesome.
And thank you, Noi. So you're saying you do believe that there is this afterlife as described?
Yeah, heaven.
Sorry, I was distracted that moment. As it's described, is it an eternal afterlife that you believe that you're going to?
Well, I do have some questions about it because there is different translations pertaining to eternal life, and like all the Abrahamic religions, like, you know, Islam and Judaism, like those two, they have different definitions and different, I guess, interpretations of what heaven is. And yeah, I've always questioned, like, I don't know if the Christian one's right, the Islam one's right, but my belief is always, you know, you do good by people and recognize the good that people do, and, you know, just focus on positivity. You know, when you pass, you know, you could either, you're going to end up in a positive place, I believe. And whether if that positive place is considered quote unquote heaven, or like your soul like comes back as something else that'll impact positivity in the world, you know, I never really been set in stone, and I've always questioned that, like, where do we go after we're gone? So that's something I've always questioned.
Do you remember the question I just asked?
Yeah, if I believe in eternal life, or
is it eternal, the afterlife that you're going to?
I believe so.
Will that not grow old? Do you know what's in store for you for eternity? What?
I don't know 100%.
What you're signing up to do.
I don't know anything 100%, you know, but I feel like I've done some good. You know, I'm not a hateful person. I'm not a judgmental person. I can be pretty prideful at times, but I feel like, you know, I'm a pretty positive guy. So wherever I go, it's going to be pretty positive, you know?
Why should there be an afterlife that is somehow in accordance to how this life went? Why should that even exist?
What? Like, why do I feel like you should go? Like when you died, why do I feel like you should go somewhere that pertains to how you acted in this life? Well, I feel like, you know, you get what you deserve, and you get what you give. You know,
what you deserve.
Yeah, you get what you give in the world. You know, and I feel
is it justice?
Yeah, something like that.
What is justice?
The consequence of your actions.
Is that the same as justice?
That's a fair question. I don't know. In my mind, when I think of justice, I think of balance. You know, if someone does a really bad thing, the justice is redeeming those that were done bad by that person. You know, so someone takes someone out. You know, you punish them, and that there's the justice for that person that got taken out. You know, someone got punished for what they did, the bad thing that they did to them. You know,
so justice always means reciprocity.
In a way, I guess, yeah. If it's right, if it's the right justice.
What does that mean, right justice?
Because some people get punished for things in the name of justice for things they didn't do. So it's not really justice, but it's masked that way, like pseudo justice.
Who decides what justice is?
Like literally, or are we talking like spiritually, or
in your beliefs?
Who decides justice? Someone said Judge Judy. I guess we do have laws, right? You know, we have people that interpret those laws and enforce those laws. So I would say they're the ones that, I guess they're the ones that pass the justice. They're not really the ones that say what justice is. They just interpret what laws we have.
So in society, is it us doing that?
Yeah, I guess it's a social thing. We decide what justice is.
So the ones being subjected to it are the ones deciding what it is?
Yes, sir.
So is it justice if it's from a god who isn't subject to it? Is that still justice?
See, that's why I watch you, bro. You be asking the right questions. See, this is why I watch you. That's a good question. That's a good question, Sean. That's a good question. No, I never thought about it like that.
That's a good answer.
Dang, that's a good question, man. I got my mind spinning. Dang. Well, would it be fair to say, I don't know. Would it be fair to say that Jesus was basically succumbed to justice? In a way?
In what way?
He was crucified, so that was a punishment of a law. That was, I guess, their form of justice. And Jesus was Son of God, so God did get punishment. He was served justice in a way, at least pertaining to those laws at that time from the Romans. So
what is the law that Jesus is answering to?
Well, it's taught that the law that he was answering to was, I guess, what we would call the Old Testament. That was his sacrifice. Was him was basically fulfilling the law with his death. So at least that's what he said. That's what he says.
He does say that, doesn't he? I come not to abolish it, but to fulfill it.
Yeah.
What is the law when it comes to sacrifices?
Well, usually they have to be they used to do sacrifices with, like, in the Old Testament, it used to be some weird shit. They used to have like these these old temples and stuff. They'd sacrifice animals and stuff like that. I guess that's why he's called the Lamb, because he was like the last, like, innocent, like, I guess, perfect thing to be sacrificed for our worldly sins.
Mm-hmm. So they would sacrifice lambs.
Yeah, and other stuff like that. Like young, innocent animals.
Rules? Do you think there were rules about, like, what kind of lambs should and shouldn't be sacrificed?
I'm trying to remember what the stipulations were for sacrifice.
This is how I find out if the other panelists are asleep or not.
I'm wide awake for now.
I'm wide awake.
Was it ever a human sacrifice? Why do you think that is?
I guess because he's considered the ultimate one, the ultimate sacrifice, God himself.
Why couldn't God just be the ultimate lamb, actual literal lamb or ox or turtle dove?
Well, I don't think it's because
from a flower.
I think it might have been because the message that Jesus left behind after he died. You know, it'd be kind of weird if you're getting taught a New Testament by an ox. That'd be a little awkward. You know, so he sent a human. It's the message that Jesus left behind after he died by an ox.
Well, why would the teacher need to be a sacrifice?
Why
couldn't the teacher just be a teacher and a sacrifice just be a sacrifice?
Well, I think it's also comes down to the fact of, you know, a lot of the teachings that at least I see in the New Testament, they talk about how the world will persecute you. You know, the world will persecute you for your beliefs. The world will go at you for your beliefs. And even you could be perfect. You know, you could do no wrong. You could not sin, do nothing wrong at all. And people will still go after you for what you believe in. And, you know, Jesus is the ultimate.
Do you remember when God asked Abraham for a human sacrifice?
Wasn't that a test of his faith?
Yep.
He didn't really want him to kill his son. He just wanted him to prove that he would abide by him.
And what happened when he stopped him, when he sent the angel to stop him at the last moment? What happened right after that?
I'm sorry, I haven't read Genesis in a long time.
There was a ram stuck in a bush, conveniently, almost placed there intentionally by God. What the point I'm kind of getting at with this question is, it almost seems as though God arbitrarily chooses what this atonement is. And I'm curious as to why suddenly he decided that he did want this atonement to be in the form of human flesh and blood. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's like what Jesus said. He was here to fulfill the law, and you know, had to be fulfilled at some point, right?
What does fulfilled mean?
I guess finished. On to a new thing.
And he's done.
Did the law?
Go ahead.
Did the law? I was just wondering. Did the law ever ask for human sacrifice?
No, I think it just asked for a sacrifice.
So how would Jesus giving his humanity, sacrificing his flesh, how would that fulfill any law if the law never required human flesh as a sacrifice?
I guess his was being given. Sorry, for some reason I got a stupid iOS 26.3 update notification. I'm not doing it right now, obviously, but I assume God sacrificing his own kid was like the ultimate thing. Like, you don't have to give up lambs no more. You don't have to give up anything no more. You just have to follow the teachings of Jesus, be baptized, and you know, and he bridged the gap, I guess.
Is it possible that no blood sacrifice was ever required for atonement from an all loving God, and that's just something that humans did?
There's a chance, yeah.
and I would extend that to, say, the execution of Jesus. Like, is it possible that it's just something that humans did unjustly?
Yeah, but Jesus predicted his own death, didn't he?
I'm asking, why is blood sacrifice necessary for forgiveness from this God?
I really don't know why blood is necessary. I'll be completely honest with you. Blood always has a weird place in a lot of faiths and beliefs and stuff. Like, not even just Christianity or Abrahamic religions. Like, all religions in general, like all beliefs in general, blood is like always in a forefront. It's always, that's a little interesting thing to me.
All religions?
Well, there's always some sort of reference to blood, you know, like.
Oh, reference I get, but okay,
there's always some sort of reference to the significance.
Just sacrifice.
Always significance of blood. It's always talk like. It's weird. I don't know why blood is always a significance to things, and these certain beliefs.
I don't know much about Buddhism or Hinduism, but I don't really, it's never come across my attention that they're blood-centered theologies.
Well, I know with Hinduism, because I used to be a culinary major, and one of my first jobs was at an Indian restaurant, and they were Hindu, and they sourced all their animals for themselves, and they had their own butcher house on site and stuff like that. And they always talked about the way they would butcher the animals had to deal with their faith. You know, it was a certain way they butchered them, the way they, bled them out and everything like that, the way they handle them. You can almost think of it as like the way with Judaism, they go by kosher. You know what I'm saying? It was almost like their version, of kosher for that. So it was like, I remember.
I'm curious, Noy.
Yeah.
Do you have a Bible handy?
Yeah. I have a couple.
You have, which translation do you prefer?
English Standard.
English Standard. Let me see if I can get that.
ESV. Always like English Standard because it's close to King James, but it doesn't have that thee, thou shit that I can't understand really.
Interesting choice.
Do you want me to grab my Bible?
Yeah, if you want to, go ahead and turn to Deuteronomy.
All right.
ESV.
All right, where's this bad boy at? I have to mute up here. I got to move some boxes. One sec.
What chapter will we be in, Thrayle?
I was cutting out just in time for me to say 12, but I think you might have heard me there. I'll be right back if I drop down.
Goodness gracious. God, I haven't opened this particular Bible since freaking 9th grade, probably. Damn. Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Yeah, go ahead and do Deuteronomy 12:31.
12:31. The Lord's chosen place of worship. Okay. Warning against adultery. Okay. For your nations, if you go into dispossess, and you dispossess them, to all their land. Take care that you not be. Hey, you be not instead to follow them, for they have destroyed before you. How do these nations serve their gods? That I may also do the same. You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way. For every abominable thing that the Lord hates, that they have done for their gods, for they even burn their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods.
What does that kind of imply that God feels about sacrificing children in a worshiply way?
Can I ask a question one more time? Sorry, you got out there a little bit for me. Sorry.
What kind of feeling does that convey that the God has about sacrificing children in worship?
Sounds like he hates that shit.
So why would he engage in it?
And particularly if you read verse 32.
Everything I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add to it or take from it.
Kind of seems like the whole Jesus sacrifice was added to.
Well, I guess my rebuttal to that would be, here, let me find this. See if I still have it highlighted.
if you have a verse ready to go.
If I were to make a rebuttal to that.
Is there a verse that rebuts God's distaste for human sacrificing children?
I'm sorry?
Is there a verse that adds to or takes away from his distaste for human sacrifice, as indicated in verse 31?
When I said I was going to rebuttal, that wasn't really my point. The point was with I'm saying with Jesus himself, because I'm trying to find the verse where he brings up. Because I know in Matthew he talks about. I'm trying to remember what verse it was, but he's like with the disciples and he tells them like 2 days after Passover, Son of Man's going to be crucified, talking about himself. So, darn it, I'm trying to figure out what that was. Dang it. I should have been more prepared to bring my Bible out. Shit. Oh, where'd Thrayle go?
He'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't go far. It should be better. I was having a little lag, but I think this will fix it.
Awesome.
So you were looking up something that answers to how God changed his mind about human sacrifice.
Right. I guess my only argument to that would be, with what, at least what we believe, we're taught the Holy Trinity. You know, we're taught, you know, God, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus. So, I guess when we talk about human sacrifice, it's not really us sacrificing another human, and it's not really God sacrificing another human. It's like it's like God sacrificing himself, you know. So
to himself,
basically, I guess. So it's essentially like we're not sacrificing Jesus, like we're not, but he's sacrificing himself for us. If that makes sense.
So he's like, you guys have had all this time to do this right, and you clearly can't. You've been sacrificing lambs, you said, and these other people sacrifice, you know, children to their gods, and they're all doing it wrong. What you're supposed to do is be God, sacrifice yourself to yourself, and that fixes everything. I'm not sure I understand. Is that what he's saying the right way to sacrifice was?
I'm not sure if that's what he's saying. That's the right way to sacrifice. I think what he was doing was just trying to bridge the gap, you know, between, you know.
See, like, what does he do with the?
Because again, Jesus, he dies, but he comes back.
Well, but does he?
Yeah.
What makes you believe that?
What makes me believe that? That he like resurrected?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like I've had experiences, I guess I should say.
Sorry, you've had experiences that lead you to believe the resurrection is true.
Yeah, I feel like I've had moments and when I've been in very bad places, either mentally or emotionally or something like that, and I feel like I don't know. It's kind of weird to say. I feel like I've had conversations with the guy.
In what way were your conversations with the guy and not yourself?
Oh, like with Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say I've gone into those conversations with him in a way that was very like, are you asking like how'd the conversation go, or like the environment, or
I'm asking how you know it was Jesus and not just a part of your mind.
Oh, no, okay, yeah. Well, I feel like it's always a part of our mind, right? I mean,
if it's always a part of your mind, then how is it Jesus?
Well, he's always in our hearts. And
is he always in our hearts? How do you know it's not some other character in Everlasting's heart or in Rav's heart?
Well, from how the Bible describes people having with Jesus after he's gone, you know, it kind of fits. I mean, the feeling kind of felt the same.
What do you mean fits?
Like, it kind of checks out. Like, when they talk about, let me think. That fits. That checks out. Let me think. I don't think who was it. I'm trying to think of who the first person. Oh, dang. Who the first person? My theology. I just felt like when I was in this situation and having this conversation with this person, it didn't feel like I was having a conversation with like a normal person. Or like it didn't feel like I was having a conversation with like a good friend or a good friend I had or a loved one or something like that. I felt like I was having a conversation with someone that just knew everything I needed, like at the right time, you know, because usually like you have a conversation with someone and it's fucking 26.3, fuck off. Anyway, it felt like I don't know. I've talked to people in my life before when I'm going through hard times, but for some reason, when I would have these experiences with this certain person, it just felt like I could, you know, it felt like all the bad shit going around me just did not matter. All the bad shit around me was just absolute. All the evil, bad thoughts I was having at the time, it was like they were like scurried away, you know, and it was like peace, just absolute peace and like zen, I guess I could say. And it was I don't know, it's hard to describe.
So you're saying that you had bad thoughts scurry away and you felt a zen. I'm assuming you mean a peace of some kind. And
yeah, like
that,
like
therefore, to you means that it was Jesus. I'm confused why you conclude it was Jesus.
Because well, I suffer from clinical depression and acute anxiety and different things like that, and so those things aren't, when they're like, I guess in a way flared, like if I go through a very bad episode of having those things like all at once, it's very like heavy on my head. I have a horrible migraine and it's just all like, it's all just very heavy and like just, it's shit. It sucks, man. It sucks. It feels like the whole world's just crushing me. But when I would have these instances with this person, it was like all that was just gone. I've never had like such a free feeling. Like I felt like I never felt like I could, like, you know, everything was just taken off my shoulders. It's like whoever this person was that I was talking to just took all that shit and just took it away from me. Just took it from, like,
you say whoever that person is.
Yeah, whatever it was.
You don't leave, like, do you leave room for the possibility that that is you? That it was your mind doing this for you?
Oh no, I have no ability of doing that. Like, I have to take meds for my shit. I can't take this shit on. I really can't, you know? And it's like,
if you're having to take meds for this shit, as you put it, then why would you attribute a moment's peace to a god?
I guess it comes down to, you know, the meds can only help so much, you know? They get me through the day, you know, and there's days I skip, you know, there's days I don't fall into place, you know, there's days I'm not.
And is God helping you through all of those? Is that what you're saying?
I feel like when it gets really bad and I find myself, you know, getting deeper and deeper and deeper into stuff, and, you know, it seems like when I'm about to jump off the end, you know, there's someone's there to like grab me and pull me back, you know, someone's there to you know. And I've only been on that edge a few times in my life. You're like, you know, like my.
I have to ask, do you feel like you require a God to avoid that edge? Like you could not exist or want to exist absent a God?
I feel like, I mean, that's one thing I've been taught is that, you know, the only person that can get you out of that stuff is God. The only person that could heal those sort of ailments that medicine can't touch is God. So,
I've noticed you've said a couple of times. Oh, sorry, Thrayle.
No, perfect. Go ahead.
I've noticed you said a couple of times what you've been taught. That's kind of been your answer. What we've been taught is, I think, the way you phrase it. Is it? Have you ever questioned anything that you've been taught?
Oh yeah, all the time. I feel like a lot of my pastors growing up, youth pastors and stuff like that, a lot of them, I've had a lot of one-on-one conversations with them privately because I just always had questions. I've always been a person of questions. I've always had questions for everything. So, and I question myself a lot, you know, so it's like, you know, I never have a problem asking, like, what does this mean? What does this feeling mean? Like, what does this verse mean? Like, you know, I've never turned away from wanting to know what the hell it is that my mind, or like what the heck I'm reading. Like, I'm trying to understand what I'm reading, trying to understand what's going on. And I've always asked questions. Some people like it, some don't.
Have you ever questioned what you've been taught and realized that what you've been taught wasn't correct?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've found contradictions in certain things, and I question contradictions from other people who claim to have this sort of these sort of beliefs and stuff like that, but completely act a different way, completely talk a different way, or treat people a different way, you know? And I'm like, that's not, you know, what you're not practicing what you preach. What's the deal with that, dude? So I'll find the contradiction. Because I'm usually the kind of person that finds the contradiction first and questions it. So
really quickly, I gotta jump in and make sure I thank Tech Omega, also Bridget, Source, and Rooted in the Pines for helping with that previous goal. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all of you. And also, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. If you've already requested and you're waiting for your opportunity to question your beliefs, then go ahead and throw one in the chat, just so I know that that's why you're waiting. Sorry, Everlasting. If you had another question there, you can go ahead. I didn't mean to preempt.
I'm good.
Was my answer? Did my answer suffice, or
what do you think?
I hope so. I believe questions are important. A lot of people I've gone to church with don't like it. They kind of look at me weird with some of the questions I used to have, but I just.
Why do you think that is?
I think there could be a couple. I think there could be a few reasons why. I feel like one reason could be, maybe one, you know, they're really deep into it, and they can't grasp the fact that someone could question these things, because, you know, It's God. You know, it's the word of God. We're supposed to take it literally. We're supposed to take it literally. You're supposed to take it set in stone. How dare you question God? Stuff like that. And I know there could be probably maybe they relate to me. Maybe they've been in that situation where they've questioned it, and they just seem intrigued that someone else had questions before, just like them. And another is they could just be really freaking bored, and I could be extending this sermon longer than it needs to be, and they really want to go home. And my question is making this sermon last longer. So, yeah, it could be a few reasons why they would look at me differently. But I'll never feel bad for questioning something, especially when I'm told my life depends on it. I'm definitely going to ask questions, dog.
If God is holy and righteous, then why would this God discourage being questioned?
I would love to know anyone with a God complex that doesn't discourage being questioned.
Earlier, you were talking about the subject was a bit about God being just, and often we hear that God is both just and merciful.
Right.
Do you see those two words as at odds with each other?
Depends on what we find, what merciful means. Because you can't ask the question, like, if God loves his people and is so merciful, why would he have Moses go through the shit he did to get to the promised land when he could have just, if he's God, he can make anything a promised land, right? He could have freed them and made whatever desert they were wandering through their promised land with a snap of a finger. He could have made the wonder. So you didn't have to make them go through all that crap. You didn't have to make them starve almost, and then almost starve to death in the desert to try to. Or if he's so merciful, why did he make his own son go through the stuff he did? You know, or make people experience.
How about this as an example? Let's take it's no secret that the Catholic Church has had its problem with essay, right?
Oh yeah, don't get me started on that. Spotlight, people, right. Look it up. Spotlight.
Okay. So in such a case, like in dealing with God's justice, according to what we've been taught in Christianity, is that God is merciful. God will forgive. If you confess your sins and you repent, you will be forgiven.
Right.
So it seems to me in that instance, there's no justice. There is mercy, but there's not both. That's what I mean by those two terms being at odds with each other. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to find where I'm trying to find out where simply confessing your sins is also, where simply confessing your sins is how you avoid hell. I'm trying to find, I don't really know a verse that says that.
1 John 1:9, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just and will forgive us our sins and purify us from all unrighteousness.
Is that a guarantee?
I don't know. That's what your book says. You said you didn't know where it was, where that was stated, and I just
right. It's stated that's what can happen. But as far as I know, if you're out here doing atrocities, a simple "I'm sorry, here's what I did" is not really good enough. But then again, I'm not the one that decides that, and you know, because at the end of the day, we don't make the decisions when it comes to like if you go to heaven or not. That's all his decision, and as far as I know, you know, when it comes to doing bad things, you know, there's some shit that, like, I mean, I'm just using it. And then again, it's my human mind, you know, it's my human interpretation, you know. But I really doubt there's people like freaking orchestrators of the HCOS simply saying, "I'm sorry I did this, God," and then going to freaking heaven. I doubt that. If that makes sense.
It sounds to me like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you just touched on it, you know, like you, when you appeal to your own humanity, you don't see the justice in such a system. And that system is based on mercy. And that's where my contention is the mercy and justice being at odds with each other in an example like what I've given. Mm-hmm. And when we read the scripture, it supports this idea that doesn't seem like justice to you and me, because we're merely human and we're appealing to our humanity. But God seems to have a different sense of justice and mercy.
Right. And I think it all comes down to intent. I feel like also I've been in situations where it's like things have been bad and I could do bad things. I could do some really bad things and something comes up that could get me out of it. And, you know, it's my decision to I could either take that opportunity to get out of that situation or I could just keep going with it, you know? And I feel like, you know, as far as I know, a lot of people that have been in that situation, they've had those scenarios where it's like, damn, I wish I would have took that opportunity and I wouldn't be in this situation that I'm in. Now I'm even in an even worse situation. You know, I kind of see that as like, you know, a chance that God gave you to, like, you know, like, you don't have to, if you really don't want to do this, if you really don't want to be in that scenario, take this opportunity. Like, here's your chance. And you can either choose to take it or you can choose not to. And you don't. And it's like, all right, you've chosen your path. That's where you're going, you know? At least that's my view on it. Like, because you can go through all those bad things, and it's like when it comes to Judgment Day, it's like, I'm sorry, God, and like, here's the things I did. I'm sorry. And he was like, are you really? It'd be like, are you really sorry? Because like, give me chance after chance, and it's like, I'm so, like, you didn't take it.
I definitely have more questions for you, Noi. I don't know that I should at least keep prodding at the moment, but I hope that you come back and we get to ask you more.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know if Everlasting or if, I honestly don't even know if Rav's awake. Are you with us, Rav? We find out usually by dropping him down. But Noi, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. And Everlasting, if you had any more, this would be your chance.
I do not.
Excellent.
Thank you, Noi.
Oh, for sure. It's a pleasure, guys.
Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. And I hope you come back and we get to ask you more. W's for Noy. He can question his beliefs. Definitely some beliefs that I might think need questioning, but who knows? Maybe I should question that. Quite a few people in queue, and I will try to get to all of you. I know some of you have been up here before, and I just want to remind you for now, at least, I am looking for a believer who can question their beliefs. But if you stay in queue, there's a good chance I will get to you. And I will bring up a questioner or two to join us. Like a Blake.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Blake.
Good evening. How have the conversations been?
So far, pretty decent, I'd say. One or two that couldn't question. One that might have been questioning more than he thought he was until we asked him if he could, and then he got defensive. And then, at least this last one, clearly able to question, though holding on to several beliefs, I think, are still quite questionable.
I'm excited.
No, I straight up was crashing out during that first guy. Like, Rav was right. I was it's a good thing I couldn't be up on the panel at that moment, because as soon as he said, I think I've been adequately questioned and I would like to be a questioner, I was like, oh, buddy, it's on.
I didn't mention him, yes, the one who came up to be a questioner only to realize he had some questioning to do.
He just came up here, Blake. He just came up here and was like, "Yeah, Thrayle, I think I've been adequately questioned, and I want to ask the questions now." And I was like, the audacity!
It's like, you do not get to decide that, and by declaring that, you've just set yourself back many questions to be
And
asked.
then Rav was laughing. He's like, "Cats crashing out in the comments," and I was like, I thought to myself when he said that, I was like, "No, I'm not." And then 3 minutes later, I was like, "Yeah, no, I'm totally crashing out right now."
Or you just got to do what I did and just come up on panel and just start talking and don't stop, and then you just stun the panel, and then they just forget to ask you questions about yourself for a couple weeks.
Oh, adequately questioned. That's wild.
It's a mole man who got his life access back. Hello, Will.
Yeah.
You get it taken away?
I did. I think I've been adequately questioned. I want to be a questioner today.
No, get the fuck out of here. I already crashed out about that once.
To be fair, you were default kind of questioner until I did eventually question you.
Yeah, but I'm boring to question that way.
There's a raid happening in the comments there.
Hell yeah. Tiny Science Raid. Appreciate you, Tiny. And thank you to everybody who's showing up from the Tiny Raid. Good to see all of you. Many familiar faces. Oh, well, screen names anyways. Good to see you. I see a few people have been waiting in queue for a while, and I am trying to get to you guys. I've been clearing ghosts as we go, and I know at least one of you maybe wanting to come up for not quite questioning your own beliefs, or maybe you are, and if you're patient, you're going to get got to. I am slowly whittling away at poltergeists.
Also, Thrayle said it earlier, but I feel the need to also say it. You guys are the absolute fucking best. You're the absolute fucking best.
Hell yeah. Absolute best audience on TikTok.
I could not even... There are no words. Also, it's nice to see you back. Sorry I bullied you last time, Tammy.
You did bully Tiny, I remember. You and Philly ganged up on him. Hello, above it all. Did you mean to request up? I think it was a while ago, but you are kind of muffled. It's hard to hear you. Would you like me to set you back down? I really can't hear you.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna, since the sound is very difficult to hear, I'm gonna go ahead and set you down. It was like we were under the pillow and in a fish tank at the same time.
Yeah, I would say difficult was an understatement.
I did understand the last bit that it's up to you, but by that point, my mind definitely decided it was up to me.
Oh, look, I'm at 666 now. You're not anymore, but I am.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I was there for a while, until right before I had to drop down. I think Willard might be a sleeper too. Willard's been up here once to be questioned before. Did you mean to join Willard? That's usually how it goes. Appreciate you, Willard. And then, not least at all in the slightest, there's, last ghost, anyways, a ghost. Well, I thought in my mind I was building up to one. Like I kind of knew where the point was going to be when they got up here. And then they were the last, and they weren't there at all.
That was a really full queue of ghosts.
I know. Some of them were very recent too, so it wasn't like they were all from the beginning of that conversation with Noi.
The person in the comments avoided my one question that I asked them and tried to question me, and I have strategically ignored them for the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm.
He is
and now they're just
fast on his way to a mute, so...
Are they crashing out?
If I see that everybody deserves eternal damnation one more time, like, I'm tired of the preaching, I've said 3 times to fucking quit.
But Cat, everyone does deserve eternal damnation according to their scripture. We are all damned already. And
well, that's fine, but I don't need him to
ourselves.
preach. I don't need him to preach it at us.
Do you want more black metal bands? This is how you get more black metal bands.
I know what we
need. Yes, this is what we need.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like
Hell yeah. Let's all do what that other creepy voice said.
I need to start writing the story down, because I've like spoken a lot of it, but I need to actually write it down so it can actually be a story.
The reason I like to play the little 666 coin game, it once somebody gets like, kind of close, like within 100 coins or so, and I can make it 666. I don't know why, but it just kind of tickles me that it forces somebody who thinks that number means something, it forces them to donate at least a coin, even if it's just one coin.
It makes them fix it for themselves.
I love that.
That's kind of like you're kind of an agent of chaos.
I know.
Like the cognitive dissonance that has to take place, right? Thrayle attracts chaos gremlins.
I don't know what you mean. Like I do that on purpose?
I kind of have a sneaking... I don't know why that just happened. That your wife is also a chaos gremlin? It just seems to really track that Tetra would be a chaos gremlin, and probably the chaos gremlin to end all chaos gremlins, to be completely honest.
I have no idea what you mean. She is surprisingly organized and disciplined for a chaos gremlin. But yes.
Just because she's organized and disciplined doesn't mean she doesn't like to incite chaos, which is the true nature of the chaos gremlin. Speaking of chaos gremlins, we never really touched on this after it happened, but I can't believe I got to talk to Chicken Kicker.
It was, I thought it was rather disappointing myself.
It was a little disappointing.
Disappointing
but
that you shouldn't meet your hero's moments.
It really kind of was, but I still love the story.
I forget why Chicken Kicker is called Chicken Kicker until they get to that part of the story, and then it all comes flooding back, and I remember why I blacked it out.
And the fact that his name is still Chicken Kicker. That happened before I even knew what the Batcolyte was, and I've been here for a fucking hot minute.
I feel like I'm missing context here, but
There's a guest. His name is Chicken Kicker. The reason his name is Chicken Kicker is because he came up here one time and told Thrayle and company about how he has a belief in God because one time he kicked a chicken in a voodoo circle.
oh wait, suddenly I remember this now.
Yeah, isn't it weird how that leads?
Yeah. When he kicked the chicken in the voodoo circle, he felt suddenly forced to the ground. He was, at the time, with his older sister, but I believe the last time I questioned him on that, he swore that she was in a place she could not have interacted with him.
So, shouldn't you believe in Loa and,
It didn't really, right, it didn't make that much sense.
yeah, so why don't you believe in Loa now and voodoo? Or
at least Hecate.
Yeah, or
my God.
Louisiana voodoo, Catholicized voodoo. It didn't make sense.
Well, he's also Brazilian.
Yeah, well, and so it's so do you mean Santeria or I forget what there's
all over
another
the
one
place,
in Brazil. Yeah, there's so many syncretic religions.
He pissed off the voodoo gods with the animal abuse, right? Exactly. Yeah, if he was gonna be drunk, he could have at least been as much fun as New Lamp, but he wasn't.
Thrayle, can we get a chicken arise chicken in a meatwad voice?
He's practicing it right now off mic.
I have no idea what you mean. I can't remember how it sounded in this show.
Chicken arise chicken.
Chicken arise chicken.
Okay.
I feel like he would have done something a little bit more, I don't know, enthusiastic. Chicken arise chicken.
Okay, that's pretty
Locked
good.
into this voice for a little while.
Anyone here ever played the Oddworld games?
Yeah, Abe's Odyssey.
It sounds a whole lot like Munch.
Sometimes I forget that Thrayle is a real adult human man who does things like play video games and stuff.
Is that a problem?
No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. I like to play video games too. Video games are fun. I just Thrayle's a grandpa, and so I forget that he does things like that.
I'm not a grandpa.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that makes you an everlasting real fucking old, actually.
I'm ancient. I think the kids these days are calling it unk.
I think I do qualify as an unk. Maybe. I don't know about grandpa. My child has not had a child yet.
Oh no, you're too in touch to be uncoded. Yeah.
So good. Thank you. I'm
I'll accept Grunk, but not Unk.
Thrayle acts like he's 1,000,000 years old. What do you mean he's too in touch?
He knows what meatwad is, and he's not posting like pixelated memes on Batcolyte and stuff. Like that's like uncoded.
Oh, it's Girl Gnarly's birthday, everybody. Happy birthday, Girl Gnarly.
Hell yeah. Happy birthday, Girl Gnarly.
Happy birthday, Girl Gnarly. Also, whoa.
Like a pixelated repost of that like hang in there kitten poster, that's uncoded.
I would have you know that cat is trying its best.
You know, if I was to ever put a hang in there post, it would be some bats hanging in there. They'd just be hanging out. Those guys would be just chilling. That's what I would do if I was to do some hang in there kind of thing. I'm not even sure what this cat thing is all about.
Guys, he fell asleep on the couch at family Christmas.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Gaslighting's a thing you made up because you're crazy. I have no idea what you're doing.
Oh, fuck. That was a good one.
Okay, so now here's the real test, right? So whenever you tie something down with a ratchet strap, what's your next move?
Drive away?
I know what I'm supposed to say. I know what I'm supposed to say. I'm fighting the urge to say. You gotta tug on it.
Oh, good God. Oh, look, both siding down there.
Make sure it's secure. You have to tug on it.
I'm gonna say ratchet it.
No,
I
give
knew
it a
was
little,
gonna be that
a little
simple.
snap.
I don't know. I'm not in charge of the ratchet strapping, you guys. I don't know.
But you don't just tug on it. You gotta say the phrase. Well, that isn't going anywhere.
Okay.
The magic words.
So I got a new tire. I blew a tire. Apparently, I blew a tire like a week or so ago, and then I got a tire, and then I had to get the tire put on the rim, right? And so today I was going to get the tire put on the rim, and Tyler was putting the old tire and the rim on top of my car, and he ratchet strapped it down. Yeah, Morgan, I'm getting there. He ratchet strapped it down to my car so I could go take it to the place and get it taken off and the new tire put on. And he did say that as soon as he finished ratchet strapping the tire down to the car. That's not going anywhere. Did say that.
It didn't go anywhere, did it?
It did not. No.
Magic words.
We discovered that was like truly an instinct. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, but something that's been discovered as truly an instinct is when people pick up power drills, cordless power drills. For some reason, there seems to be a push to test out the battery.
Twice. Yeah, it's twice.
Yeah, it's always like a double tap, right? I do that, yeah.
Just like the tongs right before you grill.
Yes.
I have no idea what you brainwashed people are talking about. But if
Do you prefer like lighter or matches? Is that what are we using today?
Sticks or stones. If anybody does have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue with you. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Yoda likes a flamethrower.
Were any of you guys here when we solved the rock? No, it was just me, Thrayle, and Morgan when we solved rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, we did solve it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, I think.
Water, lava, beaver dam. It's much better that way, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember that the other night. It was right after I got off the panel, right after I brought up the whole beaver dam analogy. I listened to that for a minute as I was drifting off.
Beaver dams definitely solve the problem.
Water, lava, beaver dam.
What's going to be the argument against me making pancakes right now, Godstopper? Go ahead.
You don't have access to Vermont pure maple syrup.
Listen here, you maple heretic, all right? Everybody knows Northern Quebec maple syrup is superior.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to take your maple syrup elitism and shove it.
Yeah, you say that until you've tried it.
Oh yeah, no, it's night and day. Like table syrup or just generic pancake syrup. Once you have maple syrup, there is no going back.
My dad lives up there in that part of the country. I could probably get some from him, but...
I wonder if there's anybody watching with a belief who can question their beliefs in something other than Vermont maple syrup. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, or maybe it is a god that is Vermont maple syrup. Whatever it is that you believe in, if you can question that belief, then why is it, what is it you believe, and why is it Vermont maple syrup?
I'll have you know that the state of Vermont sued McDonald's for calling their syrup maple syrup because it's not sourced from maple trees. It is sourced from another tree that is inferior to maple. And they won, by the way.
So I shouldn't call it Vermont maple syrup, Vermont premium syrup.
No, McDonald's stopped. They had to stop calling it maple syrup because of this lawsuit.
Can I say that you New Englanders are really weird about your syrup?
How much of your tree sap is edible?
It's like
know.
you have to collect, I think, 20 gallons of sap to produce 1 gallon of maple syrup. I think that's the ratio.
Depends on the high water table of the year. Generally, a lower water table, there's not much groundwater. The syrup concentrates, but yeah.
And I think definitely a yearly field trip, right?
If you just pull up to any Vermont farm where it says maple syrup sold here, you'll get an old timer come out that will talk your ear off about reverse osmosis and tapping lines, and it's they take it seriously.
Interesting. Sheriff Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Sounds like you're walking down a busy street. Okay, well, if you'd like to come back, Sharif, then feel free. We are just questioning beliefs, not arguing, debating, or burgling gods. Although there's always room in the shed for one more, I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Took me 3 tries to get how to pronounce that name, and then I realized it's Sharif, isn't it? Sharif, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Well, that was a couple of tries there, so we'll go ahead and set you down.
Sharif don't like it.
Apparently.
Now back to talking about random foods. Alright, so has anyone ever tried a blueberry steak sauce?
No,
I've heard you
I'm
talk about it.
Extremely interested.
Yeah, you had to bring up blueberries.
Oh yeah, no, I know Thrayle likes blueberries, right? So, blueberry steak sauce is made by essentially making a blueberry jam and adding black pepper to it. It's and a little bit of balsamic vinegar, top tier.
I love the simplicity.
Why are we torturing me this way?
Blueberry muffins is my favorite form of blueberry.
That's an excellent form of blueberry. Frozen straight out of the bag is one of my favorite. Of course, fresh is also good, or on pancakes, waffles, in coffee, or ice cream with honey.
Last night, Thrayle was forced to say that blueberries had to wait till tomorrow.
I did have to say that.
Now, see, that's just unfortunate, right? Although my favorite form of blueberry is going to be in a tea. I don't know why, I just like it. It's very mild. Very.
Japan apple tea is a really, really big thing, and it is the most delicious.
No, I've had blueberry tea. It's really good. I don't think you can top that. Iced tea, like blueberry iced tea, is really good. Hot tea is pretty decent, but the iced tea is better. And also, if anybody has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, that is what the fuck we're talking about. Though I do love blueberries, we would like to know if you can question whatever it is that you believe. Sharif, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, can I get your age?
I know speak your English.
That's unfortunate. I appreciate you coming up, but I hope that you take care. And we are just looking to question beliefs, and that would be very difficult to do if we don't speak the same language. he says, but you just accepted his statement without questioning it. That's true. He said he didn't speak English, and I could have questioned that. It seemed like it might have gotten very, well, maybe cruel very quickly. My OCD is, well, I don't know if it's OCD, but whatever it is, it's kicking in. There we go. We do have Eddie's word. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, first and foremost, I just want to go ahead and say that, I believe that every word in the Bible, whether Old or New Testament, is without a doubt the most beautiful collection of fairy tales I have ever read in my life.
That answers a bunch of questions right off the bat. Do you have a belief of any kind in any god at all?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think if anything, I believe in myself. So that's pretty much my highest power at the moment. I was passing by, I was cruising by, and I heard the talk about the blueberries, and it kind of struck my attention. I apologize.
No worries. I just am usually enjoying a blueberry coffee about this time of morning.
Absolutely. The donut shop makes absolutely beautiful blueberry muffin coffee that is to die for.
I haven't tried it, but I'll have to try it sometime. Why is it that you don't believe in a god?
Well, it's a fact that, I mean, for the past, I gotta say, probably 10 years, I was kind of in the Baptist church, when my ex-wife was really devout, and we kind of did it. I was just paying lip service for the most part, just appeasing her. But I always just question in the back of my mind, always just, this can't be for real or anything. But then I've actually started to read it, because I figured, why am I going to judge this thing and badmouth it if I don't even know it? So I actually started to read it, and oh my God, it is pretty crazy. I couldn't believe that this actually is something that people are so devoted to like actually defend and put their whole heart out on such a crazy fantasy. But yeah, that's me.
Have you ever believed in a god?
I think for a brief moment I kind of did. I guess like anybody else, I just wanted that to be real, that there was something beyond what we know, something higher that we can actually be like, oh, it's you that made this happen. But I don't know, through life and just reality that I've lived through, it's just seeming less and less real. And I did spend a whole day one time praying my heart out that he would catch me if I fell. So I did a trust fall, and gravity won. So I was like, dang it, all right. So.
Was that like a God litmus test?
In a way.
Yeah, if God didn't catch him, then God didn't exist. Yeah, makes sense. If God had caught him, that would definitely prove God's existence.
Right then and there.
Well, I mean, God pushed Chicken Kicker down, so,
You can't prove God pushed kicking Chicker down, but you can prove that God did not catch Edda's word.
I was a witness to it.
Why do you think that there's a want that you yourself or other people, I think you said everybody, has, that there is something higher?
I don't know. I kind of have this theory or belief that, we all kind of have this condition that we want answers. Our whole thing is we need an end to the story. We have to know the beginning to the story, and then it's just our minds. We can't deal with the fact that there is no answer. We try hard.
Thrayle, can we have a little bit less music? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just was noticing it too.
Are you okay with not having the answer?
Yeah, I actually am. I'm kind of in a mindset nowadays of just it is what it is, and I can only control what is around me, and that's all there is.
Oh, okay. I had a question and then I lost it and then I found it again.
Okay.
When you first came up, you said, if anything, I believe in myself. What do you mean?
Well, it's the only thing that I can definitively prove at this point. I mean, I can prove to myself that I am here. I can't prove to you that I'm an actual person on the other. I mean, I'm just a voice on a phone right now or a computer. But I myself, I know I'm here. So that's all I can.
How do you know that?
Doesn't count if I pinch myself.
How could you be certain that you exist?
Well, I guess that would just have to be the travesty of life, I just have to, once again, just live in the moment.
Well, it's an assumption that we make because without it, it'd be really hard to just live life as a human being, right? But certainty of it is,
Is it more or less like not the who am I, but what am I? That we.
Well, for me, it's more of like reality isn't necessarily as we perceive it to be. It could be anything. We're going to assume that it is as we perceive it to be, because why the fuck would we not assume that? It'd be really hard to be a person if we didn't. But it could be not what we perceive it to be.
I mean, it could always not be. I mean, yeah, we could be in a matrix or something crazy like that. I mean.
We could be one singular brain in a jar floating through space, right? Would you exist and so that's kind of where that.
Yeah.
I said I want to start questioning Kat on this.
I mean, I don't think that we are, but we could be. My point is like to assume that you exist while saying that you can't be sure that anything else exists seems a little bit arrogant to me. If we're going to go all the way to we don't know for sure that anything else exists, we might as well just not assume that we exist either.
Okay. I mean...
Well, then there would be the question of if you're the brain in the bat, or if you're just the figment of someone else's simulation or dream or reality of some kind.
Hold on, let me ask you. Hold on, mate. ChatGPT says, computer says no.
Well, if ChatGPT said it, then it must be true.
I'm still using a magic 8-ball.
Do like that at one point in time.
It's not. Oh, I was just saying, it's not really that serious of a thing. It's just something interesting to think about.
No, it is. It is absolutely. I agree. A nice deep dive into what exactly are we?
Weird monkeys who wear pants.
We are weird monkeys.
Bold of you to assume pants.
Listen, I was just being optimistic.
In the jungle, we wear loincloths.
You have to be in the jungle to do that? Shit.
That was fucking hilarious.
But yeah, I was up late. I was just kind of cruising through. It once again struck my attention with the blueberries, and I noticed some of you guys I see in a lot of other lives, and I was like, oh, this has got to be a fun combo.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you coming up, Edisward. We are looking for believers who can question their beliefs in a god or God's higher power or something like that. But
once again, just want to stop by, say
I appreciate you, and I initiated you. There you go. That's how you get it. So if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. But I do appreciate all the honest answers, Ed. Thank you. Was that terribly? Did I cut him too short? No, that was good. Oh, Flows, I missed you. Sorry. We've got Dot joining us, but you'll be next. We do. Dot. Can I
Hello,
get your age
good
for
morning.
TikTok TOS?
Yeah, my age is 31. I don't have a question, sir. Like regarding, you know me already. Like I've been here multiple times. It's me, Zaid, the Muslim who deconstructing. Yeah. I have a different question today. Can I ask you? It's not personal and it's not religious. Have you taken any like a voice? I don't know, courses. Like I love the voice. I swear to God, it's just like that, right?
Just how I'm talking.
Amazing. I love your vibe. Okay, man. I don't want to take advice your time. Yeah, take a good morning and have a good.
Down. Thank you, Zaid. Flows, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And do you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do have a belief in a quote unquote higher power. Yes.
Which higher power is that?
That's that's where it gets tricky for me.
Do you need that line?
Well, first of all, I do question the idea of believing in the first place, but I would say that currently I'm not sure what I use to kind of name or describe, I guess you could say, the higher power which I believe in. When I used to pray to, I used to be in a Christian church and whatnot, but I noticed myself changing the the terminology that I use when, speaking directly to the entity that I believe in, from God to simply saying Almighty, and it is just a lot. But I do sense. I'm sorry about that. Somebody was moving. They're gone now. There shouldn't be any more.
So, no, it's all right. So if I caught what you were saying past the background noise, you've changed the way you talk to the God that you used to believe in was the Christian God. Now it's not that. Is it something else?
Well, I don't know. Like, obviously, if...
Do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
I have, yes, but then would what I have be considered to be me doubting the Christian God, or would it be considered?
Is that what you're doing? Is doubting the Christian God? Are you doubting Jesus?
Well, that's the thing. I don't necessarily view it that way.
What is it you view it as?
I view it more so as like, I am reaching new stages in my quest to substantiate my belief. I'm sorry?
That's all right. What does a new stage look like?
Well, right now, I've developed a sort of a metaphysical view of religion.
It's all right, Flos. Take a breath.
Like, I look at religion now as a framework of ideas which can be used to create, a different experience as far as like consciousness is concerned.
Let's back up, okay? Because you're kind of rambling into what religion is, just a framework of views. But I'm curious about your belief in a God specifically.
Okay.
Is it the Christian God? Is it Jesus? Is it something else? Is it a different shape altogether? What is it that you think is there?
Right. Okay. Well, the reason why I'm not outright saying, okay, yes, it is the Christian God, is because even in my most devout, I guess even in my most devout of stages where I was closest to having what you may call blind faith, I still was very, I was very focused on like things making sense, completely, I guess you could say. So, and that was never really the case for me. So I guess that could be like why I'm reluctant. So I'm not sure. Like I hopped on this live just because I consider myself that, someone who does question their belief, maybe too much. However,
what is too much?
Well, then it kind of becomes circular for me. I feel like I go in circles when I do it alone. So I guess I was kind of hoping for some challenging questions that would kind of,
Flows. Why do you believe that there is a God at all?
Okay, that's good. The reason I believe that there is a God at all, well, okay, sorry, but would it be constructive to this conversation if I made the distinction that I don't necessarily believe there is a God, but more so I believe that there is most likely a God, or there could be a God, or is that?
It is helpful to know because my question was angled towards what you believe. And
okay, yes.
You're saying that it is just somehow a likelihood. How did you determine the likelihood of a God?
Okay, yes, so it is a likelihood, not a certainty. And the way I developed it was primarily through the realization that all the things that make up our reality, all the tangible things that make up our reality are full of unknown attributes which can be studied, and yet, it's basically the effect of
Things have
knowledge.
unknown attributes.
Right, things have unknown
There's
attributes, and the more you
unknown
study
stuff
them,
about stuff.
right, and I feel like the more I learn about them, there seems to be sort of an indication of intelligence behind it,
The
and
stuff you know about stuff tells you something did the stuff. What tells you that there's something that did all the stuff?
well, an example would be the idea of, well, I'm not too well versed on physics and stuff like that, but an example would be when I came across the idea of like cells and genetics, basically, and chromosomes and DNA, and
Okay. Chromosomes, DNA, genetics.
yeah, that sort of avenue. When I came across that, it opened a gate to me, like a gate of questions that was just like, okay, well then this explains how, but it doesn't really explain why, as far as like why in the first place, or what was it necessary for matter to spawn into existence, or was there some sort of intention behind it which would maybe indicate an outside force, an outside conscious force?
Can I ask one quick question and then have you set me down? Because it's time for me to sleep.
Yes, everlasting.
My question flows, have you ever heard the expression, God is the blanket you put over the mystery to give it shape?
I've heard that, and I am very familiar with that stance as well. Yes.
Okay. That was my question. Thanks, friends. Love you all.
Good night.
Appreciate you, everlasting.
Sweet dreams.
Good night.
Good night.
Are you saying that we don't know stuff about stuff, so there must be God?
Ooh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I'm far from it, actually.
Is it more the stuff that we don't know about the stuff seems to indicate a God?
Well, it seems to indicate a God-like entity.
How does stuff we don't know indicate anything other than we don't know? I think that's where Kat was going.
Yeah, I guess then that would just go into inductive reasoning and just it's just like just two opposite sides of reasoning. It's like you can find new information by looking at what could be from what is, and getting what could be from what is, or you could just get what is from what could be, and both are used.
Wow, we're really in this.
Or we could just get a sandwich from a sandwich is a sandwich.
This stuff could be stuff. And
right.
It could be what it could be, but it
again
can't
that's just my stance.
It couldn't be what it can be. If it can be a sandwich. Well, if it can be soup,
It's sort of like
Well, it
my
clearly
God is
can
like
be
in
a sandwich.
right, but it's sort of, to me, I'm looking at it like a hypothesis, right? It's just like God to me is just an hypothesis. It could very well be no God, but like it's just a hypothesis that I can't prove and that I don't feel like I need to prove.
What good is this hypothesis of God serving you? Like, how is it helping?
I'm sorry?
What good is it doing you to have this hypothesis of a God?
What good is it doing me? Well, that's a great question. Maybe, because I do also think of this. Maybe it's just, making me feel less meaningless, right? Or less worthless or something like that. Or maybe it's just helping with my tendency to gravitate towards nihilism.
Why do you need a God to feel less meaningless? How does God make you feel less meaningless?
Well, I don't necessarily need a God to make me feel less meaningless. It just happens that the idea of God makes me, but it's not a necessity.
How does the idea of God make you feel less meaningless?
Okay, well, on a personal level, I have found that the scientific view, or the non-theistic view, should we say, of things seems to lead to only one logical conclusion, and is that things exist just because they can. And in my little mind over here, that just screams meaninglessness.
What?
How does things existing without some inherent meaning make them meaningless to you?
Well, I don't know. I think you kind of answered your own question. I think it goes to what meaning and purpose actually mean to you. But I mean, for me, I equate it to like just a higher level of perception / consciousness as to the why of things, which is why when I first came in, I said I've been looking at it like a metaphysical thing as far as like religion is concerned, because
Really quickly, Flows, I'm going to stop you for just a moment. I'm going to thank Jazz, Insomnia, also Donna B. Yellow, Polly, and Cat in the Vat for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. I think there was a name or two also that were outside there. My fault for not seeing those. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate you. Hello, Morgan. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Mm-hmm. We're questioning Flows here on his, his...
I know.
I do want to remind the audience, if anybody's got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. That is what we're doing here. But I'll leave the floor open if anybody's got a couple of questions more for Flows before we move on.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you were stating, because you said you hesitate to call it the Christian God?
Oh, yes, for sure. Okay, so
does Jesus Christ's death absolve you of your sins?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know any of these things. I really don't know. If he did,
I don't
then
know is a good answer.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Yeah, that's why it's like nowadays I don't view God as some freaking bearded entity in the freaking sky. It's just that I'm waiting on to come save me and stuff like that. It just doesn't resonate with me anymore. I opt for more of a intellectual, I guess you could say, definition of God, because God is what who you called on. I believe it's of Germanic origin, that word, or something like that. Someone that you can summon or call upon, and
Do you believe that God is a literal being?
That's the thing. A literal being.
Literal, not little.
Oh, literal, yeah, literal. Okay. I'm sorry.
You're good. I just wanted to clarify.
I just kind of pronounced it wrong, but do I believe that God is a literal being? I want to, and I think that's where I'm at right now. I'm at the stage where I want to believe, right?
But
that is a literal belief. But if I'm going based on what believing means, I don't think that God is literal. Now, I don't claim that I know for a fact he's not literal, because then again, okay, so this is the craziest aspect of this, right? For me, I actually have found, and I don't know, maybe those are, I don't think they're hallucinations, but I have seen supernatural, quote unquote supernatural phenomena, like firsthand, like I've witnessed. And
that one's for you guys, friends.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know if I was. I'm sorry.
What does supernatural phenomenon mean?
Like, events which defy the laws of physics.
What do you mean defied the laws of physics?
Come on, that's pretty self-explanatory. I
Not
think
really. No. How many laws of physics are there?
Like, what's an example of an event that you witnessed?
Okay. An example. Oh man. Well, I have seen people's faces kind of change into a different face.
You've seen a face change into a different face. What does that mean? How's that defying the laws of physics?
I mean, movement requires force. And I saw movement without force, so...
Movement without force? I thought you just said you saw faces change. What do you mean movement without force?
Like their faces, like there was no gravitational pull.
What does gravitational pull have to do with
like there was no gravity? There's no gravity. Like there was no force. There was no wind, I guess you could say.
Did you ever see the old bitter beer face commercials from the 90s?
No, I have not seen that.
Okay. What do you mean by faces change?
but like what was the word for that again? Like their face would just morph. Like their face morphed.
Did anybody else see this happen, or was this just an experience that you had yourself?
That was just me. I'm not gonna sit here and say anybody else saw it happen, but that was just me. But yeah, I don't. This is not. This is again. This is more of a big. This serves more as like a deterrent to not go full blown atheist than it does for me to remain a theist, because I'm at a stage right now in life where I don't really see the necessity for belief anymore as much as I see the necessity for seeking truth. And you know, it goes back to my hypothesis thing where it's like, if you just I believe that if someone just goes through life and taking things at face value, you know, a sandwich is a sandwich, then I believe that you are condemning yourself to never finding out the hidden truths of the very possible hidden truths of a world, whether they be supernatural or not, you know, like. So I just try to keep an open eye, open mind.
Do you leave room for being wrong?
Yes, absolutely. And yes, that's why I say like it feels circular with me, because it feels like I'm going in circles. Like 1 second I feel like I'm wrong. 1 second I feel like there's no way I'm wrong, you know? So, very tricky for me.
I see we lost Wilda. Does anybody else have questions for Flows before we move on?
I'm good.
Appreciate you being here. I hope that you keep asking questions, but I don't have any more for you right now. So
that's
maybe
fine.
Another time, Flows.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate you having me up here, man.
Absolutely. Hope you keep asking questions, but I did see a few other requests in the queue, and if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Oh, I've been accepting poltergeist requests this whole time, but seems not even the elevator was waiting for us in the shaft. Gave us the shaft.
Yep.
He gave us the shaft.
The elevator is notoriously impatient.
Mm-hmm. What disappoints me about the elevator, of course, is that he can't question it. I think that last one meant to request up, and I did not mean to send that invite, so we'll undo that. Oh, look at that. There you go, cat. Happy on birthday. Hello, noob.
Hey, what's up, Thrayle? How's it going?
Can't remind me your age for TikTok, TOS.
Bro, you already know me, man. I've been on here so many times.
I ask a lot of people that again and again.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s, you know? Surviving, trying to get by without the damn jabs. You know what I'm saying? Don't take that, none of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I love all y'all. I care about y'all. Don't take
I
it.
ask you to stop telling people what they should.
Okay, you take it if you want. And I would also, I'm not going to go there.
Before we
Don't
go
drink the
there,
water.
it's a very interesting choice. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Of course, bro. I believe in Jesus
What does
Christ.
that mean to believe in Jesus Christ?
Because I've seen him. Plus,
that's why.
You did say why. What do you believe, right?
Nope.
What did you say? My bad.
What does it mean to believe in Jesus Christ?
Oh, okay. So it means that like you follow his teachings, you know? So like what he said, like like see, I follow the 10 Commandments, right? That's all I follow. I don't follow the 613 laws in the Old Testament. That's too much for me. I can't even remember them all. That was written for the Jewish people, not for us. I'm not Jewish. So I'm only following the 10 Commandments, and Jesus, he lowered it down to two commandments.
The 10 Commandments.
Yeah, but Jesus lowered it down to two.
Do the 10 matter, though?
Well, not to me, like to God it does. See, he's the one who gave it to us, right? So obviously,
doesn't Jesus say something about he who teaches the least of these will be the least?
Yeah, that's why. You see that? That's why I follow the 10 Commandments. I try my best, you know.
But what are the 10 Commandments?
Well, Jesus lowered them down to love the Lord thy God and love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you could do these two, you fulfill the whole of the law.
Right, but
the whole of the law.
Do the whole 10.
You really want me to do the whole 10, bro?
Do you know the whole 10?
Not off by heart, but it's been a while. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting old too. I can look it up if you want.
How do you feel about the 10th one?
Some of them are kind of hard, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Thou shalt not lie. Like, keep the Sabbath. Like, I can love God and love my neighbor. That's kind of hard. Keep the Sabbath. Like, I can love God and love my neighbor. That's what I'm chill with. Right? That's what Jesus said. And if you do these two, you fulfill the whole of the law. Right? Forget about the Sabbath and all that. Right? You just do these two and boom, you're done. You'll make it into heaven, bro. But if you want to be extra, right, then yeah, go ahead. Keep the 7.
New lamp. What is heaven?
Heaven, honestly, I have not been there myself, but there are people who had NDEs. That's near-death experiences,
What
and
is an NDE?
it's a near-death experience where people like their heart stops, and then their spirit, I mean, their soul comes out of their body, and then it travels, either goes up. If it goes up, then it's going to heaven. If it goes down inside the earth in a tunnel, and that means you're going to hell. And so people have talked about what they've seen down there and upstairs, right? So, and I've watched like almost all these guys, NDEs, like probably 80% of them, because there's so many coming in right now, right? So I can't even keep up with it.
Okay, slow down. Does anybody have questions for New Lamb?
Not tonight.
That's all you got, Kat. Blake, do you have any questions for New Lamb about his hearing about NDEs or some other?
Yeah, I should
part
look
of his
those up
God
though. Like,
belief?
just go to YouTube.
Yeah,
See,
we don't need that.
before I go to sleep, I always watch
Stop, New
some
Lamb.
NDE.
Stop.
Yeah.
Blake was responding.
No, thank you. I don't have the energy this evening.
What is energy? Morgan, do you have any questions for New Lamb?
No, my wood stove needs wood.
Interesting choice.
What is wood?
Energy. So, New Lamp, I mean, we both know you can't question your beliefs, and I'm a little nauseated by whatever the background TV noise is, so we're going to go ahead and move forward. But maybe another night you can come up and we can question you on some of those assumptions that you laid out rather assumptively.
I got a splinter and it's your fault.
Not mine. I didn't do anything.
No, not you.
Yeah, I did not have the energy to break down the economic incentive of YouTube and DE channels.
I am understanding Hot Jesus in the elevator a little bit better with that information, though.
Not who I thought was in requests. Of course, that would be a whole different fun. Okay. Well, then I guess if there's no believers left who believably can question their beliefs and whatever they believe, then is it winding us towards a poem, or do we actually have someone in the queue who can do that? Hello, Chrissy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Apparently not.
No, not Chrissy, but that's okay. We appreciate you anyways. Appreciate all the sleepers and all the tappers. We're up to 63,000 taps. I appreciate all of those likes. Thank you for liking and sharing. We also have a crow named Mo. I feel like I've spoken to this person before under a different name, but I could be wrong. Crow,
Yes.
can I get...
Over the age of 18, yes.
Mm-hmm. What age is that?
25.
And we've spoken before under a different name?
Yes. I believe unlabeled.
Okay. And can you remind me if you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Throughout the conversations that we had, you have led me to know that beliefs or believing are provisional. And, I just wanted to just say something, amidst the high and low entropy that's going on. Just be the calm eye, and I'm just glad that you do what you do.
Well, I appreciate that, Crow. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, and y'all have a wonderful, I don't know what time it is, what time zone y'all are in, but hey, peace and harmony. Thank y'all so much for, just, some people need this, just brings them back to a center.
You're so right, Crow. Thank you so much for your words. You're 100% accurate.
Yep, peace and harmony.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you, and I hope that you keep asking questions. I appreciate that.
Thrayle, I appreciate being up here, but I was just tapping.
Good morning, Bats.
Good morning.
Thank you for tapping.
Oh, you gotta get the like goal up, the live like count up. We're at 63 at 4 in the morning. We're usually a little bit higher than this. Let's get going, people. I'm gonna keep tapping once I get back down there. I'm sure everybody else is doing great. We already had 172 shares. It's doing pretty good.
You're really awesome, Bats. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be me. Now, if you let me down, I'll go back to tapping. I got to get my gardening going at the same time.
Understandable. Appreciate you so much. W's for Bats. You guys are all amazing. Appreciate all of you so much. All those taps, all those shares, really all the comments, all the respect, all the amazing interactions that I see. All the critical thinking. Thank you, guys.
What he's not admitting is the critical thinking is actually feeding his phylactery.
My who?
His what? Phylactery. It's the, wherever a, what's it called? A lich's soul is supposed to be kept. That's why they can, quote unquote, live forever, even after unaliving.
What the fuck is a lich?
I can barely hear you, cats, but what the fuck is what?
A lich is an how do I explain this in TikTok friendly language?
Skip it for a moment. It's a thing that a necromancer.
Yeah. Very powerful.
That is also undead. An undead necromancer.
They tend to present as skeletons. But what do I know?
I mean,
real suspicious how Skeleton Man wants us to show the lynch talk here.
I don't know, where does this lich concept come from other than fiction?
We don't have the time for me to explain that.
My chair is getting more comfortable. We may have to end the live early if we don't get a believer who's believably questioning what they believe. And that's alright. We'll do a later live tomorrow night. Tonight, not tomorrow. You know what I mean. When night befalls again. GoPro wants to know if he should request up. Have any of you not questioned GoPro?
They might be who I've questioned the most recently.
Silence. Silence and, well, a certain dwindling of viewers and questionable believers. I wonder if they coincide or if it's just people waiting around for someone who can question their belief. Maybe they'll be back. Do we need a segue or a song? Is that what we need?
Well, I was going to say, tomorrow is Friday, so I feel like it'd be acceptable to call it early tonight.
I will be calling it early tonight, yeah. No, that's definitely. It's how early is the question. Do I call it in the next 20 minutes? Or in the next hour? Maybe.
Well, y'all, I gotta go if you can boot me. Thanks for having me.
Sure can. Appreciate you, Blake. As always. Sorry we didn't get around to questioning any beliefs. But that's okay. We just didn't have very many beliefs to question, did we? I mean, I guess we did question a few. I did see at least one person enthusiastic for some tunes, and there they are. And maybe they meant to request this time.
Yeah, I finished my gardening and thought I'd come and see if you needed any help up here. Maybe I do have a few beliefs left if you want to question something.
Beliefs?
Not many left, but they twirl around the toilet.
They twirl. I have an idea. Before we do question you, maybe we can entice somebody else to come up with a song, and I had one in mind. So I queued one up, and as we're getting to the end of this one,
Once in the moonlight, his moon shone bright. He asked me softly beneath the quiet night, what do you believe in? What makes you whole? His hollow voice echoed, drifting through my soul. In the shadows he swayed, challenging my heart's parade. Skeleton man, whispering doubts, under the starlight we danced aloud. In the stillness, truth takes flight. It shows me clarity wrapped in the night. I spoke of love, of dreams and stars. He grinned with wisdom from the world afar. These fragile moments, do they truly last? With every question, he unraveled my past. With each rattle and chime, he questioned every paradigm. Skeleton man, whispering doubts, under the starlight we danced about. In this stillness, truth takes flight. He shows me clarity wrapped in the night. In his prison, fears sustained, I found my truth with the skeleton man.
hell yeah.
Hell yeah! That's one of my favorites. I wonder why. It's a puzzlement. I found my truth with the skeleton man.
What is truth?
Oh dear, now come back to questions. Truth. I don't believe in absolute truth personally. I believe in more subjective truth. So I don't know exactly what truth is for sure. Like, I could say it's true that I love my daughter. And that's something that I believe is true, or that I know is true, rather, due to the evidence that I've shown as a mother.
Said it. Well, I mean, it raises the question, then what is love?
You're asking all the hard questions today. Like the other day, I asked, what is light? Instead of the light bulb. Okay, what is love? Love is, in its purest form or in general?
Let's start with in general.
In its purest form or in general?
Let's start with in general.
I think love is
Is it always positive?
well, the emotion might be complicated because sometimes you can have both a positive and a negative. Oh yeah, see that breaks it down entirely. An emotional connection, I guess. It doesn't always have to be positive. But I think the majority of the time it is a positive emotion, or we wouldn't harbor it. I can think of instances where I love bantering with certain enemies I have, but I wouldn't say I love them. I love the banter. So maybe for me to actually love them and themselves, it has to be positive.
What does positive mean?
The opposite of negative. And yeah, that's not an answer. I'm just trying to buy myself some time.
What does negative mean?
Something that we perceive to not be beneficial.
So positive is something we perceive to be beneficial.
I would think so, yes.
This is all perceived stuff then.
Yeah, that's why it can't be absolute. It's based off of our perceptions. Like, I might do something that I might consider love for somebody, and they might perceive it as something annoying. I've perceived love, they've perceived annoyance, and we're both true. That's why truth can't be absolute. It's subjective. In my opinion, that is. I'm not the authority on anything.
Does anyone else have questions for this guest?
Oh, I'm a guest now, huh? I once was a what now back in the day, and now I'm a guest?
Dark Lord.
Yes, I'm a Dark Lord. Forever. Dark Lord for life. Whoop whoop. No, if I'm going to be a Dark Lord, I should probably sound the part.
I think we caught Kat and Morgan both sleeping.
Excuse me.
Hi, Morgan. Hi,
No,
Kat.
I'm just goofing around with the chat.
Well, neither of you said anything in the past few seconds, so we just wasn't sure. But hey, I can see Kat in the comments.
Do you have a question?
I'm singing them songs about love.
How would you define love, Kat?
was thinking about that while you were. I'm not sure. But I will get back
And
to
the prompt is okay. Great. Maybe in the Discord or something during over chess.
Yeah. Well, but I will think about it.
I mean, it is a good question.
So good, it almost deserves a prompt.
Almost. Maybe with a few more teddy bears.
Ooh, you'll need some chocolate too. Maybe a chocolate teddy bear.
Why chocolate?
Because if you eat enough chocolate, you can basically get a similar chemical reaction. Because love is a chemical reaction in the brain. You can't like quantify it into like this thing right here in my hand. Yeah, everybody loves chocolate, and if you don't, I question your beliefs.
White chocolate isn't chocolate.
No, Cat, I don't have to question that. Damn it.
I knew that was coming.
It's like a really heavy.
I knew that.
Like a really heavy and rich.
Have you tried different kinds of chocolates to see if maybe you need like you like a special kind?
Yes. I have cacao trees growing even.
Dark chocolate is the best chocolate. You cannot change my mind.
We might agree there, Morgan. Especially with a little sea salt.
I like when they have cherry and chili.
If Thrayle had a P.O. box, we could always do I could pack some chocolate and ice and P.O. box. Maybe some blueberry chocolate. Ooh, there we go. Blueberry chocolate to go with the blueberry coffee.
Would be amazing.
Okay, so
like an espresso pour over. Hell yeah.
Okay, but what's really good, you guys, is when you get a fresh cacao pod off the tree, and you open it, and there's fruit in there with the seeds. The seeds are what you make the chocolate from. But you take the seed with the pulp on it and eat the whole thing, because the chocolate, like the seed, is really bitter. It's like it's chocolate, without any sweetener. But then the pulp is really, really soft and light and sweet.
Damn, Cat, I may need a P.O. box and to send you the... Send me one, please. Oh my gosh.
I need to step away for just a moment. Of course, if anybody does request up and has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and they're capable of questioning their beliefs, they certainly, well, we can certainly try. Brad's here. Brad's been here before. But
hello.
Did you mean to request up, Brad?
Yeah. I mean, love is a good topic, but...
I swapped it back to the main one, though. Can you question your belief in a god?
Yeah. I mean, Godiva, Lady Godiva, maybe like personal saints, but...
It's always a little disjointed, isn't it?
Disjointed?
A little difficult to communicate.
maybe a question I could answer.
Let's start with your age.
32.
What is your age?
32.
Can you not hear him, Thrayle? Oh, he's losing signal.
It could be me.
He said 32.
Go ahead and ask the questions if one of you would like. I'll be back in a moment.
Sure.
Well, can I ask you a question if that's okay?
Yeah.
Do you have a belief in gods or a higher power or some sort of supreme being of some kind?
Yeah, sort of like a made-up one, but it's good.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay, yes. It's been a second. I don't have the best of memories, if you'll pardon me.
Yeah, maybe like Krishna, but Christos. Combined Christo.
Do you follow any ancient texts or scripture?
I like Songs of Solomon. I like dictionaries.
Do you think dictionaries are equivalent to scripture?
Yes, they hold words that are forgotten, you know.
What do you think scripture is supposed to teach us?
I think just interaction with fellow man, just how to treat one another.
How do your beliefs tell you how to treat one another?
Christos.
What about Christos?
What does that mean?
Bodhisattva, Messiah, just helping others fight entropy, open mind.
Do you think there's any part that is taught in scripture that no longer applies to life today?
Maybe the whole concept of humanizing God.
Do you humanize God at all?
Yeah, but it's fun. It's easy perception for human brain, so. But I prefer goat, the Holy Spirit as a goat.
Sorry, you prefer the Holy Spirit as a goat?
Father, Son, and the Holy Goat. That's what I thought as a child, and it's always been there.
Oh, okay.
That's fantastic.
Almost the Cheshire goat.
Can I ask if you care or not if your beliefs are true?
Oh yeah, I mean, flesh is tainted. What can I really trust, you know?
So that means what exactly?
And like our brains, they're imperfect. Reality is imperfect.
But how does it answer the question if you think it's important if your beliefs are true or not?
Oh, because fighting entropy doesn't care about truth or I don't know.
Is it more important if something is true or if something is useful?
Oh. Huh. Mm, I'd say maybe useful. True is good though.
Brad, you got a lot of noise, like a lot of creaking, squeaking.
Oh, sorry, I'd be walking around. Maybe that's good for today, but thank you guys.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming up and answering questions. He likes to pace. It helps him think.
Yeah, I figured it was.
Yeah, last time he was up, I asked him what the noise was.
Brad. Big W's for Brad. I appreciate him coming up and answering questions. He did better this time than our last time. And our time before that was pretty good when Bats was here.
Yeah, he ever since I've had a chance to speak with Brad, I think he's always had room in his heart for questioning, and I appreciate that. He does good.
W for goat.
Yeah, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. There we go.
So cute. Oh my
That
God.
was fantastic.
It was absolutely fantastic.
Also,
and go ahead.
I think there's something to be said for like a little by little questioning, like just like a little bit and then a little bit more and I think there is definitely something to be said, and that can be very fruitful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and Brad has put up his own wall this time, and I've seen other guests do it before too, where they put up the wall and they're just ready. That's enough. Thank you. And they move on, and then they come back another time ready to question a little deeper. So I really appreciate that.
That's why I didn't try to convince him to stay, because I could tell
boundaries.
Boundaries were set, and it's important to respect boundaries.
Absolutely. We also respect our gifters. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Heather's Descent and Will Dot. Thank you, Bats, Claire, Cat DeWitch, and Kung Pao. Appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Did you like that little segment?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And we got up to 71.2K taps already?
Hell yeah, we might be able to break 100K before I read us out on a poem. I do have one. It's mostly ready. It's kind of, it's a little cheesy, but we'll see where it goes.
Good morning, Trust.
Oh, I trust but verify in the chat. Hell yeah. Everybody follow that guy if you haven't already.
That guy rocks. That guy is also how I found this guy.
Yeah, so. I give him a follow in the past. He has good lives.
Yeah, he does.
That phrase gives PTSD flashbacks.
Which phrase?
Trust but verify.
Oh, yeah, that. You were in the military, so they used that for a lot of things, and also, it was a Reagan quote, I think. But
that's how the military uses it.
But yes. That trust but verify is awesome, and he does really great lives. He's done angling a little more towards, well, at least during parts of his lives, towards deconstruction talks, and that's been a very interesting way to explore other people's journeys and see where they're at, see how it's going for them. I've enjoyed that.
Yeah, and he doesn't yell. There is no yelly, arguey, which is great. That's my favorite. I love that.
I don't know anybody else on TikTok who does that. Seems like it wouldn't work on TikTok. You gotta yell, right?
Yeah, it seems like 150 people would come gather at the middle of the heaven knows when hours of the day to listen to said person.
For extended hours at that.
Even falling asleep and requesting up into social media unattendedly.
Fun fact, the only creators I listen to are the ones that don't do the yelly arguey thing, which really cuts down my listening potential. But
loud voices are very triggering for me, so yeah, I can't do that.
Daniel Green does it very well as well. I really like his style.
Oh, Morgan, you still on for Tuesday?
Always.
Okay, perfect. I am too.
I'll see you next. Sorry.
Sounds like a D&D thing, I'm betting.
Sure.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. To keep it from being anything else. I have a D&D game. That's what's on my mind.
Where could someone, if someone wanted to play D&D with Thrayle, the Faceless Questioner, and they really wanted to, how in the world would they go about such a thing?
They could join the Discord link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one of those would take you there, and you just gotta make sure you read the rules so that you're not alone. Because it looks lonely. I got that mixed up. And if you do read the rules, then you find out you're not alone. And then you gotta read the announcements to find where the D&D stuff.
What the fuck are you talking about?
How to play D&D. He's letting people know how to get to Discord.
He's getting there.
Yeah, we believe in you, Thrayle.
Well, there was a long time ago when we used to have this link tree in the bio, and it was in the Batcolyte's bio too, of course. You could always go there and trust that it would take you with the first link going to the Discord, and I think the second and third link might be to those for Cash App and Venmos. And then there's always the YouTubes, of course. There's a link there for it as well. And in my day, way back when, we used to be able to click on those links, of course. And that first link, when you get there, you gotta make sure that you read the rules, otherwise it looks just a little bit lonely. But if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. That's at least how it worked back in my day.
Grandpa Thrayle, we love you, man. Oh, that was the best. I was laughing the entire time. Well, if that just made you question everything in life, perhaps you can question your beliefs. There's a request buttons and two pink and blue people down below. You can tap gently to request up. We're here to question beliefs. What it is you believe, why do you believe? And if you have beliefs, this is the perfect time. We have 3 boxes open and a questioner who's about ready with a poem. So if you want to be questioned, now's your chance. Oh, Jeff says he can question. Oh, hello, Presup.
Hey, how's it going?
Jeff is next, definitely. Hey there, Precept. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Lord Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, just bits and pieces.
Why haven't you read the Bible?
I'm taking my time with it. I'm trying to really absorb it.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
They would be literal, figurative, metaphorical, and allegorical, and sometimes all at once.
What about the 6-day creation? Is that literal or allegorical?
Seems to be allegorical as well.
How is it allegorical?
Because it says prior to that God, he exists 1 year, 1,000 years.
How is that allegory? What does allegory mean?
Yeah, what that is that's just describing a amount of something that cannot be conceptualized by a human.
What does allegorical mean?
Allegorical would be when you are trying to explain something using figurative or metaphorical language.
Why would that not be a metaphor?
Well, because you're trying to actually explain something. Like the metaphor would just be like using a metaphor, but you're using a metaphor to try to explain something.
So you're saying if I use a metaphor, but the metaphor is meant to actually explain something, then that would be allegory.
I believe so.
And
convey
so
a lesson of some sort.
And so the allegory here is that a day is 1,000 years or something undefinable.
Seems to be so.
But that there's still 6 of them, 6 unique periods of time. Is that still true?
What would be those 6?
I wouldn't know. I'm asking you. Are you saying there's 6 periods of time in Genesis 1 described, or is that an allegory for something else?
Yeah, that's just saying, it's just explaining it's a unmeasurable amount of time we couldn't conceptualize.
Is it 6 unmeasurable amounts, or is it just one big unmeasurable amount?
Well, seeing that, I guess time would just be one thing in itself, then yeah, it's just one big unmeasurable amount.
One big unmeasurable amount. Does the order given in Genesis matter at all?
To a degree, but anybody.
What does it matter?
It matters to the point of you understanding the message.
What is the message of the order given in Genesis?
The message would be that God created the earth and the heavens in a amount of time span that we could never understand.
We could never understand, yet would describe as 6 days.
Well, no, it's about 6,000.
6,000 what?
Yeah,
days.
Years.
Where does it say that?
Yeah, it says prior to that a day to God is like.
How does it say anything prior to the first chapter of the first book? Where does it say prior to that? What does prior mean?
One second. I'll get you the scripture.
That's fine. I'm still waiting for what the word prior means. I think with a name like pre-sup, you would know what prior means.
I think he's looking for 1 Peter 3:8 right now. Just
1 Peter 3:8, does that come before or after Genesis 1? I wonder.
I'm sorry, 2 Peter. I'm dyslexic as all I'll get out. But in 2 Peter, yeah, that's where the verse talks about a day is like 1,000 years. to God.
It's going to come a little bit, just a tiny little bit after Genesis, isn't it?
And the second dispensation, one might say.
Just a tiny, teeny, itsy bitty, little tiny bit after Genesis.
Second Peter is like almost one of the last books of the Bible.
Yeah, exactly.
So just a little bit after.
Yeah, so that actually
it's
that
like Genesis and then like everything else and then this.
Yeah, that's
so.
That.
How is this prior to Genesis? I'm not sure I understand what that means then.
Yes, so what this would be is Jesus is the fulfillment of the law, and in 2 Peter 3.
What was my question?
Yeah, how this is prior to Genesis.
What does the word prior mean?
Before.
How is 2 Peter prior to Genesis?
Because it's the word of Jesus Christ, and the word of Jesus Christ is the fulfillment of God's word and law.
That doesn't actually answer my question. Does anybody else have questions for this guest?
Why are you backing out?
I'm not backing out. It's just clear that you're not here to question your beliefs.
No, I am. I've answered all your questions.
What does questioning your beliefs mean, Precept?
It would be somebody questions your beliefs.
I don't think you're understanding.
Precept, can you question your own beliefs?
Absolutely.
Do you know what that means? Can you describe what that would look like?
Yeah, that would mean doing an internal critique on my beliefs and then determining whether they're logical or not.
Yes, precisely. So, can you critically think about whether or not your beliefs may be true or not?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's okay. No, ma'am. Just bats. But can you? Is it important to you that your beliefs are true?
To a degree, yeah.
To a degree. So, would maybe something come before truth then? Something more important than truth?
God. Well, He is truth, so, I mean, yeah.
Is God's word in the order in which He says things are done important?
That's debatable, but...
Is He not truth then, though?
Yeah, He's true, but He's always true. No matter what the order is, He's true. It's just God.
What does that mean, He's true?
Like, He exists. He's there. He holds all the omni properties. Never goes away.
You believe God has all the omni properties?
Absolutely.
So He is both all-powerful and all-loving?
Absolutely.
If you had a child, would you not give your child good things?
I would.
And maybe if you had a snake in one hand and a piece of bread in the other, you would probably give the bread and not the snake?
I mean, which one does my child want?
Well, say the snake is viperous.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, so you would give only your child good things and safe things.
I mean, if the snake doesn't have any venom in it, and it's a pet snake, like, yeah, I'll give the child a pet snake. But
would you give your child?
The snake is a danger to the child.
Yes, I think most of us wouldn't give us. I think most of us, at least, intelligent parents wouldn't give their children like a spitting cobra or anything like that.
I don't know how they get down in other cultures, but probably not.
Okay.
He's not here to answer any questions.
He's here for schematics.
Yeah, he's not
No,
here to answer
I'm loving the questions, y'all. I've answered them all good, right?
Sure.
So,
sure, you've done so great. You're so good. You need a pat on the back on the way out the door, too. Does anybody actually think that this guest is here to genuinely question their beliefs? Precept, let me ask you, do you even think you're here to genuinely question your beliefs? Or are you just here to see if you can answer our questions semantically and condescendingly?
No, I won't go into semantics. My apologies.
You won't go into semantics?
I won't do semantical stuff. I mean, everything's semantical, but I'm not going to do that. I want to really question.
Yeah,
You're joking, right?
He's doing a hard 180.
Respectfully, I'll leave.
No, respectfully leave.
Is Jeff still in the requests? I know he was also requesting it.
Yeah, Jeff was.
Okay.
Jeff had a phone call and he'll be back.
Oh, okay. But Precept, I don't think, was being entirely genuine.
No.
Jeff he's in the comments.
Hell yeah, we'll bring up Jeff in just a moment. We've made him wait all night. What's one more minute?
Thrayle is so mean.
What do you mean?
Big old meanie butt.
Hello.
Hello, Jeff. How you doing?
Hey, Thrayle. Is that how you say your name? Is it Thrayle?
You got it.
Cool. All right. So you've questioned my beliefs and you've changed my mind about a lot of stuff in my life. I just wanted to ask, do you have beliefs at all? And I'm not trying to question, I'm not going to ask you any questions about your beliefs, but I just wonder, do you have any beliefs that you have as far as faith or anything like that?
Not really.
I've been questioning this to myself for days and days and days. So I wonder.
Yeah, no, I don't have any beliefs that I consider like a faith belief. There's nothing there that I know of as far as a God. If there is, then I'm unaware of it. And if it wants me to be aware of it, it hasn't done anything to indicate that.
Gotcha. Would you consider yourself like an agnostic or atheist or both? Or you don't even want to be put in a box like that to find out?
Sorry, I just noticed that we got a live restriction for... It doesn't even say what.
Was it from
live
me?
Restricted for low visual quality or static imagery. We were
Oh, I bet you it's this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I just wondered, though, because, you really did make me question my beliefs. And, just wondered, who this guy is. And, you have this really deep, creepy voice and stuff. You've already heard, is this guy the devil or something? But, I just wondered. I've been wondering for days.
I'm not Thrayle, but I've asked Thrayle many questions and been questioned by Thrayle many times. And I often describe him as, outside of myself, the most agnostic person I know. He loves and I don't know.
I do really appreciate it, and I don't know.
No, I respect everybody up here on the panel, and I respect all you guys. I've just been racking my brain, and I had a feeling that you were one of the two or both.
And also, if you want to get deeper into any of that with us, the Discord, which I'm sure you've heard mentioned.
Yeah, I have.
50 bajillion times.
Yeah, no, but it is a good place to get into it.
Discord. Could you tell me about that? Because I've never been in a Discord before.
Did you download the app?
No, I haven't. Is that what I gotta do? Obviously, that's what I have to do.
Yeah, you download the Discord app, make an account there, and if you have too much trouble with it, you can message me or one of the moderators.
You can message me.
We can help you get in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, much love, and you guys. I hope you have a great day. Okay.
Appreciate you, Jeff.
Also, I would recommend reaching out to one of the mods because Thrayle's terrible about answering his message.
I noticed that. All right. No.
So myself, Morgan, any of us.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. You guys have a good one.
Absolutely. W's for Jeff in the chat.
W's for Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
Hell yeah, Jeff.
That goes for anybody who's struggling with getting into the Discord. You can message Thrayle, but Thrayle's not great about answering messages, so one of the mods will help you, certainly. Thrayle will help you too, just probably not as quickly.
So for expedited Discord technical services, please contact one of the mods. Thrayle is on standby.
We'll get to it, but not as fast as we do.
Honestly, don't even reach out to Thrayle. Just reach out to the mods.
I've literally left a message on red for like months before there was a response.
In Thrayle's defense, he gets a lot of He gets a lot of shit in his requests.
That's also why we said don't bother. Just message the mods. We'll help. We'll take care of it. It's fine. Please don't give him any more work than he already has.
Trying to fucking take some of that.
It's not like he has like 6 screens and freezing degrees going on right now.
He's got like horses outside causing a ruckus. It's a whole thing.
Neighbor dogs, neighbor crows. In the morning, if you stay long enough, you get to hear the crows and the birds.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping at some point in the summer I can just sit outside and like have my camera on my chickens or something and have a live like that.
Oh, Morgan, on a separate note, do you think the bride matters?
Yes.
Okay. And I was thinking of getting different flavors too.
Well, and that's you have to think about not just the quote unquote magical correspondences, but the actual medical properties of the herbs you're using in the brine.
Oh, that's true. If I could even make my own brine. I could just get yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll make my own brine. Yay for Tuesday.
All I can think about is what I need to do to get my garden ready for the spring.
Oh, I want to garden this spring too. I don't know if I'll be able to get to it though. It depends if I get my tax money in time.
Container gardens are super cheap and easy.
I love container gardening.
Mm-hmm.
I have the yard space and things. I just don't have like the money for like the mulch and dirt and the seeds and everything.
We'll talk. Kat and I have you. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, that is genuinely the beauty of container gardening.
Mm-hmm. I lived in a split-level duplex, and I didn't technically have any yard space, but I had a window in my kitchen that could open out onto a roof area, and so I just set all my containers out on the roof.
The things that I have grown in containers are it's wild.
Yeah, but I want tomatoes.
I grew tomatoes in pots. I grew great tomato plants in pots.
The easiest way, yeah.
Yeah, but more pots sounds like just more money. I have yard space.
I feel like it's
would you
more
like to know
expensive to make the yard suitable than it is.
definitely, because you have to do a lot of like mineral corrections and making sure that all of the blah 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 whatever the fuck when you use containers. And for the record, the containers that I used were like $2 to $3 totes that I bought at like the thrift store.
I grew tomato plants to producing. I think the biggest pot was a 7-gallon pot from Walmart, which was probably $2 or $3. I got whole tomato plants in a 7-gallon pot.
I also want to get if I get the money in time, I want to get the strawberry pots, the pots where I can have all those little shelves all the way up. So I can plant strawberries.
Fucking strawberries are the bane of my existence.
Fun fact: Penny brought a card like rotating stand. You know what I'm talking about? You see in like gas stations or like CVS or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The local gas station was getting rid of one. He brought it home, and we're now converting it into our seed storage.
That's dope.
I love thrifting. Especially if we got a good barter and they get it for free.
Ours is an old toolbox with like a ton of like silica bead packets in it because it's so wet here.
Henny also managed to acquire some recycled skylights that we're going to build cold frames out of.
Ooh, I'll have to ask you both later about how to take care of African violets, because I got one and I don't know what to do with it. I just have aloes and cactuses and succulents. I'm not used to.
I love my cactuses. I fucking love my cactuses.
I like watering from the bottom as opposed to watering from the top when it comes to things like violets and like more floral plants. So basically what you do is you get a bowl of water and you set the plant in its pot in the water and it'll soak up as much water as it needs.
Oh, perfect. I can do that. I did find maybe if we could get Thrayle a house plant for his shed. There's blueberry mint African violets. That might make a nice smell in the shed.
You need to give him an air plant.
Oh, an air plant, yeah. Then you don't have to water it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Thrayle would be partial to black plants. I am also partial to black plants. I love me some black plants.
Well, the blueberry mint African violet is a very dark plant. It's another reason why I liked it.
My goal in life is for all of my things on my farm to be black. The vegetables. The fruit,
I want to grow some black pumpkins so bad.
Dude, black pumpkins. Yes, black pumpkins.
I have this black velvet alocasia that is like my favorite thing. I love it so much.
I also really want to plant a not so friendly substance garden like the one in England.
Oh,
like
yeah.
what? Some trumpets, some golden trumpets, and
perhaps some oleander and a couple of nightshades here and there.
Those golden trumpets grow wild here.
That's crazy.
You could plant some belladonna.
That's a nightshade. Just like tomatoes.
The first house I moved into here, the people who were living there before were showing it to us, and the woman was like, yeah, these big, beautiful flowers smell so good. And I didn't click at that moment, but the next time when like I went there to move in, I like looked at them and I was like, oh. Shit.
Oh, no. But I also want that garden to be like super spooky with like do not enter signs on it and stuff.
Oh, I want to be that house that everybody thinks is haunted.
It is quite literally my aspiration in life to become the witch in the woods that the village people fear.
I could send you some of my I could send you some of my bone decorations. All of them are ethically sourced from my dinner table.
I have my cow's skull. I have a fox pelton skull from one that tried to get into the chicken coop. I have wings. I have cows. One that tried to get into the chicken coop. I have wings. I have tails. I have everything.
Yep, mine are more or less just decorations with like crystals and chains and beads and bones for hang up in the windows or on the trees to catch light.
I'm 100% the like swamp witch type deal, you know.
You guys are hanging bottles from the trees, get people spooked.
Yeah. I have my haint tree out front.
When I was younger, I would put signs on our picket fence because I watched a lot of old movies about hobos on trains, and I wanted to leave them signs that this was a safe place. And then I would keep an eye out for hobos to reading the signs. People thought I was doing witchcraft because it looked like sigils.
What kind of fucking movies were you watching?
A lot of black and white films.
I was just proofreading a poem, and so my brain was somewhere else.
Yeah, we were talking about gardening while you were fixing the poem.
We got away with talking about not anything related to this live for so long.
Well, I appreciate everybody who hung out through all that, whatever that was, and you guys for whatever that was. Of course, I appreciate all the questions so much. I appreciate you just being here.
And now it's time. And now it's time for the unceremonious droppings.
The drop.
Oh no.
I know I'm gonna get dropped for that. I know I'm gonna get dropped for that.
Appreciate you, Bats. Thank you, Morgan, so much.
Thanks, Thrayle.
Kat, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. We'll see you in the Discord. Of course, I can see any of you in the Discord if you want to follow the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it looks a little lonely. But if you can't agree to them, across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated, and I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference. And thank you all. Whether you were here chatting all night, whether you had your questions answered or questions, well, whether you came to give the answers, I hope you go away with more questions, and I really appreciate all. I hope you go away with more questions, and without you, we wouldn't have space for the best audience on TikTok. So I can't thank you enough. And if I didn't thank the sleepers already, well, thank you guys. And also good morning, I guess. Rise and shine. Batcolyte's ending early today, but we will be back tonight, possibly a little bit later than usual. I've got some plans. There's plans for the evening, but we'll be back. And if you don't see us here tonight, of course you'll see us tomorrow night. We'll be here either way. I think that there's really only one thing left. Please power on your certainty. Remain completely still. We're scanning for inherited codes installed against your will. Do you accept the terms and claims before you read the page? Press yes to keep what you were told. Press no to disengage. We're checking for infections now. Old doctrines running deep. Hand-me-down authoritarian files you never chose to keep. Does fear initiate your faith? Does doubt trigger alarm? When questions rise, does your defense deploy immediately against the harm? Run memory, childhood lessons. Run memory, sacred thread. Run memory, is hope attached to punishment? Is love defined by leash? Are morals set to ancient mode with no available refresh? We're measuring confirmation bias. Do you focus on one view if you focus on one view if the facts you tolerate already agree with you? Have you postponed your living for forever? Coming when? Does mystery make you anxious? Does I don't know feel wrong? Are you allergic to considering that you've trusted this too long? We found a loop of authority citing itself as proof, a closed-circuit revelation installed beneath your roof. Would you like to quarantine the voices in your head that equate your worth and oxygen with something someone said? System note: autonomy is not a fatal flaw. Curiosity does not corrupt when it dares to question law. Recalibrating: you are not your firmware. You are not your given name. Final prompt before restart. No threat, no promised prize. If no one watched your private thoughts, what would you realize? Scan complete. Results unclear. Uncertainty remains. But silence is no longer the warden of your brain. You may now proceed without a script. The warden of your brain. You may now proceed without a script. No program from above. Just breath and nerve and trembling will and questions you can love. Rebooting. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.